点においてはだいぶやりやすいとは思うんですが。
EMEA hasn't started yet, but I'm here, so we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch the Asia.
あれ、ノアス落とした。あ、オッケー。あ、これあるぞ。
さあ、ゼロスパイダーは着実に歩を進めている。あと半分。
うん、多分これちょっとずつ進みますよ、このまま。
ね、さあ、ただサイジがフィナーレを落としている。サイジの存在には気をつけたいが、そんなに無理はできない。
Not gonna lie, this actually looks kind of
そ
slow.
のまま進んでいます。さあ、アジアトップまであと30メートル。ついにここまで来ました。無敗のリジェクト。
いや、ウルトは多分フィナーレが一番早いか。リジェクトが先に溜まれそうか。いや、スネークも溜まりましたね。
さあ、タイガーマンスずれていった。ただ掴んでいる。ガーゴイルが持ってかれてしまったのを皮切りに、これでほぼチーム KO になってしまうので、当然フィナーレ。ウルトはオンゾーン戻っていきます。さあ、取っている、返している。
いや、リジェクトとしてはそうですね、ウルト使わずにスネークがね、インビジウルト、JNJ 切ってくれたんで。
Also, again, Asia, so
ストラテ
the
ジストのウルトのアドバンテージっていうの
uh, announcers are Japanese.
ので、結構これリジェクトほぼほぼ全員溜まるじゃないですか。
いや、これちょっとアベンジャーズアッセンブルの可能性が。さあ、超越戦から入る。
で、ルナウルトで返す。こっから順番ですよ。順番大事です。ファンファンだけ気をつけたい。
精神操作で歩を進めている。
いや、防いだ。これありますよ。リジェクトある、リジェクトある。
さあ、あと20メートル。さあ、同取りの運命のシンフォニーが切れた。
で、フィナーレが続いて、モカもある。あるぞ。
KO、そしてドミノ続いている。ピギーも続いている。あと10メートル。
I love that one of the people on on these teams is called Fun Fun.
グランドファイナルも延長戦制しました。リジェクトマーベルライバルズイグナイトアジア優勝となりました。無敗での完全優勝でした。最後も勇気を持った3ヴァンガード。
Hey, John Guy, how you doing?
このスパイダーとを制しました。地元日本、東京がテーマになったマップでの延長戦勝っての優勝です。
Better now? Awesome.
イグナイトアジアの初代チャンピオンに輝きました。
おめでとうございます。
いや、素晴らしかったですね、決勝戦。
You're gonna go immediately into EMEA now?
最後が一番早かったですね。
ここまでやって10分ぐらいで終わりましたね。
そうですね、10分。いやー、でも最後やっぱりね、
Pretty good, pretty good. It's going pretty good.
ウルト使わずして相手のストラテジストウルト消耗させた時点で、あ、これ決まるんじゃないかってちょっと思ってたんですね。やっぱりあれ大きかったですね。
いや、もうあれで全ウルト持って、リジェクトがしっかりと優勝しきるという素晴らしい戦いでした。いや、でもやっぱり本当にどっちが勝っても全くおかしくない互角な決勝戦だったんで、まあ、本当にアジア代表ふさわしいなというね。韓国の前日、そして優勝した日本のリジェクトというような戦いをお届けしてまいりました。4対3最終成績4勝3敗、お互い1分けでのグランドファイナルの優勝。
I mean, eventually, it all boils down to practice, right? Practice, practice, practice. Like, I can show you how things work, but if you don't actually practice them, it's not gonna mean much.
さあ、それではハイライトをご覧いただきましょう。どうぞ。
So EMEA should start soon, but Asia is still going on, so.
さ さあということでアジアナンバーワンに輝きましたリジェクトとなりました。いやでもちょっと誇らしいですね、ジェンジーとリジェクト。まあ結果的にはやっぱほんとグループステージがトップだったお互いが優勝、決勝戦というね、そんな形になりました。
Now, this was the finals. This was the actual finals
優勝になりますか、これで。
for Asia. So,
いやそうですね。
リジェクトは
負けなし
まあ
Reject one
納得の優勝じゃないですか、これはみんな
そうです
ね。
ね。
うん
はい。まあ頂上決戦でね、ジェンジーとリジェクトどっちが強いんだというね、話でもありましたけれども。まあリジェクトが強かった。まあこの2チームはね、アジアの代表としていくのであれば、本当世界大会も楽しみですよね。
はい。もう本当ね、アジアのもう一番のね、自信を持って
both
いる
teams, I think, are representative for Asia.
いや、そう。
So,
まあただね、今日敗れはしましたけど、クレイジー
they're both teams are gonna go to China if they're not, if one of them is not already there. I don't know who the players are, so I don't know which countries they're from. But they might actually be from China. I don't know. But they're going to be representing the Asian.
チームはねね、CR も行っても
Harry Bulldog's sponge of water.
いいもんね
I don't have a Harry Bulldog, so I don't know. Also, hi, another Jeff the Land Shark.
これ次グループステージ制でやるなら、この2チームどっか一緒になっちゃうじゃないですか。CR とリジェクトとか、
うん。
CR とジェンジーとか、今回ジェンジーと CR 一緒でしたけど。
Asian persuasion.
辛いですね。そのグループに入るチームたちも辛いですね。
確かに。偏っちゃいますね、絶対ね。
偏っちゃうので、どっちかにね。まあ第4チームが現れるのか、どうなるか分かりませんが、世界大会ね、ミッドシーズンの、世界大会、来月ね、7月の、初旬でしたかね。に行われますんで、そちらもぜひオフラインでね、中国で行われる予定で、賞金総額が7500万円を超える大会、
Gaster's hot.
えー
Can't lie.
戦いを行ったジェンジーが参加が決まっております。さあ、今日の最終成績です。初の BO7 は
Ah, you good.
1本目にもつれ込む大接戦でした。4対3、リジェクトがアジアナンバーワン
Yeah.
優勝を決めています。
Reject and
4対1
Gen G are both going to go to China.
勝利を収めたというセミ、ルーザーズのファイナルがありました。まあ、本当にね、素晴らしいトーナメン
But
ト
RC is the Asia playoffs winner.
まあジェンジー
Thoughts on Donkey Kong? You mean the new Donkey Kong game?
でルーザーズに落として、
I don't know. I like the idea of it, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna get it or not.
うん、本当
Just general Donkey Kong? Oh, General Donkey Kong is amazing. I love the game. The music's also fun.
なんか人事もエクスポートそうですよね、接戦だったし。
そう
トップ4は本当に、はい。やっぱ近いですよね、実力がね。
まあこれでまた次のセカンドシーズンのね、楽しみになりました。さあ、イグナイトのツイッチドロップスは、マジックの特別なスキンご用意しております。ギャラクターのね、
Bananab?
発行した、マジックのスキン、ポッシュね、ゲットできますので、ぜひ6時間
I don't know that. I'm not that big of a Donkey Kong fan. More of a Zelda person. I don't know if my shirt makes that obvious, but I'm more of a Zelda person.
次のね、世界大会も7月ありますので、楽しみにしてください。
バナナ
パニッシャーも、ご覧のテーマのスキンが、今週解禁されておりますので、ぜひお好きな方はチェックしてくださ
How dare
い。
you.
特にパニッシャーはね、もう必須でなってますんで。デアデビルのテーマになっているパニッシャーです。デアデビルもね、ちょうどドラマ。
はい。
去年ですかね、
I know.
これましたんで、ちょっとまだ見られてませんけど、ぜひチェックしていただければと思います。さあ、ということで、ここまでグリッドさん、プレーオフね、まず全てご覧いただきましたけど、アジアのね、代表も決まりました。決まったことですし、この2チームでどんな活躍世界大会でしてほしいですか？
いやーもうそりゃあね、他の国のチームも一掃して圧倒的、もうリジェクトにはこのまま無敗も次もね無敗優勝でいってほしいで。
I'm willing to bet that there are people out there that are just extreme Donkey Kong fans, like just have everything Donkey Kong in their house, don't know about any other game besides Donkey Kong, then go into a stream and are like, do you know about Donkey Kong? And you're like, yeah, do you know about Zelda? What's that? Yeah, that's Japanese.
このようなね、今日のアジアのような戦 戦いが行われて、世界大会の出場チームが全て決まるというところで、日本代表が見事アジアナンバーワンというところをお届けいたしました。韓国のジェンジーとともにアジア代表として7月の世界大会に臨んでいきます。世界大会はおそらく7月の5月、7月の5日との日ですかね。来週の土日。
Do I like Adam Sandler?
ぜひ皆さん楽しみにしていただければなと。
It depends on the movie.
思います。またね、そちらは、公式ツイートなので、日程確認していただければなというふうに思います。さあ、ということで、ここまで、解説グリードさんでした。ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
実況はここまで平岩康介でした。それではまたマーベルライバルズの戦いの場でお会いしましょう。さよなら。
Little Nicky. おい、さよなら。Adam Sandler 2003. EMEA not starting yet. Start already, guys, dang it. You want to see someone use Storm? But Storm has been used quite a lot, so. Check out the YouTube channel real quick. Nah, EMEA hasn't started yet. Yep. The goddess of Krakoa. Eventually it'll start. You and me both. It's weird that it hasn't started yet because they actually cut off Asia the other day for EMEA. Getting their tea. Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we are talking about Europe here, you know? Oh. There it goes. Now we gotta wait for EMEA to actually get on. It should say when stream starts because it just starts on in the background. Yeah. Hopefully. Snake is so long. It's so silent. Go with this. Get some music up in this business. There's an hour-long version of it. Please, yes, gimme. Yep. Just have Jeff in the background. Get some kind of sound because it's so silent. I don't really understand why they don't just use this version as well.
Focusing the strategists especially is like very crucial because of the impact of their ultimates. I think the ultimates of the strategists are the most important ones, just for sustaining. And I think we saw it also in the last game in game 4. From B.
I love the Rhine stuff in the background.
Where they banned a lot of strategists, but I think the only mistake they did in the end was not banning Adam. Like Patapim saved Mantis and they did not ban Adam, and then they could play the rest combo. So I think they will still focus a lot on strategist, just to get rid of all these long ongoing ultimates, and then yeah, the versatile Vanguard players can shine through.
Oh wow, that's some very in-depth analysis, and of course if you want more of it you can catch Nozarino on his Twitch channel where you can get the exclusive magic drops as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Nozarino. We're going to crack on with these games, and I hope you enjoy the show.
Thank you.
That was the one and only Nozarino, one of our featured content creators here at Marvel Rivals. If you're looking for those magic drops, you can stay here or pop over to see what Nozarino was saying about the matches. But we need to dig into our first matchup here, Mox.
Yeah, and I mean, he mentioned about that Adam coming on for. I definitely feel like we're going to be seeing an Adam targeted ban come out from either of these sides, as Berber and VP have both liked playing that resurrection composition coming on out. But we can have a look and see how the last match went between these two teams. This was the matchup of the entire season that everyone was looking for. We said we'd be disappointed if it didn't go to 5 maps. It absolutely went to 5 maps, with it being determined on Midtown, and it was actually BRBRPATAPIM being able to swap Pokey on to that Adam Warlock to be able to win out over VIRTUS.PRO on B of Midtown on their defense.
We're looking at BRBRPATAPIM versus VIRTUS.PRO. Sometimes you just gotta shine on the superstars, because as I have been repeatedly glazing on the broadcast before, I think that Tanuki might be the most individually talented player in all of Marvel Rivals, even if VIRTUS.PRO do have slightly cleaner team play. Here's a look at Sparker versus Tanuki when it comes to their average stats, and we can see that Sparker is pulling ahead considerably.
So much confirmation stuff.
Head-to-head.
Oh, you mean on
Tanuki is
Twitch?
doing
Yeah.
a little bit of a lower output selection of
There have been a lot of problems with
Black
bots
Panther
on
display.
Twitch, so they had
All the
to
damage that
add
comes
that.
out from Tanuki is very much designed to take your health bar from 100% to 0, as opposed to Sparker, who's on some more of those poke heavier composition heroes, which means that he's going to be dealing out damage, but it's not always going to be resulting into picks. And we can actually start to see, you know, maybe that Adam Warlock does come out, although the last time that VIRTUS.PRO matched up against Tanuki and he tried to run the Black Panther on Arako, it didn't go out too well, especially since Sparker actually flexed over to that Namor to take full advantage of Nevix on the Hulk.
I mean, while I may be the Tanuki glazer, I also think that Spark is the best Psylocke in the world. Admittedly, we had quite a few showings of competition from Asia just now. Eggsy and Finale definitely up there when it comes to high-tier Psylocke gameplay. And honestly, I cannot wait to see those Asia teams at our LAN. Question is, who is going to be meeting them there? Because this isn't just for entry into the Grand Finals, Mox. Between BRBRPATAPIM and VIRTUS.PRO, only one can go to China.
Yeah, what was it Enzo said? At the end of the week, only 2 out of our 3 teams are going to be going. And I hope that I'm not the one crying, which is definitely a little bit of a rough position for these teams to be in, as there is a lot of additional stress, right? You do want to get to the grand finals so that you can take on Rad and prove that, hey, actually, you're the best team in EMEA, not them. But this matchup is so much more important for BRBRPATAPIM and VIRTUS.PRO, because it's going to allow them to get the opportunity to interact with the other regions. For VIRTUS.PRO, doubly so, because this is a team that has been touted as the best team, not just in EMEA, but the entire world. So to not see them qualify in the eyes of so many would be an absolute travesty.
Expectations for VIRTUS.PRO were super high. And losing out to both of our other top 3 teams in Rad and BRBRPATAPIM, and beating both of our other top 3 teams in Rad and BRBRPATAPIM, certainly shows that in EMEA, we are such a watchable region now, Marks. Before, not an amazingly watchable region. It was kind of a VP wins waiting room. Now, incredibly watchable. EMEA is anybody's game between these 3, and honestly, I'm hoping that maybe when we win mid-season finals, no matter who goes, because of course we're going to win with EMEA, maybe we can earn another slot so that all 3 of these teams can make it.
I would love to see it, but I mean, starting things off, it's already going to be starting with a map type that VIRTUS.PRO have struggled with in the past, although notably, the last time they matched up against BRBRPATAPIM, they did actually start off by taking a domination round on Krakoa, so it definitely feels like VIRTUS.PRO have been targeting, looking specifically at that domination weaknesses to make sure that everything is secured and they don't have that one glaring issue for these other teams to abuse.
Yeah, I had my complaints earlier in the season about VIRTUS.PRO being a little bit unreliable on domination. As you say, it seems like they really have been addressing that as a weakness, and VIRTUS.PRO are a team that are very good at addressing their weaknesses. We saw them get absolutely like rug pulled by Rad with a triple strategist ban in the group stages, came back from the lower bracket in that group stage like, yeah, we figured this out, we're just protecting Cloak and Dagger now, and you lose 0-3, 0-2. It was a great turnaround. However, now they need to show that they learn from the loss against BRBRPATAPIM. When I talked to Fincy was like, man, like, don't worry, I've run an Ethernet cable, I fixed my internet, now it's going to be easy peasy, baby.
I don't know if it's going to be easy, as we know that BRBRPATAPIM, it's not just Tanuki.
For anyone that doesn't know, Fincy has been having a lot of connectivity issues.
are definitely an issue as well. Enzo conflicts to so many different vanguards as well for that dive to come on through, but the Captain America and the Psylocke together cannot make it out of this draft.
All right, playing for some plane tickets and the tickets of a grand finals against Rad Esports, EMEA's losers finals.
There you go. You don't have to worry about it.
Both of the Lokis going to be removed, Saipei and Ken not going to be able to get their premier strategists. And that's also going to mean that Dive is going to find so much more value. These Psylocks are going to be salivating at the prospect of utilizing Dance of the Butterflies, as poor Phi, well, the Human Torch has already had a fire extinguisher taken to him, as BRBRPATAPIM will not allow him through the ban system.
Trying to constrain the hero pool of Thai. And we have seen these Human Torch players occasionally get targeted out. That was what happened versus Zero Tenacity yesterday. Smash Nez having their hero pool minimized constantly. It's going to be a protector for Captain America here. And this might actually force out a Psylocke ban from the side of VIRTUS.PRO. They don't want to go up against the Poly-Pokey duo. This addition of Poly and Pokey really was what elevated the former OG roster from a second place, always the bridesmaid, into competing to be the bride.
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO are probably going to want to prioritize having some form of a shield Vanguard 2 next to that ammo, although they have liked putting Nevix onto the Hulk, though Tanuki does like to flex over to the Star-Lord as of late, so having Meteor M in the mix would definitely make it a lot easier to deal with the Galactic Legend as BRBRPATAPIM. Remember that VIRTUS.PRO like targeting out that Cloak and Dagger, and they'll grab them for themselves instead. VIRTUS.PRO and BRBRPATAPIM notably are yet to touch the Punisher, either to ban or to block.
All right, now decisions for VIRTUS.PRO. Do you want to ban the Magneto? Do you want to ban the Psylocke? Could counter ban the Human Torch here. A lot of options open. And it does seem like VIRTUS.PRO might have access to Magneto themselves, but I don't know if they're going to be too keen on running it when we've seen so much value come from Nevix playing the Hulk recently. Going to protect the Psylocke here to make sure that it cannot be target banned. And having a Psylocke often is the greatest answer for the enemy team. Having a fantastic Psylocke player like Pokey, just mark that with Spark, who's always happy to take.
Oh, by the way, people were asking about the Discord yesterday. Exclamation point Discord.
Because they've been able to remove the Captain America, but you absolutely do not allow Sparker access to a Psylocke with an idle aura attached to it. But no, it's going to be the Star-Lord ban. So VIRTUS.PRO get both the Magneto and the Emma and the Luna and the Psylocke. They're very much getting a premier composition coming all through, but it does deviate drastically to the last time these two matched up onto Krakoa, as VIRTUS.PRO's entire composition was based around Torch. Yeah,
the entire thing based around Phi getting value on the Torch, but for those of you who don't know Phi's history in competitive hero shooters, used to be a little bit of a hit scan aimer, a sniper enthusiast. We haven't seen much Black Widow, of course, as she does require that Mantis pocket to really get a huge amount of value. Does have a new team up with the Punisher, but we yet to really see both of those get drawn out. Krakoa is where we are going to start our lower bracket finals here.
Right.
And it feels like both of our teams are going to be sitting at full strength even after the ban phase.
Yeah, Rescomp made it through as well, even though the Star-Lord did not manage to make it through. Adam and Mantis were left untouched. That's a potential avenue of pivot for one of these teams to come on out. But it definitely feels like we're going to be seeing VIRTUS.PRO try to establish this win condition, the final judgment on that Punisher, to potentially play havoc into BRBRPATAPIM when they want to try and play aggressive, although it's going to be up now to Enzo with the reaction check of that Meteor M to shut it down entirely.
All right, speedy rollouts from everybody.
Hey there, John Guy.
Rolling through on that invisible woman as well.
Over on the Twitch.
But will be able to potentially use force physics to create some unpleasant scenarios in conjunction with the feral leap of Tanuki.
Not just that, but having Guardian Shield to be able to block the Meteor M if it comes towards Spy, as well as Dreedro when they're in their animations of their ultimates, as VIRTUS.PRO take the high ground. They know that Tanuki is going to be on Wolverine, Poly and Pokey on the Captain America and the Psylocke, and they don't want to leave one of that backline vulnerable, so stack up it is.
All right, backline already assaulted, but Poly forced to go elsewhere by the culling turret. For now, BRBRPATAPIM, they're just really focusing in.
Hi there, Imod.
Control of this objective as early as possible. Still, a
Emod.
tip-tap-toe coming through from the VIRTUS.PRO Vanguard line. Oh, that's going to be a big grab there. Nevix actually instantly uses their sonic projection to try and peel for themselves midway through that leap, and it seems to have worked for now. Enzo's fallen on the other side. Fire's just pumping out the damage with the assault rifle, and it seems like VIRTUS.PRO, their more patient playstyle, going for the high ground control here, possibly possibly has paid dividends. Still BRBRPATAPIM, even down there Magneto, yet to give away that much invisible boundary drawn up in relation to the incoming damage. And Fincy on the other side might well have got inside the invisible boundary, could have been healed up. And BRBRPATAPIM, now it's time to try and use the Eternal Bond. It's an attempt to shut it down, coming through from 5, focusing in with this final judgment to get as much damage as possible over onto Alex, using the physical cover, and a quick hop into the Dark Force.
Smart.
Is all that they need. Extra damage coming through from the Dance of the Butterflies. That's going to be Pokey picking up 3 final hits, and BRBRPATAPIM with early control.
So much went on to fight. And
Very well done too.
Ultimate coming on out, the bulwark from the Magneto, which meant that it wasn't up and available for when Dance of the Butterflies comes through. Fight gets a little bit too uncomfortable, tries to shotgun.
Polly has ult coming up, so that's a support ult. Playing Val while watching my stream. Awesome. Enjoyed the games.
The Hulk, so they can have the Gamma team up. But when the Wolverine, the Psylocke, and the Captain America try to show up, they've got that immediate burst down with the Gamma Monstro, and that's going to allow the space for Sparker to start getting a little bit more aggressive and force Tanuki back further.
Yeah, making inroads into the back. Polly falling low as well. I believe a passive of Tanuki has been burned. Freedom Charge going to give her that over health, and that's going to be a big pull there. The Force Physics onto VIRTUS.PRO, grabbing them off the high ground. An excellent play by Ken as Enzo floats above it all, and that's a nice right click into the Dark Dimension to dodge the incoming Meteor M. Tanuki stabbed in the back of the head there by Sparker. Gonna need a moment to recover.
Stabbed in the back of the head.
For that one, and now it's a Sonic Seduction from VIRTUS.PRO. Should be able to quickly
we are
turn this one around, but now
watching
EMEA.
EMEA.
The Dance of the Butterflies. Ken's fallen down. Enzo the same.
Lower bracket finals going into the actual finals.
Of the Eternal Bond. Target focus could be everything. Grabbing Alex in, and there it is. The Eternal Bond flown away. Big grab by Fincy. VIRTUS.PRO finally flip, or at least they should do. There's one last player remaining. That's going to be Pokey and Polly. That's going to be the flip.
I don't know if Enzo actually started using the Strange Teleport though. He swapped over to the Doctor Strange, but the Doctor's not in, he's out. And that means that BRBRPATAPIM might not have that one for a couple of fights to go. But with 90% on the point, you have to be more than pleased with the progress you've been able to find. You're going to have a last stand, a Dance of the Butterflies as well, when VIRTUS.PRO's 2 strategists are both down their defensives, which means that everyone has to play Giga stacked up, which feeds into Tanuki's potential with the last stand. The more players that are grouped up, the better the Wolverine gets.
Looking to build up that rage first, of course, and you can get it for free off of these squids if you do allow them to hit you. The approach
hey, thanks for the sub, John guy.
A little bit
Yonge has pledged their allegiance.
A quick smash there onto Ken as well. Tanuki might well be
I saw. Awesome.
Coming through. A large grab though. Oh, and the last stand as well. This starts to cut through real quick, but you have made Nevix angry. Still, Nevix's anger can't save Saipe, can't save Tridro. Spark are doing their best now to try and chase down Pokey. Uses a dash, but the rotations are good. Oh, the cover is broken. Still though, the remainder of VIRTUS.PRO are nowhere to be seen. Spark needs to try and find a health pack. I don't know if we've got time to come back with a TP. It's going to be by the edge of their seat when it comes to this roll through.
No, just a second too late.
And BRBRPATAPIM start off strong on
Yeah, you good. Don't worry about it.
BRBRPATAPIM really showing that the Human Torch target ban paid off dividends. The second that they can get that first point cap, they can literally just have the Captain America, the Psylocke, and the Wolverine, the threat of all 3 of them, forcing VIRTUS.PRO into having to clear their angles, take much slower rotations, as well as sending Sparker to try and duel out the Captain America, which frees up Ken and Alex. Look at the difference in terms of visits to the spawn room. Ken and Alex 1 apiece. Judo and Saipe 2 and 3. The backline has been severely targeted, and it means when BRBRPATAPIM have offensive ultimates and abilities, VIRTUS.PRO don't have the defensives to stand up to them.
I think we heard from Fate the other day in a post-match interview, in his opinion, that BRBRPATAPIM are the best Psy Cap team in the world. Polly and Pokey, the new additions to what was formerly the OG core. We heard from Enzo that these guys were picked up because they grind so bloody hard, and it matches the work ethic of the rest of BRBRPATAPIM. And that might take them all the way to China.
Yeah, Polly's going to have Freedom Charge as well, potentially 10% away from it, so that you can give extra health bar and a new breakpoint to survive.
Again,
he's potentially going to have to be playing
Cap's ult is another support ult, right? So if you have 2 supports and you have a Cap, you basically have 3 support ults to work with.
So they can try and absorb all of the damage coming on through. Dance of the Butterfly Butterflies finds his target, but no one goes down.
Softened up. Enzo only manages to hit a Vanguard there with the Meteor Realm. Now Sparker wants to punish them for potentially being out of position. Plenty of extra HP though. That was given over by the Freedom Charge of Polly. Tanuki starting to deliver here.
Tanuki.
Had nowhere to go. The Dark Force couldn't grasp at the Mutant. And now Nevic's going to be next up on the docket, trying to shut down Fincy before being mind controlled. Manages to avoid the incoming damage. While Alex comes in from another angle and takes down the Vanguard.
Tanuki's so nasty though on the Wolverine.
Butterflies seem to have worked out well.
Yeah,
Hi, Bunkmaster. Do I like Pac-Man? I like the OG. Play it every once in a while. Haven't played it in a while though.
That immediate heal of 250 per second. Nevix is going to be coming out of spawn onto the Hulk, but doesn't have the wall breaker.
It was
just yet. And Saipe, the hand was forced. We've already burned Fate of both worlds, so we don't have the lineup to amplify.
You're getting cooked? Well, yeah, it's gonna be like what, 35 degrees this Monday and Tuesday.
The Invisible Manager does last a little bit less time though, and already we can see Tanuki has been split. There we go. It's a low rage usage of the last stand, and the punishment comes through in the form of the Horn of Proteus. A Terror Cape onto Ken. Look at that absolute perfect target focus from VIRTUS.PRO. The trackers knew exactly what the counterplay was going to be, and he gets shut down in an instant. And now it's into the stalling mode. A big investment here from Pokey. The cross healing should be strong between these strategists, and VIRTUS.PRO are back in control.
Yeah, and VIRTUS.PRO don't really exhaust all of their ultimates for the cost of that Dance of the Butterflies either. Very much playing the bait and switch game, walking out knowing that Tanuki's last stand wouldn't be able to take one of them down permanently, and it allowed them to mark out the Wolverine's position for the Horn of Proteus to just catch him into that earthbound state. And so it's going to have the Meteor, and the Dridro is already out of that Eternal Bond. Saipe is going to be the target of choice for that Magneto, but you can get shielded by the Hulk as Dance of the Butterflies comes on through and stalls like BRBRPATAPIM's approach once more. That's Nevix's bubble though, burned.
Fresh dance just dropped. No need for bubbles now. Time to get violent as the rage consumes Nevix. The Swede is drawn into the backline, and the Eternal Bond will buy some space for BRBRPATAPIM as they try to take themselves over to the point. Instantly grabbed by the Wolverine. Percentage damage, cares little for a 1.5k health pool, and that's good value there from the side of Tanuki. An instant
ooh, so close.
The fate of both worlds means that Enzo gets very little off the back of the Meteor Realm. Actually going to be taken down potentially off the back of a Terror Cape incoming from
ooh,
the back.
Nice bubble. Nice bubble from Enzo.
Charge means that everyone can survive the Horn of Proteus as it rolls on through. VIRTUS.PRO still in control, but Polly in the back is an absolute menace to deal with. Into the Eternal Bond, it deals with the meager damage of the Captain America, and the Sonic Seduction could be.
I feel like BRBRPATAPIM has been playing a lot better today. Like even from the first round, they've been doing pokey. They've been doing a lot better than the previous two games. Like they won against VIRTUS.PRO already once. Oh, bye.
Ken, the perfect push. Stops Spark delivering the damage off the back of that, but Tanuki's got no such issues.
But they seem to be doing a lot better today. They're a lot more cohesive.
Sparker exiled momentarily, but BRBRPATAPIM reclaim control.
It's a long fight though. One that BRBRPATAPIM, if they lose one more fight, they're not going to have the opportunity. If they go down staggered, one of them can Strange Portal, but if it's a full team wipe, then we go next round over towards Carousel. Fi's going to actually swap over to the Wolverine himself just to play counter grab for when Polly tries to jump on through and create the space for Pokey to come on out with the Dance of the Butterflies. As VIRTUS.PRO, they know they don't have the ultimates right now to go toe-to-toe with their opponents. Nevix even onto the thing too. We're going to be playing full damage reduction.
Fastball special, good to go as well. Or a cosmic fastball, I believe, and it's the Thing who's throwing. VIRTUS.PRO, they've got to burn through quite a bank of ultimates here from the side of BRBRPATAPIM.
This is going to be a lengthy time bank too. By going for the ultimate poke charge, they're allowing the point percentage to creep closer. Down to the Butterflies is the first to come out. Enzo trying to catch the tail end of it with the Meteor M is not able to find the pick though. Pokey survives and Polly is still holding on to the Freedom Charge. BRBRPATAPIM are going to be able to sustain.
They still have a
with Eternal Bond and outlive and out-sustain VIRTUS.PRO side.
Dangerous.
Oh, let's take down Polly before the comes through. Indeed, there's no time to hit the Q here, but Nevix has been traded out on the other side. Sonic Seduction, Fincy just cannot find the value right now. Tanuki down to a singular little flick of HP that remains. Enzo going to be the main target here. Big grab onto Pokey. Tanuki. Oh, even with the feral charge itself around the Guardian Shield, the damage is not going to be fatal when Sparker starts to deliver that dance macabre. But for VIRTUS.PRO, it's all hands on deck. Every gun firing. Send everything. Send everyone. 100% all.
Oh, so close.
Hit the deck before it becomes 1-1. This is going the distance.
Brilliant coverage of the Eternal Bond coming on through from Dridro just to permanently invade into the backline of BRBRPATAPIM. So even if it does go to a brawl on the point itself, no strategists can help out the side of their team, and VIRTUS.PRO will just be able to live and see themselves over towards Carousel. We talked about the fact that this could potentially go the distance, and it absolutely is. Nevix is going to be sticking with the thing, it appears, as well, as they might have been able to crack how to deal with this Captain America, with this Psylocke, remove the movement abilities. If the Yancey Street Charge comes on through, that puddle that gets left on the ground itself, that denies any movement.
A puddle of fear for anyone who relies on that for an escape. A Captain America, a Wolverine, potentially a Psylocke, most definitely. And Nevix was one of the first thing merchants we saw after his release. We saw VIRTUS.PRO pivoting to a group ban meta back then and really exploiting what the thing could do in the front line.
And exploiting as well the fact that Enz is going to be on this range, so that all of your damage goes directly through the shield, directly through the portal. BRBRPATAPIM go. Holy's got Freedom Charge. They want to just start it out with Brawl because they know they've got the upper hand.
Yeah, unbelievable Terror Cape value. I think it hit 4 or 5 members of VIRTUS.PRO off the back of that. Great coordination between Enzo and Alex. And Alex, definitely a member of BRBRPATAPIM, but deserves so much love, but often doesn't get it because we're just focusing in on how effective the Vanguard players and the duelists are.
Watch out for the Eye of Agamotto.
But like,
up by that
you do have to like
the dance of the butterflies.
understand that the reason why they're able to do all of that is because players like Alex assist, where they're just overpowered in their support, right?
By Pokey, seems like it's going to require a big response in the form of the Fate of Both Worlds. Enzo, overwhelmed, had started off on that more vulnerable Doctor Strange to begin with. Tanuki might well be grabbed off the point here. The extra jump pack from the rocket being put to good use. Doesn't want to use for teleport. Is able to get into the Eternal Bond that was laying down. That's a 4-person last stand, I believe, coming through from Tanuki. Oh, what a great start there from BRBRPATAPIM.
Enzo is off of the Strange onto the Magneto. Knew that he wouldn't be able to pull off the Eye of Agamotto with Finzi.
Hello,
on the
Honored One.
Carbon Crush, a constant worry for you to contest with. As BRBRPATAPIM are still in control of this point, but VIRTUS.PRO are coming in with their ultimates, and they can potentially decide to cash all of them in just to grab the flip.
Yeah, big danger here for Ken and Alex. Going to be looking towards that right click from Alex to try and shield people away. Fi now rolling inside of the Eternal Bond. Tanuki forced to back off for now. Does have that secondary life from the regenerative healing factor. Big last stand. Oh, Sparker picks up 3 on the follow through. And while it was both of their duelist ultimates and an Eternal Bond, VIRTUS.PRO walk away with control.
Yeah, they've got Clobbering Time and Psionic Seduction too, so those can be used together pretty brutally. As without the Doctor Strange, there is no one from BRBRPATAPIM other than Alex getting a good Dark Teleportation off that can survive getting hit by those. Polly and Pokey, though, going to be building up to the ultimates so that they can hit into the backline and try and turn VIRTUS.PRO's heads to split the attention too many ways that they can't take advantage.
But that's not
of all of
the reason why you're using it.
Polly just making some pokes in here early, heads over towards the back line, but going to 5. That's not the ideal customer you want as a Captain America. He'll carve through you real quick. Vibranium rarely beats Adamantium. And Sparker just working the margins, building up towards another ultimate super quickly. Yancey Street Charge comes on through. Clobbering Time gets both Ken and Alex. The invisible boundary can't be brought up now as Ken's already fallen on down. Pokey falling low in their own right. Nevix has to disengage to try and get away from all the damage. Up. Oh, that's going to be side pen found by Enzo. An unbelievable clutch. Fincy taken out midway through their psionic seduction. Despite the early loss of Ken, BRBRPATAPIM seem to be turning this one around. And now Sparker's the last to fall.
Enzo really utilizing the CC immunity frames on the Meteor M to huge value to dodge out of Finzy's Psionic Seduction and then track down where Saipe was hiding, trying to build up.
But the reason why he uses melee or on occasion his shield is to animation cancel.
They're going to have Fate of Both Worlds now, as well as that Eternal Bond to try and aggressively make a play. As Fi is over towards the Iron Fist to try and deal with the Captain America this time.
The Iron Fist is a rarity, recently kind of nerfed to heck and back. Fincy utilized for diamond form, not too much gained off the back of a carbon.
If you use it at the right time while you reload, it allows you to stop the full reload animation, allowing you to attack faster. If you're doing it during the fight, you actually cancel the full throw animation, so you go throw melee, throw melee.
And this still all eyes on Tanuki. One ultimate here. Oh, it is beautiful. Sparker and Saipan burn before the rage of the Wolverine.
Deeper down,
Get that much off the back of VIRTUS.PRO, wiped off the board, and BRBRPATAPIM start their journey to China strong.
And the two duelists, both Pokey and Tanuki, burn their ultimates at the same time because they know if they get a full team wipe, VIRTUS.PRO don't have the time to swap someone over to Strange and teleport back in. It is go big or, well, lose the map potentially to the fight that comes afterwards. Wonderful game sense to understand that in that fight, you really can't afford to just cash it all out.
All right, quick MVP coming through for Alex.
Hi, Cindy. How you doing?
Looking in on our stats right now, 40k healing for Alex. But wowee, so much damage from Pokey here, playing just the raw Psylocke. Both of our Psylocks are at the top of the
On
game
average, if
right
there's
now,
not a
putting up
Luna on your
26 and
team,
28K
Cloak and Dagger will
respectively.
most likely have the highest healing done.
Sparker on the Psylocke, a lot of his time, we're even going to see it here, is trying to chase down either the Wolverine so that you can find the pick off of a really nice Carbon Crush coming out that from Finzy, or you're trying to chase the Captain America away from your back line, as you really do have
What am I
to
going
worry
with?
about the follow-up that Polly will be bringing with him if the Captain
Hellfire.
America shows up. The Psylocke or a Wolverine are sure to follow shortly after.
Down a map, VIRTUS.PRO coming in to Ignite. Everybody had them a tier above. They hadn't lost a single series in an official. And now with their life and their land ticket on the line, they've lost the first map. It's a best of 5. There's breathing room here. And, well, I did have my complaints before that maybe domination isn't their best mode. They really need to get some big value out of convoy and convergence.
It felt as well like they were trying to run through so many potential solutions.
Husband says, I don't know you, but hi.
Well,
husband, I don't know you either, but hi.
Stuck with what they knew. And even
You're
if they
pretty
lost a
good.
couple
I'm
of fights, they'd be
not
able to
yet
win
burning up.
one
That's gonna be
important
tomorrow.
one
Tomorrow and the
then
day after.
retain that space afterwards, and it meant that we saw
Def
the Finn
Immortality
come in
and
from
Magic.
Mavics, we saw the Hulk as well. We saw a little bit of the Gamma team up coming on through with the Namor, trying to utilize the Horn of Proteus to put a stop to the movements that Tanuki was able to find, and it felt like they would win maybe one.
I don't know
fight
if I
and
would
it
go
would
for
work a
Immortality.
little bit, and
I
then
had to
BRBRPATAPIM
choose.
would just adjust how they played into it entirely.
Because that would mean that
and
eventually
VIRTUS.PRO
you
would have
get
to go
bored
back
with
to the
life, but
drawing
you
board,
can't
which means that
die.
if you're constantly swapping heroes, yeah, it shows how flexible your hero pools are, but it means your ultimate charges are being reset to a maximum of 50% every time.
I mean, maybe it's a little bit of a new play, but like if you're going up against the best Psylocke Cap team in the world and they protect Cap, maybe we gotta ban that Psylocke. I mean, Spark is always down for a Psylocke duel and was getting one over on Pokey quite a few times, but just the combined pressure that Polly Pokey put out is sublime.
Hello,
We'll
Hans.
see if a solution can be found by VIRTUS.PRO after this break.
Yeah. You'd never be bored if you had magic. You say that. But eventually.
Judge, jury, executioner!
So we shall see if VIRTUS.PRO is able to win from BRBRPATAPIM, or if BRBRPATAPIM is going to go to the finals. And if they are going to go to the finals, they are going to go to China as well. So regardless of if they win or lose the finals, they're going to go to the World Championship game. And I think that's next week. Brad, meanwhile, is probably just looking at these matches going like, huh, okay. Wouldn't have thought. Interesting. Also, if I'm correct, there's like a 3 or 4 minute delay between what we're seeing and what's actually going on in these matches. They're about to lock in, yeah.
BRBRPATAPIM get to start our series showing off their best looks. Polly and Pokey on the Captain America and Psylocke. You couldn't ask for more, Mox.
Yeah, and we're asking potentially for a Psylocke ban, but Harry, here's the troubling thing about the last time these two teams matched up. It went 5 maps. Not a single time did VIRTUS.PRO actually ban out the Psylocke. They went for the Captain America, but they left the Psylocke on the plate permanently.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, Polly is just very annoying and very hard to get rid of on that Captain America, and maybe they feel that it's a lot easier to get rid of Pokey on the Psylocke because they can just Sparker go frag, you know? Send Sparker to try and take that 1v1, and Sparker often wins those, as we saw towards the tail end of the Grove. But we'll have to see as we go into map number 2, which is going to be VP's choice, what the adjustment is going to be.
Yeah, I wonder if they take us to Araco. There has been the place that we've seen Tanuki's
Midtown
come for the most, but it's actually going to be Convoy of Midtown that they decide to take us to. Even though the last time we did see them being able to hold Araco and it being one of their favorite maps that they themselves have talked about, as BRBRPATAPIM continue to show that they are going to target out Fi's Torch over and over and over. It really looks like BRBRPATAPIM came to the conclusion that Fi's Torch was the thing that stopped them from being able to win maps.
Seems like the prevailing theory is thick thigh end lives. And indeed, he do sometimes. And there's the early protect, of course, onto Captain America. Now VIRTUS.PRO in a little bit of a sticky situation. Maybe they could go for an early protect here. They usually go for an early protect onto the EMEA.
Hey, Darkside, hi. How you doing?
Something like a Loki.
Sleepy cat.
Could be.
Yeah, maybe that's how you deal
she's
with
always
the Psylocke.
sleepy.
You let the Psylocke through, but you save the Loki so you can have both the doppelgangers as well as the regeneration domain, a cooldown which is just as, if not better, than a whole strategist ultimate, given the fact that it prevents the one-shot capacity from coming on from things like a Magneto. As BRBRPATAPIM see that it's been a strategist save and immediately swipe away a Vanguard.
Okay, now the question is, do you ban Emma again? Or do you allow for the Emma Mag to go through? You can invest both your bans towards that, but then you're going up against the Loki Luna backline, which can be undesirable.
BRBRPATAPIM hungry over.
Potentially incoming here from VIRTUS.PRO. Ah, interesting.
Psylocke?
Maybe.
Psylocke.
That was
this could be where you,
that's this vibe.
Where you like try and force the protect on the Invisible Woman from BRBRPATAPIM.
Maybe, yeah, so that VIRTUS.PRO, they're really heavily going after the strategist. We heard from Nazareno in the interview that he thinks it's not really worth going for the Vanguard bans coming on out, purely off of how flexible a lot of these tank players are coming
I can't read your name, but hi.
VIRTUS.PRO will be saving the Amethyst, so even though they're not going to be able to get the Magneto, potentially, unless BRBR want to remove
you're up for another one? Good luck.
Maybe make it a little bit harder for a dive to come out. And
I don't think you're allowed to stream while you're actually playing the game.
I thought we would potentially see the Hulk ban too, so that you couldn't have the Gammas and
Mantis Protect. Interesting.
Since VIRTUS.PRO, it feels like their default composition as of late has been Emma Hulk as their Vanguard lineup.
And they're like, this is the adaptation we saw last time. Like VIRTUS.PRO, I think they went for the Mantis ban instead of the Adam ban, similar to their previous ban phase against BRBR on Hell's Heaven, where they went for all the strategists. Okay, so now the Mantis might be a little bit less playable unless you're going to go for like a Mantis Ultron Invisible Woman.
Yeah, I feel like BRBRPATAPIM are gonna be able to go for Mantis, Ultron, Invis. So
Shades of
this
Asia,
torch
really.
I think you were allowed to do it in the earlier stages, but not in the
Prevailing
playoffs.
Fury coming on through that maybe some of these teams would pick up inspiration coming on through from the Asia region, which has loved dive compositions as well as pocket picks with Captain America, Ultron, and Torch coming on through. And BRBRPATAPIM definitely feel the closest in identity to one of those teams. So it's not surprising that would be a pivot, given the fact that VIRTUS.PRO immediately removed the Adam Warlock, having probably horrible flashbacks to the last time they played them on this very map.
Not much. How about you?
Let's see if they've been watching their Gen G or Reject VODs. Picking up some tricks here and there, but feels like BRBRPATAPIM probably are our strongest, like, core identity team in EMEA. They really do love their go fast dive.
By the way, I saw a video on Russian cursive the other day, and it literally looks like when you're a kid and you're trying to, like,
Poki's a very accurate player.
for the most part, it's gonna be watching this, depending on how much time's left over. We might also play some games.
Yeah, I think you do have to worry though from a
Thanks for that sub, Darkside.
Both the Punisher and the Winter Soldier made it through in terms of duelist potentials. But then again, Tanuki will be shielded both by Imperative Firewall and that Guardian Shield, as we can actually see Sparker starting off on the Winter Soldier so that he has the Bionic Hook, as well as Tainted Voltage to potentially clip a wing from that flyer coming on through. But first, he has to win the lane duel between Pokey on the Psylocke.
Just keeping Poki at bay here could be everything. Just the buying that space for Druidro and Saipair. You can see already the regeneration domain seems to have been used here. Oh, Ken's been never extended though.
Maybe. Again, depends on how much time there's left, right?
Mechanically gifted Vanguard player. You know he's going to be absolutely pouring out damage on this Magneto.
Saipai too. All of the spam damage has been coming out from the flyers. Has been able to channel it into Cut Off Mischief Charge. We're 9% away from the first ultimate. It feels like VIRTUS.PRO only just started the map.
Shades of the old metas here from VIRTUS.PRO, and to be fair, maybe the old meta is a bit of comfort for VIRTUS.PRO. This was where they were essentially undefeated, except now they have a little bit of additional frontline power in the form of the Fincy Emma Frost.
Tanuki is going to have Rage of Ultron, but you don't want to use that alone. Maybe it's just to force out that God of Mischief coming on through. That's Regen Domain and God of Mischief all at the same time. Saipa utilizes the shift into the Lunar Snow, gets a huge ice arts off inside a small room, and BRBRPATAPIM, more than satisfied with the ultimate that they've been able to bait out, are just going to hold themselves back.
Yeah, just having to use that Fate of Both Worlds towards the end, because otherwise it would have been lost as Saipa's
Thank you for joining the legend,
of course, there's a
the
lot of
dark
value just in the
side.
vanilla clone of
Thanks
the,
for
of the
telling me,
Emma Frost,
GLaDOS.
of the Lunar Snow, rather, as she does have great vanilla gameplay without any ultimate. Using the Aegis shield here just to try and protect everybody from the incoming Sonic Seduction. This is a dangerous time to be Sparker. Kicked into the wall, the second Fate of Both Worlds now coming forth. Oh, it's like the times of old. She's actually focusing on allowing damage here as fires up at maximum rage. Big dunk coming through. Alex's invisible boundary shut on down. Ken's not going to be long for this. Well, the Trooper's fist is what finishes this song as Sparker just pumps his fist to the beat, and VIRTUS.PRO holding strong.
There was a little bit of a min-max coming on through from BRBR though. Pokey started off on the Psylocke, has actually now swapped over to the Ultron, retained 50% charge, it has another Rage of Ultron. Tanuki, who was on the Ultron, is now on the Torch. He's going to get the Supernova, and Rage of Ultron has
can't grab Ultron.
If you get grabbed out by fire, the cast of it, Pokey loses the ult.
Unbelievable value there from Fire, showing they're not just a Human Torch player. Another big grab coming through. Man, Alex has been so on top of it. With
I
his
thought he
torches
didn't get
when
it,
comes
but
to
apparently he did.
healing, even if it did not save the ultimate of the Ultron. Tanuki feeling rather.
I mean, you build it
unwarranted,
fast
and
enough as
Poker really
Ultron,
comes
so
in
it
his
shouldn't
way
be
as he
too
rains
much of a
down
loss.
fire from above, raising the temperature for VIRTUS.PRO. Polly's approach has been noted here by the Wolverine, and Sparker looking to see what they can do with a Tainted Voltage. Knock someone out of the sky, put them into a waiting arms to the remainder of the Polar Bears. Saipai instantly has to use the God of Mischief, popping out the Fate of Both Worlds. Enzo overwhelmed. Now BRBRPATAPIM, they only have 50 seconds remaining. Pokey finally popped out the Rage of Ultron, but already the damage had been done. Ken's been overwhelmed. Polly can't stand up to the damage that Fire's bringing to the table, and Pokey, the disengage here is going to be very perilous. Tanuki's come through on the Black Panther. The emergency button's been pressed.
I wouldn't necessarily call him
Even swapping over to the
technical
rocket so that we've
character,
got the BRV station.
but he does require you to know when to dash out, when to dash in, when to protect yourself, how often you need to switch around your drone.
The overwhelming lead in terms of ultimates, and Tanuki's Black Panther loses one of its 9 lives to the meteor.
A second life Now onto those. The BRB is used. Enzo doesn't get too much off the back of a Sonic Seduction here. A quick grab onto Nevik, shielding them off from the healing. Grabbing the Sentience as well, but from the back it's the last stand that doesn't seem to do that much damage. Now it's time for Tanuki to feast. So many Vibranium marks. It's all that you could ask for when it comes to resetting that Spirit Rend. Gets quickly mind controlled, and Spark is there for the execution at the end. Pokey with the culling turrets, laying down so much damage, but now we're into overtime, and VIRTUS.PRO still are doing so much damage. Enzo's already down. Pokey has to stand against the Tide alone, and while they will get Sparker, there's no more than that to be claimed by BRBRPATAPIM. Additional damage from the fate of both worlds. The second world has come on through. Tanuki is going to come on through with Spirit Rends, reset after reset, moving quickly with Blast Descent. All they can take out for now, though, is a couple of clones, a couple of doppelgangers, and they're rewarded for their absolute intractability by the Fincy grab. Beaming down, we see the only thing remaining, and while it is a spirited attempt at the end from BRBRPATAPIM, they've managed to find Dro, they've managed to find Saipe. BRBRPATAPIM, unbelievable clutches.
Overwhelm them with numbers and numbers alone. The respawns are right there. Pick a hero who can move into a fight fast, grab a rockets with one player falls prematurely. They're immediately back into the mix. And now BRBRPATAPIM have been able to pick up distance. They've got the Feast of the Abyss. They're not going to have any way of amplifying that damage to have it have the potential of a pick. But maybe they can use it to take out some of Saipe's doppelgangers coming on through. As Fire with the Last Stand is something that BRBRPATAPIM have to contest with. If they all get grabbed off of the objective, the map ends now.
Spirit Rend still off of cooldown. Fire taken down as they place themselves on the point. You can see the Sentience grab right there.
And then Pokey almost has ult again.
Fate of both worlds rolling through. Saipe not going to be taken down by the Feast of the Abyss. Enzo can't quite get the value off the back of it, but can still try and make the engagement happen. Pokey moves on forward. The final judgment could be what saves them here. And then Nevix, they can't get the value off the Meteor Rim. It must have been a Guardian Shield that got in the way. A second Fate of both worlds. All in here for VIRTUS.PRO. They want to stop this defense here and now. But BRBRPATAPIM, they're not feeling overly threatened. The damage isn't there. Sonic Seduction could be the turnaround. A culling turret once again dragged
smart turret,
Pokey,
smart turret, smart turret.
Shades of the old world that are once again flashing before my eyes. The culling aura, it needs to be finished. The resets aren't there. It's Polly in the back, dodging the bionic hook as it comes on through. And Saipe's been taken down. Tanuki, it's always Tanuki. When BRBRPATAPIM demand a hero, the Black Panther shows his face and attempted a chase down from Sparker. The healing's coming through, but there's no one to contest. BRBRPATAPIM, stay alive.
Okay, heroes of the hour. Alex, Guardian Shield blocking Meteor M for Pokey on the Punisher culling tower. Absolutely huge. Being able to get the invis boundary too.
That was so big. It looked like they weren't going to win that, and then all of a sudden they bring out the speedy heroes and they win that.
A little bit literal in the case of the rocket roundabout now, as VIRTUS.PRO must be tearing their hair out. They thought that they took away the potential of a sustained composition with res bands, but no, BRBRPATAPIM have found a way. The Abyss gets grabbed by the bionic hook from Sparker and sent packing all the way back to spawn. And BRBRPATAPIM though still keeping the payload moving, safe behind the Punisher turret with that Guardian Shield, and Tanuki is just being the frontline core that VIRTUS.PRO have to turn their attention to deal with first.
Oh, and there's so little time. Only a minute and a half remain because of how long it took to get through first here. Fire just trying to make sure that any poly engages heavily taxed. Invisible boundary and the metallic bulwark come on out. The MVP treatment from BRBRPATAPIM to try and keep their Captain America alive and punching. Just dodging in and out now. The
alive and punching. Well, yeah, that's basically Captain America, right?
Impact in the back pocket. Polly in towards the back. Can escape from a...
Ooh, Tanuki went Wolverine.
I believe that's a big grab coming through from Tanuki onto Nevix. Enzo's there with a final hit that was needed to try and put Magneto to bed, but Polly's traded out on the other side.
Yeah, old man needed his nap.
This entire time.
They've been bowling as well. Ultimates to pocket the final judgment, and now out it comes. Out goes the bulwark. There's the sea amplifying all of that damage. The regeneration domain comes on through from Saipe, so they can aggressively try and jump upon this Punisher.
Yeah, you had to.
Enzo with the Meteor M tries to hold the space and absorb all of the damage coming Pokey's way, and BRBRPATAPIM have been able to live, but it's temporary. But Tanuki, he's in the back, he's off the Panther, he's got the Lunar Snow. Trigger almost goes down, but the peel is there.
Oh, Pokey gets resurrected by the BRB as well. This could be a little bit of a stagger. Towards the end, you can see Nevix just slowly rolling up until the Iron Volley grabs him. They got a TP.
They've got a TP. They can go all the way behind. This is what they did the last time that VIRTUS.PRO tried to hold a defense of Midtown, and they're going to just try and jump potentially on one of those strategists. Saipe and Dridro both don't have their ultimates. They're trying to find a pick as immediately Polly comes out with the Freedom Charge, aggressively claiming so much space.
Sparker isolated, needs to be given the metallic bulwark meter around. Where do you put it? There are so many shields in the way, sending it towards the Rocket Raccoon, who takes to the skies to avoid the incoming spicy meatball. Tanuki in the back, super low, I believe, does not have their passive to try and play with. But Pokey's got themselves a shooting gallery now with the culling turret. Finty might find themselves overwhelmed. It's down to Fi now with the last stand. Surely no more chokes from the side of VIRTUS.PRO. All he needs is one good ultimate to shut this down first. Polly's already down. Fi to only have a couple of moments of HP. Enzo has been taken down as well. BRBRPATAPIM, their front line has been demolished, but a new front line has been gained in the fall of Pokey. Tainted voltage racks through his veins. He's shocked in place. The remainder of BRBRPATAPIM have got to be on this cart at all times. Tanuki hit with the culling aura. There's no passive to play off. Only the heals can try and sustain them. Sparker reigns over
Milcasters Moxie.
King, but in the end, the demand for blood and execution gets past any local ordnance. A hold in the underground, but BRBRPATAPIM are going to be thanking their lucky stars for this.
I mean, they got so much distance. So much distance. It really did feel like it was going to be a spawn hold, but even that last fight, there's so much intelligence that goes into how they played it. Tanuki, all the way out on third, was just playing bait to draw Sparker away so that the Tainted Voltage couldn't actually connect onto the core of players from BRBRPATAPIM, since he was so close to the Kraken Impact, and Kraken Impact is not an ultimate you want to go against in overtime.
No, it is not.
An Invis boundary and a Sia coming on from your Rocket and
Moon Knight? Okay.
Even then, Alex is able to get the invisible boundary up. They try to make a play. Pokey goes on through with the final judgment, with the window of grace.
Is it gonna go through though?
Tanuki had provided free from the attention of the Winter Soldier, but it is not to be. No picks come on through. A huge last stand as well, coming out from Fi, being able to grab the Doctor Strange of Enzo, and even the Guardian Shield coming through from
Naraka Blade Point
to keep the Vanguard up.
I believe Saipe is currently on track for about 50k heals per 10.
Nice.
A little bit ludicrous right now, the stat lines. Admittedly for Pokey, 16 and 6 currently. Getting a lot of A13,
Harry,
which is pretty strong.
I believe that's a Jeff silhouette outside the door.
Lab what?
I'm pretty sure that BRBRPATAPIM's back.
Also, I agree with him. And Sad Skelly.
And the Rocket coming in for
welcome.
There it is. We're going for a close hold. We're going for as much delay as possible. VIRTUS.PRO do have Sparker out on the Moon Knight already, though, so there's going to be a lot of Ank bounces inside that small room.
25 more HP, baby. He's super playable now. Out goes the Crescent Blade. Alex falls down. Remember the AoE off the back of those iron volleys as well. It's not to be underestimated. First resurrection comes on through. Tanuki and Enzo not going to be quite so lucky as Fi starts to erode the space with the adamantium claw strikes.
Yeah, Ken on this Rocket Raccoon isn't really getting the value of heals they're looking for, given the fact that Fi is quite literally grabbing players from BRBRPATAPIM and escorting them off of the premises of the AoE heals. However, BRBRPATAPIM do have Enzo on the Strange, so they're going to be waiting for that Doctor Strange teleport to come on for VIRTUS.PRO. They're wise to it, though. They're going to be anticipating, and indeed, there it is. The immediate reaction, no one goes down early.
Okay.
Grab there. Onto Polly. Seems like Polly's mostly going to be surviving. They have to be careful with how they're playing around this portal, as it is going to soon close.
Lost another one? Oh no.
BRBRPATAPIM. A big attempted grab. I think that
Valorant not treating you well today.
The other side of it for now. Out come the regeneration domains for additional survivability, but none are going to be onto Finsu, who gets grabbed out by Tanuki. Kraken Impact still available if you want to invest it here. Pokey's putting out so much damage though. All in
well, I would like to see BRBRPATAPIM actually win.
Isn't afflicted with the culling aura. No reset here for Spark.
If only because VIRTUS.PRO has been the undefeated champions.
And you can see the damage boost comes through as well. Saipe's just nasty with it, man.
Well, no
see, now just because you can get out of bronze doesn't mean the game's dead, Adam.
Oh, that is a brutal saga, given the fact that Pokey has the ultimate. BRBRPATAPIM were relying on being able to pair
Shaking my head, dude. Shaking my head.
VIRTUS.PRO now have a huge window that they can get this payload through without any contests. BRBRPATAPIM know that they can't afford to have that invis boundary burned out until.
I mean, you don't have to play ranked to be able to enjoy a game.
Nevix. Poking away, Meteor Ram in the back pocket. You need to use to try and shut down that final judgment, but you know that there is going to be a Guardian Shield available. Where's the follow-up? Oh, Never just gets the Meteor Ram just gets blown up, and Pokey grabs him thereafter. VIRTUS.PRO have already had to call this one. It's unwinnable without your mag.
No invis boundary needed either. That's huge for Alex, who's going to be able to save it to match wits with either Druid or Fate of both worlds, or potentially cover the team in terms of sustainability.
This is the lower bracket finals.
The seduction coming on through from Finzi. Spark is going to have a Kraken impact too, but with a minute and a half left on the clock, VIRTUS.PRO could very well see that time bank diminish.
So after this, it's going to be the grand finals for EMEA.
Sonic Seduction already used Guardian Shield in front of a culling turret.
That is true. It has lots of bots. However, when you're in a bot match, it usually is very obvious. However, in the bots defense, there are also people that somehow play like bots.
Full walk coming through from Enzo, who still has their Meteor Rem if it's going to be needed. Here it comes. Maybe an attempt to try and shut down one of these strategists already taken away. Good use of the Aegis. Enzo dragged.
Bye, Enzo.
And there's no chance to save that.
No one cares, Adam.
Now for Sparker with the Kraken impact. What do you invest upon? Tanuki looking in towards the back. Sparker's invested here, but there's going to be so much damage coming through from a final judgment. Pokey could be everything. Flies down. Sparker 2. Nevix joins them soon. VIRTUS.PRO off the big investment. A rebuff by BRBRPATAPIM.
The suppressing fire of the final judgment.
Oh, this should be interesting.
Momentum as well as finding the picks that BRBRPATAPIM were looking for. Fi and Sparker now not going to have their ultimates. Nevix so close to immediate M. Finzi as well, almost going to have one, but do they get the opportunity to use it? As Polly on the Captain America can potentially just stop them from getting to push. It's overtime. The
I dig me, Potter.
To keep a presence on cut, that frees up the backline to get looked at.
Don't worry, he just wants to look like a big boy.
On the board, it's going to come down to raw mechanical know-how. Fi starting off for the culling turret's already down. Tanuki falling low, still has the passive to try and work with, and the healer's attention is good for the moment. Finzi might be overwhelmed. There's Vasi is built up so quickly. The regeneration remains nowhere near at the moment. Nevix had to use his bubble for himself. Oh, Luna can't keep up. The Vanguards
oh no, Luna!
They look so good.
Oh no, Dridra tried to save him.
Fi's already down, and look who's got yet another ultimate. It's
oh no, Dridra tried to save.
Through delivering justice and delivering supremacy.
Tried to save the mag, but the mag got yoinked.
BRBRPATAPIM getting the better of Midtown yet again. Even though the first original stagger hold was broken in spawn by the Moon Knight coming on through, the strange teleport was also broken immediately, but it bought them so much time off of the clock. 3 fights minimum is all that you need. It's not about quality of fights on the defense, it's about quantity of them until you get to that.
Aw, Adam, are you salty because you've been losing game after game after game, so now you're going to say that Overwatch is better?
They just weren't able to, like you said.
Oh, Pookie! Aww.
The payload, actually, the LOS, blocks it from being able to apply over after Tanuki had been able to find the grab and carry them deep to enemy territory. Even the Loki regeneration domains.
Oh, sweet baby thinks that he's important.
Form of hold over the space when BRBRPATAPIM are in full control.
Pick someone, give him a hug.
I like that. Let that be a notice to you. Don't flame the rocket players in your games, because if Ken
try
can
to
do
main
it,
Jeff the
you
Land
can
Shark.
do it too, right? And this is the same fix they had on Hell's Heaven against VIRTUS.PRO last time when we saw this full.
Not gonna lie, while I don't like the Jeff rework, if you have a good Jeff on your team,
so many heals for Sia, it works so well in conjunction with the final judgment, because how can you shoot them both at once? It's such an aggro draw, but it just provides extra survivability to Pokey as well as the extra damage output.
Yeah, and VIRTUS.PRO, like, they were trying so hard on their attack, especially when we went to those last couple of fights.
They kind of nerfed him into the ground, in my opinion. They went a little bit too far with the changes.
And Alex just holds on to it. They know that VIRTUS.PRO still have the Kraken impact coming through. Then finally the invis boundary gets forced.
Yeah, because usually when people play Jeff now, they just stand somewhere and just spray into a fight. So it's like, eh.
And the second that the Kraken impact
Who's my
comes on
favorite
through,
character? Loki.
All of a sudden, you've got a Punisher ult sounding off on the main road, and VIRTUS.PRO can't give any of the resources that Sparker would require to convert that Kraken impact into a first point take. And VIRTUS.PRO, like, they tried so hard. They knew if they just threw their ultimates into one specific fight, they would still be able to have so much momentum to push forward into second that they'd be able to build those back. And BRBRPATAPIM just did such a good job of absorbing all of the pressure and still holding onto resources for the fight that came afterwards.
Unbelievable fight planning and mechanical excellence from the side of BRBRPATAPIM. They are one map, Mox, from not only going to China but knocking out VIRTUS.PRO. The team everyone said going into this tournament was the best in the world. Can they BRBR make it all the way? Find out after this break.
Look, honey, sweetie, baby, I know that you're trying to be important here, but tone it down a little bit. You're not the main character. Maybe you have your own life and your own little circle of friends, but you are not. I know that the internet, like, makes people think that they're important. Settle down.
Bad, eh, can't shoot?
Yeah, they're on YouTube. Also, quite frankly, I think they're trying to rage bait and it's not exactly working. They're trying to be a big boy with their the small boy energy. No, I'm talking about your whole interaction. Boy, calm your fucking tits, dear lord. If I find people, then I find people. But generally, usually, regardless of what game I play, my god, it's a woman! Run, we've lost! Is what I get, so. Because men think that they're important, then they hear my voice, and then they think that, you know, they have to be like that. So I try not to use voice chat, because the moment I do, people have already accepted that they've lost. So I had to stick to the ping system.
Tanuki Glazer Nation, how are we feeling right now? The BRBRPATAPIM heads are rising up, and so too are the team 2-0 here. For VIRTUS.PRO Mox, it's reverse sweep or fall.
I mean, you say to
I will try eventually, just not at this point.
Rocket Raccoon, I lost track of the amount of right backs Tanuki was taking on. Every single time VIRTUS.PRO finally managed to bring the Panther down, he just got right back up again. And like the thing about Rocket Raccoon's BRB station too, you can
Adulting takes precedence. But yeah, they're all over on YouTube. I don't think anymore.
A bullet to revisit the spawn room faster.
Yeah, the resetting cooldown on that certainly does have some value. Pokey as well, getting unbelievable value out of the out of a Punisher. I think we saw like 3 final judgments in like 2.5 minutes, which
Oh,
is
we'll definitely want to try it at least
that's the other
once.
side to pumping out as much healing as a Luna and Loki do. Yeah, that translates into a lot of damage done on the other side.
Yeah, and I mean, Pokey's culling turrets as well, just really giving VIRTUS.PRO pause to stop, which then fed into what Tanuki was able to pull off too.
Tried to prove
because
myself.
If everyone's having to
I don't
hide
have to
away
prove
from
myself to
opponents from
anyone.
Very small spaces. Well, Panthers, if I fits, I sits. That's exactly what Tanuki is thinking. Instead of I sits, I spear throw. I get all of my resets, and I get to dash through every single one of your team.
If I fits, I murders.
It's got to be a reflective moment here for VP. They had such an indomitable throne in EMEA, perhaps in the world. Everyone considered this team unchallengeable. They were immitigably overlord.
But I feel like I need to get rid of something.
It feels like
Hold on.
BRBRPATAPIM kind of are their kryptonite, and BRBRPATAPIM are playing so well. VIRTUS.PRO. The world where they don't make it to the first LAN in Marvel Rivals is one that I never would have predicted.
Agreed. You
there
know,
we go.
We were Doctor Strange
it's gone.
When we were
it can't
through
hurt us
all of the
anymore.
Potential realities. I don't think anyone would have looked through one and said that VIRTUS.PRO wouldn't qualify for the first international event, given how much we hear from all of the players, we hear from coaches, we hear from everyone on our interview segments too. They say that VIRTUS.PRO is the best team. VIRTUS.PRO is still the best team. But right now, VIRTUS.PRO have to prove themselves not mechanically as the best team, mentally as the best team. That's their biggest challenge. You have to look at the scoreline and just full reset. You can't think, okay, we're one map away from just going home out of stage 1. You've got to think, okay, we can reverse sweep this.
Like, you can't let the fear grip you.
Sometimes people just want to be a menace to be a menace.
For VIRTUS.PRO, they get to pick the next map. Their fate is still in their hands. At the end of the day, the only person behind the mouse.
I mean, the first chat he does was "Game's dead." Like, bro, come on.
And every match is winnable, especially if you're as talented as VIRTUS.PRO. You're going up against the talent of BRBRPATAPIM, so it's never going to be easy. You need the determination.
Too. is the worry. It has to be a convergence map, since we're still in our first 3 map cycle. We've had domination, we've had convoy.
If Berber wins this map, they go to the finals.
And that means, you know, if you win this one, Berber can choose to take us to domination.
I mean, like,
next. It's going to be a really uphill battle. We cannot undersell enough how hard it's going to be.
Yeah, like they've lost players for sure since season 0, right? There has been a significant decline, but that happens. Right, that happens. A game comes out, becomes really, really big. There's millions of players, and then gradually, a lot of those players like will start becoming occasional players. Right, some of those players will stop playing entirely because they're just not interested in it. But then you still have like the steady player base that you have at a certain point, and that'll stay unless you screw up royally, which makes it drop off entirely. There will be a steady player base that will be coming back to your game again and again.
They've ever bent the knee and banned the Psylocke against BRBRPATAPIM.
I mean, it's what we suggested after map number 1. When you're going up against the best Psylocke cap team in the world, it might be time to ban the Psylocke if the cap is the first protect.
Because the cap you don't really have to worry about as long as Finzi.
Oh, if ever zombie apocalypse breaks out.
What you have to worry about is if you burn your carbon crush cooldown on the Captain America, and then Psylocke is able to slip through the net entirely free. As Wolverine is going to be the next thing to go. So VIRTUS.PRO actually target banning out both of the duelists, Pokey and Tanuki. Coming under fire as BRBRPATAPIM are going to make sure that Psylocke's not one-sided. Sparker's not going to be able to play her either.
Are they gonna save Wolverine then?
We see it so many times. It's often target banned. Ken is a fantastic Loki for later in the series. Was one of the most notable.
Ooh, Star-Lord save.
A protect onto the Star-Lord would be interesting, because it might force out a counter Adam ban on BRBRPATAPIM. This could be a fake from Virtus.
This could be a fake, or it could be a composition that they want to have open and pivotable too, and BRBRPATAPIM just can't take the chance.
And that is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There's hardcore players, there's casual players, and then there's the hardcore casual player that pops on every once in a while. That is fine. So long as you're having fun with the game, it's all good, right?
And then running out of time subsequently on 2nd or 3rd.
So, question is,
what's the latest new hero?
Is going to get banned because Magneto,
Ultron.
I imagine
Flying healer.
Pro ban out the Punisher here. unless they want to get rid of something like a Luna.
Potentially
Cloak and Dagger?
get rid of the Luna, but it is going to be a Punisher.
Punisher.
coming on for, and I think that is the better option, as Pokey was problematic, to say the least, for VIRTUS.PRO to have to deal with every single time they wanted to push forward. Nope, there's a culling turret entirely cushioned by every single shield.
I see a res comp
sitting in front of it first.
Antis.
One last chance.
Full res comp, let's go.
Run. No more mulligans. For VIRTUS.PRO, it's victory.
Nice.
On Hall of Jalia.
BRBRPATAPIM looks like they're going to be putting their resources into res composition. We've seen them actually play over to the res comp. It was interesting how they adopted that playstyle when they were matching up against both VP and Rad for a little bit too, where they would play it upon domination maps like Hell's Heaven, and they could potentially do the same here, where you really do just take advantage
I
of
mean, the
everything
younger
that's
you are,
available
the
to you
easier it is to
right
fix
from the
things like this up, right?
You've got the soul revives coming on through for your Mantis, your Star-Lord, your Adam, which is going to be even more time, and a full aggressive push coming out from VIRTUS.PRO's end to be able to secure those picks and put them onto cooldown. And that's before we even talk about what Soul Bond can bring to the table in the first fight. But VIRTUS.PRO are going to have to just see it come out and back away and give up the space, as opposed to BRBRPATAPIM being able to win it out with a duel or building a strategist ultimate up first.
BRBRPATAPIM going to be opening up here on the offense. And once again, Sparker putting faith in Old Glory, the Winter Soldier.
Sparker, I think, understands if there's a res composition coming on through, that means that Tanuki's going to be on that Star-Lord. So having the Tainted Voltage to take him out of flight, as well as the Bionic Hook, could be absolutely huge.
Okay, nice little shield plate to get in.
The shield, which is based around cooldown, as opposed to the Strange Shield, which is all about the health bar.
VIRTUS.PRO have kind of everything they could want in terms of a
You were Golden Knight. It was Golden Knight 007.
When it comes to having both the Maou, the Emma, the Luna, and the Loki, this is all of their strength at once.
Or EverQuest. Gotcha. I never got GoldenEye, probably because I was too young for it. So I didn't really get what I was doing. Polly did.
Had to go anchor onto the point, help out the front line, and it comes at the cost of Drudero now, which means that BRBRPATAPIM, they just fall back. They can win the fight afterwards.
VIRTUS.PRO, they needed to get more off the back of this because Drudero is still going to be coming on back and hasn't been able to build up their own
aggressive
ultimate
little
while they
point.
have fallen down. A Terror Cape early. Oh, it doesn't even get blocked out there by the Metallic Curse in an attempt to try and shut down Alex.
Wow, nice way of getting out.
By Tanuki so much earlier inside of this. A great right click from Fi to try and survive. BRBRPATAPIM got themselves 2 ticks already. Still in the back pocket though. The Meteor Ram ready to go from Nevik. Drudero drives everyone forward with the fate of both worlds. It's so much healing to work with, and it's extra damage off the back of the Kraken impact. Ken, the first to fall, should be able to self-resurrect in the midst of all of this. And Polish is going to go away. Tanuki needs to be shot from the sky right now, hides away from the incoming damage. From downtown, the Meteor Ram, it manages to grab a little bit, but not too much of a way of finished frags. Poly revived. BRBRPATAPIM, they are on the back foot though. They might be able to try and grab on backside. Sentience has been seized as Fincy
trying to build. We need to get back to that.
But shields need to be drawn on up. Tanuki,
this is Marvel Rivals, the EMEA lower bracket finals.
And yet another eternal bond here from Alex as Tanuki falls elsewhere.
The fun thing is it was between 2 of the top teams in the EMEA, so it's
but now they've lost out
highly anticipated.
Bond, a quick turnaround from Fi, a quick 180 slip, turn it around, a devious lick indeed.
Big grab from Sparker onto Alex to stop that Eternal Bond. These fights go on so long with the res composition. The BRBR can start with Eternal Bond, and then
I think I'm like somewhere halfway through Black Myth Wukong.
Alex will have another one.
I don't know.
To try to finish them off. So VIRTUS.PRO doing a very good job of keeping an eye on that Cloak and Dagger, trying to aggressively get into their entire team and send a Terror Cape from behind. Sparker also building up to that next Kraken impact is going to be something that BRBRPATAPIM have to keep reminding themselves about. Solar Resurgence is not a lot of ultimate healing coming on for.
Yep, I don't think you can get it at the moment because it was temporarily back in store, but
these fights have taken so long that still only a minute remains now. But when the chips have been down, VIRTUS.PRO have consistently delivered. Soul Resurgence opening up from Ken, answered by Drudero with the fate of both worlds. Extra survivability might be on the cards.
Ooh, that's a nice one from Enzo.
The man who knows everything about French food safety.
Remember, Enzo is on controller.
Safety zones, the safe space is eroded, and the point will be claimed.
Yeah, I heard Helldivers has been making a resurgence because of all the changes that have been made. And the fact that it's been unblocked in so many other countries now.
To second for the encore. Fire is going to have a free Galactic Legend, though it's going to come at the cost potentially of an Eternal Bond Force from Alex, which Nevix can look to shut down as long as the Bulwark from Enzo has been forced out first. If Tanuki wins, though, the duel against Fire off of the back of a well-placed Terror Cape, VIRTUS.PRO's instance into this fight gets taken out.
Oh, I used to play it. Don't get me wrong. I still have the game.
Already, that's going to be Galactic
I just haven't played
So
so long.
To cheer for Fire, though, of course, as multiple element gun bullets are eaten up by the meteor ram.
Fire down.
The Fire's not going the way of Tanuki. Untouched, up in the air, rolls on through. For
Immediately, 25% ult charge just from going in.
Going to come on through, but now Sparker can start to reset Tanuki. The next to fall on down should have their own cocooned revival.
Just finishes ult immediately at 25% ult charge.
Now Polly disengages. No Sparkers at the top. Gonna be rushed upon here by 3. They've run in for his chase.
Ooh, all the way to the back.
Well, they were at least able to be creased, and now Polly rolling forward. Metallic Bulwark forced on out, down to such little HP. Needs to recover here. Could the chase down be real? Tanuki's lying in wait. The bait and switch. It doesn't work out in the end, but it gives Ken room here to try and play with. Almost a fully charged beam to work with for Fincy, and that's scary for the remainder of BRBRPATAPIM. But Tanuki's been building up quickly towards this Galactic Legend.
And that is, but that is exactly why a good Star-Lord is extremely scared, because they get their ult so fun.
And Finzy and Spark is able to catch on to Polly. No comic revival to bring the Captain America back. Enough of the back of this one. BRBRPATAPIM will be trying to disengage so they don't lose as many staggers as possible. Terror Cape from Alex isn't going to be able to buy the Cloak and Dagger safety. VIRTUS.PRO will be able to hold. We've got one fight left, but if you're VIRTUS.PRO, you are thinking about how much sustain the composition opposite them have, and you're worried about that comic revival. You can't burn everything in the first stage of the fight before the revives come through.
You stick up
Hey, Jeffrey.
But he does still
pretty good. BRBRPATAPIM is 2-0 right now, so if they win this one, they will have won the lower bracket final, so they will have 2 wins up on VIRTUS.PRO.
Not going to be used too early here. An attempt to try and shut it down. Now that's some safety for the backline for VIRTUS.PRO. Enzo doesn't have that ace in the hole that could be used, but Tanuki certainly does. Their own Galactic Legend good to go. Nevix looks backwards, concerned about their backline. Good blocking coming through from the shields. Polly needs to be taken down by the end here, but the sustain is too good. Oh, the Bulwark was there. Alex in towards the back, gets into cover. Maybe there could be some punish coming out here from Sparker, but the Terror Cape is going to make a formidable duelist out of a Cloak and Dagger. Saipe falling low. Tanuki has to make a choice. Do I invest here with only 8 seconds remaining? Surely this is the point that Tanuki has to press the button. 1 Q to rule them all, but it's going to be Sparker who strikes first with the damage boost behind him and sustainability.
Gets nothing though.
Playing around on the outside. A second phase of the fight begins. It's time to get aggressive. Tanuki rises above it all. A little bit of HP remaining. Fitz is trying to track him down, but for now Tanuki remains untouched. Polly's resurrected. Sparker with the Rotter Stern needs to claim the space, needs to claim some lives. The soul bond is perfect. Fine needs to disengage. A quick stellar shift almost has the Galactic Legend. Polly's fallen down as well. Fincy, the new front line. It's down to Fi to finish this one, and yes, that's going to be the strategist finally slain. Fi has found his man, and while there is a quick resurrection from Tanuki, I don't think they have the sustainability. They don't have the numbers, but VIRTUS.PRO, they were in this exact position on Midtown.
Yep.
Yeah, Tanuki has the patience. He's waiting for that.
Oh yeah, but that still doesn't mean anything, right? They still have to like make it further than BRBRPATAPIM.
They know that VIRTUS.PRO are going to try and aggressively push into the space.
So if it's going to be another Midtown, then BRBRPATAPIM is going to win. If it's going to be
to keep them at bay from chasing down those
a difference, then VIRTUS.PRO can still win, but they do have to win.
However, VIRTUS.PRO are able to stabilize. Their respawn is so much closer, and they're able to build up the win condition, packaging both Psionic Seduction and Galactic Legend together at the same time after BRBRPATAPIM
so we shall win.
Exhausted all of their
is he gonna do the lineup?
This would be an amazing way to open up an attacking round. If Juno can find the lineup and take one of BRBRPATAPIM's players down early with just
gotta do the lineup
alone, VIRTUS.PRO would be able to get a nice little chunk of point percentage for free. But I think at this level, surely
actually it's preferred.
Either that, or you let your Vanguard catch all that damage and turn it into Strategist Ultimate right at the beginning. It's a viable strategy if you identify the mines.
If you know how to play multiple characters from different jobs, you will be a godsend.
That's huge. In fact, we're very likely to see both of these teams just dancing around each other, playing footsie around the point until a strategist has built their ultimate up. But that will come far sooner for BRBRPATAPIM with the Cloak and Dagger and the permanent AoE heal that is assigned to the primary.
That AoE is not to be underestimated. It's going to have to be maybe a little bit of task here to get rid of Polly from the high ground. But look at this, Tanuki's going to be so annoying up there as well. There isn't really much you can do to try and take Tanuki off that high ground, apart from blowing up the high ground. Of course, with Loki, that's rather easy already. Finzi catching quite a bit of damage, and Polly just going to be warded away.
Yeah, they saw that Finzi was pushing towards the point, which means no ammo in the backline to protect against the Captain America with the Carbon Crush. At the moment, both of the strategists are just trying to build up their ultimates a little bit faster, but Pokey gets taken down in the crossfire and has to burn the self-revive cocoon, which means that BRBRPATAPIM are now permanently down that cooldown, and that permanently down Polly too. He's gonna have to come back on the Strange.
Look at Alex's ultimate charge, just quickly moving up towards the Eternal Bond, and instantly pops it, rolling on forward. Just gonna give time to come on back. Tanuki's outside of the AoE though, and maybe they can try and shut down Alex here. Tanuki rests himself using that Cocoon Revival. What a terror cape there from Alex. So much damage. Sniper has to respond. A demand is given, and now it's Enzo taking to the sky with a Meteor M. One frag here could be everything, but it's bounced off the portal of their ally. Sonic Seduction drags everybody in, and it's into the Kraken Impact, but still they can't.
One thing though, I feel like everyone should know how to do the Strange Portal. You don't have to know how to play Strange, you just have to know how to Strange Portal.
Has given enough sustainability here to BRBRPATAPIM.
How does Asia compare to US players? I saw a little bit of the matches. It's a little bit...
Entire team.
Bit more methodical, so it ends up being slow gameplay. It's not bad gameplay, but it's a lot slower, right?
Sweep, it's but a glint in their eye, but it's a glint all the same, Mox.
Polly, though, can finally
the Eternals make decent characters.
America, which has been such a struggle for VIRTUS.PRO's players to have to deal with. Having to have Finzi and Navix permanently on the front line to block out the terror capes coming on through from Alex means that Polly gets such an easier access to the backline without having to worry about one form of CEC. You've still got to contest with Sparker, though, and that Winter Soldier has been a turning point that VIRTUS.PRO have been able to look to so many times.
Get another Kraken Impact. Polly feels the danger, feels the heat. Nothing coming off the back of the Barnet Cook. And that's going to be an early opening here with the Galactic Legend. Where is it going to go? It just does a lot of damage here to Polly. Forced out the Eternal Bond, yes. But this is going to be an all-in fight for VIRTUS.PRO. They still believe it.
And immediately back to 27% ult charge. Just finished with ult. Immediately has 27% ult charge.
Extra movement speed now. Taking to the skies. Enzo's delivered so much previously. Junior survives with just a
would the Eternals make decent characters?
Instantly healed on up by their compatriot.
Actually, don't know. Maybe.
And now
depends on their powers.
They have to decide: are we going to invest the Karmic Revival? Are we going to invest the Freedom Charge? At what point are we going to do so? Early pops onto all of this. Pokey hidden away as so many fall from the side of VIRTUS.PRO. It's inside.
Oh, he's on the other side.
Oh, he's no. That is big. That is big.
Chase it down because it's inside cover, like you said. And VIRTUS.PRO are forced to watch as everyone they took down are now brought right back up.
Big Adam Rez. Very smart Adam Rez as well.
Cross through a small choke against both the Emma and that Magneto, and that means that Finzi's permanent charge of 100 is going to be taking so many of these players down. Spark is still holding onto the Kraken Impact too. It comes out with the damage boost from Fate of both worlds, and it feels like VIRTUS.PRO are going to be able to take this map at least.
Unbelievable accuracy there onto Tanuki. Polly isn't able to get anything off the back of a Freedom Charge. Still the Eternal Bond could be everything. A quick grab coming off the back of the Barnet Cook. But Alex is going to be able to fade away from this one. And it's been enough time now for Ken to build up towards that own soul resurgence.
Same. I think everyone is curious to see them.
Absolutely shut down by that Sonic Seduction. Ken's gone down. Alex too. Pokey's nowhere near a raise. And VIRTUS.PRO, they put their foot down. Nobody comes for the king. And nobody dares to miss. They're going to get themselves back into this series as BRBRPATAPIM
yes,
fall on Hall
it
of
is
Jaya.
Neko arc.
VIRTUS.PRO were one of the first teams to start utilizing the res comp in EMEA, and even though they're not using it now, they show that they understand how to play against it, and they do it with such aplomb. Even though the Karmic Revival, they can't get on top of the position, it forces BRBRPATAPIM's players into such an awkward spot that they just can't come back from. The Magneto and the Emma both as a frontline, so rarely that we get to see the Vanguards get played, get making it out through that advanced pick and ban system. And Nevix and Finzi show exactly why. Finzi went down a singular occasion, by the way, the entirety of that match.
Care Finzi's getting definitely is worth
Marvel
a
Rivals.
while. This is Enzo opening up the first point here with a quick double. Great attention to detail from the remainder of our team to take out those regeneration lamps. Or maybe they may have timed out. If not, if it was a timeout, then Enzo just has excellent game sense right there. I don't think
It would.
like, if this had gone the way of BRBRPATAPIM, I don't think I would have ever seen a closer 3-0 in my life. But VIRTUS.PRO, they keep surviving. The Bears, they are wounded. They are crawling from the cave, half hibernated, but they're still breathing, and those teeth are still sharp.
So reminiscent of the time that these two teams matched up last too, although that time it was BRBRPATAPIM having to pull off their reverse sweep. They showed it was possible then. VIRTUS.PRO are going to be hoping that it's possible now, as they still need another map to be able to equalize with their opponents. And it definitely feels like we're going to be seeing a huge adjustment in the pick and bans after this. Saipei getting the low key for Nevix, and Finzi also being able to secure the Premier Vanguard lineup is massive, given the fact that we saw Polly a lot of the time just not getting that same level of value that we had in the maps before. It really does feel like going for the Psylocke rather than the Captain America is the key that VIRTUS.PRO have been able to use to deal with the tag team that have been Polly and Pokey.
Yeah, Polly and Pokey were must shutdowns, and that was such a clutch at the end as well. Polly just having to wait a little bit longer to try and use that freedom charge, did not have sustainability. That would have given over a little bit more meat for the rest of the team to use to try and contest as well. Unbelievable clutch. As you pointed out, the flick over onto the damage boost with the fate of both worlds was essential.
Yeah, I mean, just immediate as well. Going for that 40% amp, so Kraken Impact immediately finds its mark, and Sparker gets another reset, which means another jump of CC immunity, so that he potentially can't get punished or taken down early by one of the players from BRBRPATAPIM. Because if you're VIRTUS.PRO or any team that's playing up against a res comp, right, you need to finish the fight quickly. Otherwise, give it 5 seconds, they'll all be back again.
Well, this series might be far from quick mocks. VIRTUS.PRO have woken up, and now the formerly sleeping Bears are ready to enter the ring. Find out if it's going to go to 5 after this break.
Yep. Because BRBRPATAPIM really just needs one more win, and they'll go to the finals. Right? The EMEA Grand Finals. This is the lower bracket finals.
By living cheap.
Alright, time for me to go grab a drink. You guys also grab yourself a drink. You have 2.5 minutes. Go! And my headset's also can hear.
the first time this series, while within grasping distance of a ticket to China, BRBRPATAPIM are in control of where we're going, Mox.
And they decide no surprises. I think we all saw this coming. Domination map that hasn't been played, Hell's Heaven. It is their best map. We were talking about it in between the break, and they were able to triumph against VIRTUS.PRO the last time they matched up on Hell's Heaven 2, as BRBRPATAPIM currently undefeated on the Hydra base. VIRTUS.PRO 3-1 with a record of it now.
Yeah, last time they matched up, we saw VIRTUS.PRO go for the same kind of anti-strategist banning strategy that almost got them Midtown. And once again, it was Ken on the Rocket Raccoon that did so much against them alongside the resurrections of the Adam Warlock. So we'll have to see if it's going to be the same approach here from VIRTUS.PRO. Maybe they think if they tighten up, if they batten down the hatches, maybe it's a little bit easier to win that. But feels like BRBRPATAPIM, they've got that clutch gene.
Yeah, it feels like they're definitely going to have that rocket potential pivot over so that they can just not so much cheese it, but definitely make it somewhat harder for VIRTUS.PRO to make any of the picks that they find actually stick, even though I'm sure we're going to be
dude who
seeing
made Rocket
one
will
of
make a
these
good
teams
character.
target out the Atom too, given the fact that VIRTUS.PRO at the start of the season, they love playing Res Comp on Hell's Heaven. They had such a good track
this is
record of
the
it too on
esport
Frozen Airfield, and then BRBRPATAPIM, the last time that we've seen them playing Hell's Heaven, they've started pivoting now to the Res Compers. No surprises. It's a continuation.
Ice coffee
I don't think
obtained.
it's ever getting off of the ground today.
Yeah, all right. I need to see the Psylocke ban again. If you allow Polypokey to play Cap Psylocke on Hell's Heaven, I'm going to have an aneurysm.
Yeah, surely not. There's no way. Not after the success that they just had on Hall of Dejalia. Wait.
Oh, wait. The Tanuki target
it's
ban?
the Tanuki Black Panther
They
ban
don't get another
instead.
protect for a couple of rounds, so I
Psylocke?
guess you can bring out the Psylocke ban next. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing the double target ban on DPS here from VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, and then you can save Saipei's Loki here potentially, or you go for a Vanguard, given the fact that BRBRPATAPIM are going to be able to go into free bans now. And it is going to be a prioritization of the Loki, given the fact that VIRTUS.PRO, yeah, there's going to be dive that they're up against, or potentially a res composition, and the way that you can try and match wits with the sustain res provides is with regen domain as just a base cooldown.
Yeah, question is for BRBRPATAPIM here. Are they going to start prioritizing things like the... Oh, no. Okay, they're getting rid of 5-star. I mean, it did do absolute wonders in the last map. 5 is just getting completely banned out, potentially. You might have to see a 5 pivot onto something like a Wolverine here, alongside maybe a Hulk Namor.
Potentially, they might be able to run the Namor, although I do like the fact that they're banning the Wolverine, as given the fact that VIRTUS.PRO, whenever they try to use either regeneration domain or invis boundary coming on through, Tanuki has been just an absolute misery for the strategists, just watching as all of their utility, all of their vanguards are just grabbed out of it.
So the question here is, do you ban the Psylocke or do you ban the Hulk? If you ban the Psylocke, you are essentially guaranteeing the Hulk composition. Yep, we're likely going to see Nevix roll over onto a Hulk. Now you protect maybe the Punisher.
Yeah.
Yep. Punisher's great at poking the Hulk. So
it's just a pin cushion. Plus you have the CC immunity as well, so that you can use your culling turret to avoid potentially getting grabbed out by World Breaker. As VIRTUS.PRO, they use the last ban slot on the Black Panther. They've really tried to force Tanuki either onto the Torch or potentially the Star-Lord. They might be trying to force BRBRPATAPIM onto the res composition again.
Okay, we got some stats from production going into this. BRBRPATAPIM are 3-0 on Hell's Heaven. We call it their best map for a reason. VIRTUS.PRO are 3-1, but that one, Mox, it was lost to Berber.
It was indeed. So track record is going in the favor of BRBRPATAPIM. VIRTUS.PRO hoping that they can break that record though, because if they lose Hell's Heaven, well, they lose out on the opportunity of going to the international LAN, and it would be a rematch between BRBRPATAPIM and RAD to determine the strongest team in the EMEA region. If VIRTUS.PRO, you really have to keep yourself strong, cool, calm, and collected as you come into this one, as domination is incredibly unforgiving when it comes to...
So BRBRPATAPIM wins again. There will be
it's so rare that we see VIRTUS.PRO
Storm gonna do some damage.
They are contending with Oblivion.
It do be Storm. Also,
they
usually you
tend to
don't
have
play
their foot on the
Storm
gas
to
the
do
rest of the
damage
series
yourself
if
and
their
these kinds of
opponents
things.
are
You
around
play
to
Storm to boost
try
the
and claw
Punisher.
their way back in, but now VIRTUS.PRO on the back foot still have their fate in their own hands.
That's not to say that Storm on her own can be devastating, but when there's a Punisher...
Their ban draft system has practically forced them...
Oh, you mean Johnny Storm?
Sparker is going to be starting on that
the Human Torch.
Being able to utilize Bionic Hook against both the Captain America and that Torch as well. Fire on the Wolverine too. They know that Polly's going to be out on the Captain America, and you can counter grab the Vanguard when he tries to dive your back line. This is going to be up to Finzi and Nevix to just play anchor right now.
Yeah, swapping away from a whole composition against the Punisher definitely makes sense. Kind of becomes an effective ban to have the Punisher up against the Hulk. It's so easy to carve on through. Here comes the culling turret once again. This was a big problem on Midtown. It needs a lot of attention to come its way, and there it is. Finally, the attention given over. A metallic bulwark onto Finzi as well. Both teams just jostling for position. Tanuki needs a little bit of care up at the top. That should be readily delivered by Alex, who now has access to the Lunar Snow, by the way, which is a great hero for Alex. He's very talented on that.
Pyro present too is making it exceptionally hard for the anchor of VIRTUS.PRO to try and hold themselves in their space safely. Pokey does get grabbed on out by Sparker and almost gets taken down, but the peel is there to keep the Punisher up, and BRBRPATAPIM do have Final Judgment and Eternal Bond. VIRTUS.PRO need to shut this down before it comes through.
Yeah, needs to move soon. Eternal Bond rolling on out, and there it is. The Final Judgment. Is the pocket going to be good enough to try and keep Pokey up? You need to try and shut down Alex potentially. For now, it's all about the LOS. Everyone moving away. This is going to continually be contested, though. VIRTUS.PRO have done a great job of this. Should be an easy way to try and control Pokey. The follow-up's not going to be there, and a quick rotation around from the Fate of Both Worlds means that there's plenty of pocket, plenty of healing available to keep Pokey going in the midst of all of this.
So many ults being thrown out.
Sparker, uncharacteristic, but Ken disengaging, comes out of the Dark Force dimension straight into the Metal dimension. Hell Singers, they will be welcoming a brand new denizen of the Dark Domain.
Yeah, it was a miss on the Kraken impact.
Oh, they're too fast and furious.
Claim the first point cap, which is huge for them. They can lose the next fight, but as long as
you just saw me yesterday,
they're going to be able to build up a lot of point percentage off the back of it, and fire on that Wolverine too. It's
not been that long since the last live. Don't be dramatic.
It's so much harder to get a Captain America into a backline when the backline can play all the way behind the point with the distance. Finzi just trying to keep up as much charge on the armor as possible, utilizes the Aegis to get safely back to the team, all the while fielding the damage that he's taking to Saipe, who's got
less than 24 hours.
Enzo taking a bunch of damage right now, forces out a little bit of resource to try and keep them alive. Now it's Folly moving forward with the Freedom Charge. Enzo just floating slowly after him. Oh! Menacingly. Yes, Saipe still has the ultimate, but guess what? Finzi was left alone on point, absolutely dinghied with no friends. Final Judgment comes on through. The damage may already have been done to VIRTUS.PRO. However, Nevix is nowhere near the Meteor.
There they go.
Clean with the clean up, and BRBRPATAPIM get out of this with 2 strouds.
Yeah, and just the Final Judgment used alone, no strategist ultimate invested, as they understand VIRTUS.PRO's players. They're so split, they don't have full control of the point, which means that they can't just block the ultimate with the LOS. So BRBR can hold on to their strategist ultimates and have them against both Dridros, but also to match the
nice little bit of patience. Let's go.
The Winter Soldier and the Wolverine.
All right, the charge up of the ultimate once again coming quickly here for Pokey.
Very nice bit of patience there.
An ambitious beginning.
Very big.
Doesn't quite manage to grab Tanuki.
For anyone that doesn't know why it's so important to have that patience in a game where patience is very far consumed.
Getting rid of Pokey. Resurrection not on the docket for now. Big grab onto
the Punisher turret stays up so long as you have bullets, right?
Here and attempt to maybe shut them down. It's going to be Spark who's going to be the primary victim of that one. The follow-up though, Finzi instantly falls down the moment they start channeling their ultimate. A waste there from the Icelandic giant, but Tanuki still falls through the cracks. Delivered back by a portal is Enzo, and the portal's also going to take away a bunch of LOS here from the side of VIRTUS.PRO's backline. Looking towards the back, unable to grab too much. Enzo going to be quickly shut on down. Tanuki decimated by Sparker. Delivers on the promise. A quick slow onto Pokey and onto
They managed to get it to 70%.
VIRTUS.PRO back in control.
Yeah, but Finzi, well, I was going to say it's stuck on the Strange, but no, he's actually going to swap off of the Emma. It's Nevix who's outside BRBRPATAPIM spawn just to stall them out so that the Emma can get back into this fight. They know that they need him to control the Captain America in the fight that comes afterwards. So too to worry about Tanuki, who's off of the torch now onto the Winter Soldier himself. VIRTUS.PRO with this delay have been able to build up Ultimate Academy though, and it is going to be both Dridro and Fi with their ultimates in play this time around. Polly utilizes the Freedom Charge, gets aggressively into the back line.
Yeah, Punisher with brain cells are few and far between.
Back by the Terror Cape.
Get another last stand ready to go. Maybe you can pin them into your own.
My friend is one.
Worlds and get the damage boost here. It's down to 5 to make the decision as to where it's going to go. VIRTUS.PRO have almost grabbed themselves the airfield here. Oh, this could be brutal. You can see the shields array now on top of them. Sparker with the culling aura gets it done. You asked for a hero, and I'll give you a Sparker. VIRTUS.PRO managed to claim this fight off the back of a perfect Meteor M. There was plenty of HP for all and sundry off the back of the Freedom Charge, but the culling aura means that they cannot save themselves from a briny grave. BRBRPATAPIM drop the first submap, but they aren't down yet.
This is what teams talk about,
Yep.
the synergy that VIRTUS.PRO have, the fact that these players have been together for as long as they have been. They're able to come on through with such smart solutions. Meteor M, they know it's not going to get the value of the pick itself, but it gets so many of the players down
that will be
low.
leg day and Moxie.
Sparker can come through with the immediate follow through when BRBRPATAPIM have no answer back, and that is going to be Frozen Airfield going that way, but still it's not over yet. Looking at the ultimate charges though, Harry, VIRTUS.PRO are definitely starting with a lead. They've got strategist ultimates, they've got the last stand too.
I'm not in a tourney. I am spectating the tourney, the EMEA tourney.
They considered it. They moved back. Maybe a little bit of internal discord here as to how they're going to approach this first fight. Neither team's going to be TPing out either, so we can expect a all's fair fight for the high ground.
Corridor onto the Jeff just to give VIRTUS.PRO a little bit of a lead in terms of
that lava looks real
and positioning both Finzi and Fi into a space with the ultimates can
I wouldn't say that, but
gonna be going
it's a nice little
this
effect.
one, both in terms of ultimates and no Jeff bubbles out of spawn. So Fi is already all the way around the back. Do they know that this Wolverine is here? Because this could be brutal. No, he gets scout checked out. Has to use the Feral Leap not to get in, but to get out.
Yeah, Tanuki knows these paths better than most. As an experienced Wolverine player in their own right already, that's going to be a second Ice Arts and even more absolute zero given forth. Just when it comes to the raw healing output, VIRTUS.PRO are going to be able to win this one before they even have to pop the Fate of both worlds. And that gives them the first control box, which is super important.
Painted Voltage comes on from Sparker. They've got to utilize the Fate of both worlds, given it was Saipe who was copying it. BRBRPATAPIM more than happy to just back away so that they don't give VIRTUS.PRO any more lead in ultimate charges or a potential stagger. But now they have to rotate to the low without any
missed the
contest
grab.
on the high.
Fi unable to grab too much off the back of that Feral Leap. Now all's fair and love and war as we battle for the low ground. And Eternal Bond already moving in towards that back line. A big Terror Cape here could be everything. It's Enzo from the other side. Double mind control coming through. And Pokey's going to try and clean up all who present themselves to the Emma.
Ooh.
From downtown, a spicy meatball, and Pokey cannot take the flavor like a British person experiencing salt for the first time. They're taking on down. Now it's down to Finzi. Taking down Ken.
Experiencing salt for the first time. That's so funny.
And attempt to try and grab Enzo away and send them into Fi just managing to take Tanuki down. Still VIRTUS.PRO lose control.
Yeah, the flip comes on for... They just don't have the strategist to keep
not a whole lot. First round went to VIRTUS.PRO.
Hook immediately gets the shielding that it provides without hitting that ability regardless. VIRTUS.PRO are going to be able to try and push and take this fight a little bit faster than BRBRPATAPIM would want. Meteor M is going to have to be held for Polly too, given the fact that Sparker and Fire are a little bit too far away from the ultimates to shut down the momentum push.
Interesting. Polly's on Magneto.
Trigger here. Oh, that's an early grab as well. Speaking of grabs, Fi has to be given over the shield after being taken down by that Emma. Now, the Meteor M reigns above. You desperately want Rejo, unable to find him. It's on the wrong side of the staircase. And that means that Enzo fell through. Fi sacrifices himself to the gods of the underworld. It's a bargain of flesh. And the flesh is ready.
Where's Doctor Strange?
Yeah, no
not being used at the moment.
Bulwark to stop VIRTUS.PRO from finding all of the stagger picks onto BRBRPATAPIM. Tanuki without the bubble goes down, and BRBRPATAPIM have to try and come back into this next fight, but Final Judgment with Eternal Bond is going to be up. VIRTUS.PRO a little bit far from that Meteor M, gonna have to stall for Nevix to be able to build it, and now we have the reaction check once more. And speaking about reaction check, perception check is there. They spot by Sparker.
Sustainability Once again, nice metallic bulwark keeps Pokey safe, and midway through this final judgment,
Oh, so close to death.
We still have a little bit of sustainability off the back of the fate of both worlds. Sparker starts to get in close. Gonna get very aggressive, but the adjudication shotgun is too much to deal with. A good pocket going the way of Pokey. VIRTUS.PRO just going to try and stall out for a little bit of additional.
Yeah, that shotgun's nasty.
It's Tanuki who pops off in this case.
It's gonna be Psionic Seduction who gets more value. Both their teams have follow-up and can take advantage of the silent stun it's gonna lend the team spiraling into. Kraken Impact Psionic versus Supernova Psionic. The difference is that Alex already has the ultimate. Saipe has to wait, take a little bit of damage coming on through for the rest of the team to build up the God of Mischief. And VIRTUS.PRO feel like they have the need to go.
Worries now about where Tanuki is, you know, but that's
they also don't have to worry about like giving all charge to a Moon Knight because they're stacked up so much, so they can just stay close and protect.
And indeed, a lot of space has been given over here by BRBRPATAPIM already. They want to try and strike back afterwards, but they need to sustain first, and that means when it's time to start using the Psionic Seduction, the culling turret in the back, it's going to all come down to this.
Sad that they nerfed Volt.
BRBRPATAPIM will maybe take into a third map with Fincy going down. Certainly seems like it might be the case. Tanuki's still holding onto this Supernova. Gets dragged in by Sparker. An unbelievable bionic hook, and now it's down to Pokey to try and match the energy that Spark is bringing to this. The metallic curtain saves Nevix for a moment. Sparker floats in the air, dangerously above. Yeah, the culling aura comes on through. There's a follow-up going to be there. A quick Scourge Grenade is a dodge away for Pokey, and an acquisition from BRBRPATAPIM is taken down by Fi. Tanuki, so much reliance is upon him right now to deliver the damage, but you can't break through what the Luna's cooking.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Polly,
how you doing, Fitness?
To all of this, but they're chased away. Nevix is raining through with the Meteor M. The Aegis blocks most of the damage. Enzo just playing on the corner. Tanuki's got some down as well.
Oh, Pokey! Oh, Pokey!
Not taken off the map here by 5. Punishment by Alex comes fourth. VIRTUS.PRO are running low on members. I don't know if they're going to be able to TP on back. Fincy's trying to come back on the whole of things to get back in low time. Sparker is going to be taken down. Nevix the same.
Yeah, no, they couldn't come back on.
VIRTUS.PRO are scuppered when they had it in their hands.
Oh, Saipe builds the God of Mischief.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
The ultimate stall.
Not gonna lie, standing in places menacingly is fun.
Able to fully restabilize on the point, and we go Monument. Saipe will at least silver lining for VIRTUS.PRO have the ultimate in the hand for this next fight, and Ken does have Eternal Bond.
Especially when you're playing something like Invis or Loki, that who can just stay invisible the entire time that you're invisible.
If BRBRPATAPIM even decides to utilize the ultimate,
if time allows, then yes.
Pokey just on the culling turret, trying to get Final Judgment online before the cloak.
But I do have work in the morning, so I can't go on for too late, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'm gonna be dead.
VIRTUS.PRO up against the wall once again.
And I would like to keep my job as long as I can't make money from doing this.
One of these teams has to go to China. I got no favorites. I got no predilections. I got no predictions for you. All I know is that no matter who goes, they have a good chance of dominating.
It's too close to call. It's so close to call. VIRTUS.PRO, Spark is so close to that Kraken Impact. Tanuki already out in the field, but so too is Fi. He's been able to spot out Polly, the Captain America, not going to be able to make an inroad for the team. But there's the culling turret from Pokey. Instantly gets broken off of the back of it, but that was a huge chunk to the Final Judgment as Ken tries to clear the space with that Eternal Bond.
It's not like I don't make any money from doing streaming and stuff, because I am partnered, or not partnered, affiliated on Twitch, but it's not enough to pay the bills. And I do need to be able to pay the bills.
Here comes the Final Judgment. It's always been the one and only for the side of BRBRPATAPIM. It's been what's decided so many a fight, and this one's no exception.
Sparker just goes down before Kraken Impact can come on through. BRBRPATAPIM decide to go aggressively with not just the Eternal Bond for the space, but also the Final Judgment off of the back of Fate of both worlds coming on.
Which one do I stream? I'm currently streaming EMEA. It's a lower bracket final, so you can see it at the bottom.
BRBRPATAPIM only have a defensive in the form of Freedom Charge, but do they get the space to be able to utilize it? The spam pressure coming on from BRBRPATAPIM is so extreme.
I took it to China.
Well, not just big of my apartment also needs to be paid. My cat needs food. I need food. I need coffee.
The river's flowing outwards.
Just wait, but if you wait longer...
Which one do I support? Well, I'm rooting for BRBRPATAPIM because VIRTUS.PRO has been like the big dog in this game so far.
Judgment. And VIRTUS.PRO haven't been able to challenge a huge bionic hook from Sparker into the Trooper's Fist, takes Tanuki down, and this is VIRTUS.PRO's green light.
Unbelievable plays.
There goes Enzo.
Nevix once again delivers on the Meteor M. An early flip here from VIRTUS.PRO was sorely needed as Alex is going to get staggered out towards the end. The disengagers are being chased, but they should be able to escape with their lives.
Yeah, BRBRPATAPIM very much playing so that they can set up for this next fight extremely quickly. They're going to have Eternal Bond and Final Judgment. VIRTUS.PRO do have both of the strategist ultimates to be able to live it, but Saipe might not be able to keep everyone alive through the fate of both worlds. Finzi utilizes the Aegis, just shielding off Thigh on the culling turret, trying to get a little bit more damage onto BRBRPATAPIM's approach, but Tanuki on that right side is something that the team have to watch out for, as it's going to be Final Judgment Mirror.
New combo about to drop, and that's going to be the metallic curtain drawn up on top. The culling aura gets it done. Five delivers for damage, and it's
they have been struggling, but
up above barely stands a chance. VIRTUS.PRO, they all in on that fight. However, that was 6 ultimates, essentially 5 if you don't count Nevix.
Yeah, but BRBRPATAPIM also all in. They're going to have Supernova after a little bit of pressure coming in from Tanuki, but that's what you're looking for Nevix to now. Meteor M can absorb parts of the Supernova, and then your Punisher can take the torch down in the sky alone. 62% and more picked up for the side of VIRTUS.PRO. Sparker as well, getting tainted voltage to connect onto all of the players stacked upon each other. Finzi gets the crystal connection onto Enzo, but here comes Tanuki. The Supernova's already claimed the Punisher. He gets grabbed into the regen domain. The Meteor M comes out, but it's from BRBRPATAPIM's side.
They desperately want this. They want it so bad. They want to go to China. They want to meet Rad once again for a redemption arc. BRBRPATAPIM starts ticking up once again.
BRBRPATAPIM went before Nevix could build Meteor M. Such an aggressive fast push bought them so much space, and now it's one last fight for VIRTUS.PRO to
Poki and Fire about as far as each other on all charts. Poki's a little bit further ahead, so it's basically gonna come down, I think, to who gets Final Judgment first.
It all comes down to this. Polly has a freedom charge to make sure that everyone's going to have enough HP. Sparker already falling fairly low, needs to back away for a moment. 5 building up close to this. Moving on to the point now. The freedom charge from Polly is the answer, going in towards the back onto Saipe. Enzo's falling low in his own right. But now here comes the combination. The Shane's so many times before. Nevix
never mind.
Above it all, looking.
Oh, Alex.
The next one to fall on down. But now it's going to be a match of the Final Judgments. Fi on the other side could potentially get it done. Saipe drags everybody forward. Poki's gone down. Sparker above once again. There's going to be a chance for a last contest here from BRBRPATAPIM as they have a portal ready to go, surely.
The portal's going to come in through from Poki, but Finzi's going to have Psionic Seduction built up, and BRBRPATAPIM spent everything. Enzo and Tanuki's even off of the Human Torch onto the Spider-Man. They don't think they're going to get through the portal in time to touch.
Kickbacks there, the touch is through. Enzo and Tanuki are already down, but here's the sustainability coming through from the side of Alex. Psionic Seduction will drag all in, grabbed up and destroyed potentially. BRBRPATAPIM have what they need to keep this contested, yes, but VIRTUS.PRO have all of their skill, all of their marbles, all their crowns, and all of their traditions are being arrayed in a line to try and keep them alive in this series. It's Tanuki raining above and raining down the fire.
Polly's down.
On down, a big grab through onto Enzo. You look to the stars, you see Ursa Major, and here comes a
It's gonna be another map.
VIRTUS.PRO demand respect and demand 5 maps.
Down out there like that, jeez.
Harry, we said, you and I, when we looked at the schedule, yeah, there's the potential we have 12 maps for casting today. Kind of feels like we're headed to that territory right about now. VIRTUS.PRO remain in the series.
So
the
passionate.
reverse sweep potential still on the cards. What a turnaround of Hell's Heaven. Sparker's Winter Soldier has been
He is very good. He's a very good commentator.
So like the synergy that the team have, every single time Finzi is able to find a Carbon Crush, it feels like there are just 3 people immediately turning onto the poor sucker whose throat is currently clutched in Emma Frost's hands.
Unbelievable. A reverse sweep potentially on the cards. BRBRPATAPIM are giving it their all still. But the Bears, they're known for both strength and for endurance. When the chips are down, they refuse to give up. They refuse to let despair take grasp in their
So now Berber is 3-1 on this map, and Virtus is 4-1.
Tanuki going over to the Torch. It was meditated. Sparker with that Winter Soldier pick just made it so much harder for Tanuki to commit into these fights. Yes, we saw some amazing gameplay coming on through from Tanuki, the Supernovas too. But even coming on through, having to fly above the point rather than directly on top of it, VIRTUS.PRO would take advantage of, so they would be able to find map flips, even when there were players of BRBRPATAPIM still up and standing.
I would say that Rad Esports are waiting in the wings, like VOD watching and studying, but honestly, I don't know how anyone could look at this analytically first time through and feel anything other than sheer joy. This is esports, Mox. This is such a series.
I mean, like, that's what, like, everyone says, right? VIRTUS.PRO and BRBRPATAPIM are some of the top teams in EU, and it used to be just VIRTUS.PRO. VIRTUS.PRO was it, and then there were other teams, right? Now it's VIRTUS.PRO, BRBRPATAPIM, Rad.
The amount of resources that the other Punisher has to be able to break through to finally win the final Judgment Joust. We've got Magneto Bulwarks, we've got EMEA Aegiuses, we've got Psionic Seductions to make sure that the other team is silenced fully and can do naught but turn.
You want to find a Black Widow main?
Shiny, and this is such
I don't know if you're going to be able to find a Black Widow main, but maybe Black Widow.
But I need a break, so we'll be back for map 5 after this.
My power grows. Beholds the god of thunder.
Ah, you're good. You have autofill on, by the way? Da, 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 da. Jeff is adorable. What's my job? I'm an accountant. I do numbers. Oh god, I clicked the thing. Start up. My academic degree? I have two. I have one for fashion design and
Not having to be
one
anything
for
else, but
international
2-2.
business and trade.
The last possible moments. VIRTUS.PRO versus BRBRPATAPIM. It's all on the line. A ticket to China to the grand finals, a share of a $250,000 prize pool, but also going to the first ever international
my
LAN
headphones?
for Marvel Rivals.
And bragging rights as well, where you can finally say once and
Regular
for all,
SteelSeries headphones, they're just
BRBRPATAPIM versus
stuck-
Pro, which team
it's
of
just
that,
stuck
because
horns
we
through
came
them.
into the season, that was a question that was at the back of our minds, at the back of every
360 the
single team's
headphones?
minds, whenever we talk to them and being like, oh, who do you think is going to win overall, or rank
Why?
the
They're
teams that
literally
you
the
think are
SteelSeries
strongest.
headphones. You can see them on the
I would
website.
hear consistently, some people would immediately put full stock in VIRTUS.PRO, but there were rumors and whispers circulating about
Aren't I just the
how
most
strong
interesting
this team
person
was
on
based
the
pickups
planet?
had been, the players that they'd been able to put together, the hero pools that everyone on this team had, and the fact that they were the ones winning scrims, that they've been the most successful so far outside of official game plays. And we've got to see BRBRPATAPIM really come into their own. They went from just being very much a dive flavored team, which meant that they were pretty easy to understand what comps you're up against, how you can potentially go into the pick and ban draft system against them and limit their power levels. And they've just fully evolved and flourished into a team that can play so many different ways, and that's what VIRTUS.PRO has always been able to do too. So
Yes, he
it feels
does.
like it's two juggernauts, a movable object, unstoppable force, but one of them is going to have to give.
Yeah, they have their strengths, certainly. They have their predilections and their own little flavors. but
no,
these
no.
teams can play
Allergies.
anything,
Oh
it's
god.
true. And only one can make it to LAN. Rad is already waiting hungrily in the
I
grand
opened a
finals for
door
whatever
one
team comes out of
time
this.
and
the team that comes out of
allergies
this
are just
is
like,
either
yeah, you're
going
gonna be
to
sniffly
dead
today.
tired or fired up beyond belief. Right now, the momentum lies with VIRTUS.PRO. The potential for a reverse sweep is so real.
The potential for a full hold on this next map, though, is also just as likely, Harry, because BRBRPATAPIM, they decide they will put their tournament lives and LAN potential on the line and take us to the newest map. And I mean, this isn't just a statement, right? This is a gauntlet, a glove being slapped upon the cheek of VIRTUS.PRO, because VIRTUS.PRO have gone on record to say that they love the next map that we're headed to.
Oh,
We
my
finalized
allergies
this
are not
on
bad enough for
record.
that. So I don't have meds.
It's all gonna finish on the brand new map, and it's the same first fans again, baby. Don't let Ken play the Loki. Don't let Fi eat up.
I mean, they're fine having Tanuki on that torch, but that's exactly why BRBRPATAPIM are going to deviate. No more Captain America protection. They saved the Logan.
All right. Tanuki has been
Play
able to
with
do so
Space
much
Skylanders,
with
but
the
now
Logan
I'm
thus
thinking about
far.
playing Marvel Rivals.
But now, yeah, maybe you don't have the first protect on Polly's
Oh, it's
Captain America
annoying.
anymore. VIRTUS.PRO are happy to try and take that one away. And
The fun thing is, my hay fever, it means that I have an allergy
I wonder if
to
BRBR goes the
grass.
Gamma. It's not the highest matter, but the last time
Which is
these two teams
everywhere.
went head-to-head on this map, Tanuki was forced over to the Wolverine, and the Namor and the Hulk made his life absolute misery.
I mean, like, we just finished an Asia Grand Finals that was an 8-map best of 7. We're going to map 5 for this one. This might be one of the most hard days to schedule around in Marvel Rivals in history. Because I bet that our Grand Finals is going to go to 7, which means NA is probably going to be waiting for a while.
Oh, Punisher
Yeah,
ban.
well, we're gonna be waiting to see more Punisher gameplay. As Star-Lord is removed from the side of VIRTUS.PRO, Punisher is taken out from the side of BRBRPATAPIM, so no more 1v1 final judgments. And I think this is actually a stroke of genius from VIRTUS.PRO if they decide to go through with this. The Winter Soldier protection. They know that Tanuki's going to be out on the Wolverine, so what better way of playing versus him with a bionic hook waiting to grab him if he tries to land his hands on a Vanguard?
Gonna have to be the counter ban, potentially on the Punisher. You don't want to have that uneven Punisher gradient. VIRTUS.PRO had to acquiesce to that earlier and just go, okay, fine, we'll mirror the Punisher, we'll put Fi on it. One last protect here.
Wait, Harry, Psylocke made it through, and Luna.
I have to look
So
up what
far for
what the
both
name is in English, but
Yeah, the Psylocke. Pokey's great at the Psylocke. Are you going to get as much value out of it without Polly on the
I
cat?
also have an
Maybe.
allergy to beach trees.
Potentially you don't have a Luna though, because I think VIRTUS.PRO uses this last ban system.
When I walk
to
past
take
one,
the
I
Luna
can't
out.
see or smell
So
anything.
You can go for the solo
Just
1v1,
instant
but
clog.
Sparker will have the lead. Both of them are going to have. Oh, I was going to say both of them are going to have the EMEA projectile.
Can't wait to
so
see
that
the
you can
gameplay.
go for your
Well, you're
mirror
in for
form
a
and
treat.
potentially have the
Live
upper hand
life
against your
jolly.
opponent. But no, VIRTUS.PRO actually prioritized
Neko
the
Arps,
EMEA
hi.
taken out, and Luna Snow makes it for both teams.
Okay. Luna's up. And disallowing Tanuki. Oh, this is it's gonna be a bit of an Emma Frost. Could be a big difference maker here. That's gonna force Enzo to pick up the Hulk. Enzo's very good at the Hulk. I wouldn't mind seeing Enzo play the Venom
Yeah,
sometime
righty
as
then,
well. We've seen him get a lot of
Tyson.
value, especially in overtime on Midtown.
Not against the thing though. I feel
Goodbye,
like
The
Tyson.
thing really is an issue for that.
The thing was one of the first counters that a lot of
Poke
people
out the
looked to when dive was
beaches.
becoming a problem, since you would utilize the Earthbound debuff. The Venom would go in, and then before he could swing out, boom. Guy was just
Oh, it is a
prevented from
nightmare. I had it
moving a
happen
singular
once,
inch,
and then I
force
decided
physics
never again.
necessary, so you still got to have
And now
the
I have
star
face masks.
strategist lineup that you wanted
So when
to.
it's allergy
As
season, I put
both
that
of
on and
these
go
teams,
outside.
As we can see from production, so helpfully providing for us a 3-1 on Araco
not sad.
coming on through.
Well, kind of sad because I had to ban 2 people today instead of the usual one.
Verdant life.
Why do people have to be weirdos today?
Machined block. But who will be...
Also, ooh,
okay, Nevix
Netflix.
already been exiled. But holding early. That's Fi on the Doctor Strange right there. If it's going to be a TP, if it's going to be a
You're
team
doing pretty
pep-style
good.
defense,
Yeah, Sparketeers on that.
Joe Fox,
Winter
how are you doing?
Soldier. They catch immediately the flank that BRBRPATAPIM try to find. The Gamma Monstro taken out before it can find
IB
Dutch.
Dutch.
Exposed backline of strategists. And in the meantime, Saipe more than happy. at
Confirmed that we'll
showing
get
that
Jean Grey and
Hypercatapult
Blade in season
can
3 and
become
3.5.
critical of
It's not
Vanilla Loki as a
confirmed,
strategist on the
but people are expecting it. That is what they are.
taking a hypocritical oath. Why do you
That
ask?
is what has been leaked. It's not confirmed yet, so we don't know if it's actually going to be that.
He's made the swap. No more Wolverine even against Triple Tank. Instead going for that back line with the Black Panther. The Brainiac Marks could be everything. An early grab here, and oh my goodness, it's so difficult to survive this as the Doctor Strange. Tanuki is demanding a huge amount of attention. The Thing has already done a good amount of damage though. Remember that.
True, but Tanuki and
charge
Poki-
shuts it down.
Look at the amount of attention they're bringing. The bionic hook comes on fur from Sparker, but you've only got 1 hook against 1 duelist. And Pokey is tag teaming off of the space that Tanuki provides. In fact, everyone looks at the Panther, and the solo gets away for free.
Oh, Spark. Oh, that's such an unfortunate reload there for Pokey. Sparker finds them just when they're at their weakest. A big grab on.
You're exhausted again?
There's still a crap getting back to the back pocket. We don't really want to use that one, so they're just going to TP back quickly and use it, I imagine.
Yeah, VP just going to be sacrificing themselves on the objective itself, given the fact that they lost both of their strategists to Pokey in the backline. And it's going to be a very fast contested TP play coming on from them. They do have the regeneration domain, so no ultimate needed to match up to the sustain that Ken provides on the Eternal.
Well,
Bond,
yeah,
but
that
now
usually
Eternal Bond just
happens
come
way
on
in advance, but that's still not a confirmation that they're gonna...
Nevix, however, though, and that's not going to result into anything outside of a huge meteor connection onto Dredro.
Yeah, Dredro dunked on, which means there's going to be a second strategist ultimate available here.
Yeah.
From
But it's still not a confirmation, because like we've had more characters that had their moveset already leaked, and then it ended up them not being them, right? So take it with a grain of salt.
Clean up on the backside of this one, investing everything they can. VIRTUS.PRO, but
Another group of soccer players. Ooh.
To get one on the backside. Pokey punished by Fincy. Tanuki awakened.
Did cost though the fate of both worlds, the dance of the butterflies, which means that Dredro with the fate of both worlds manages to utilize it to pocket. Now, Sparker on the Kraken impacts. VIRTUS.PRO have one more good fight before BRBRPATAPIM find themselves onto second, and Nevix with clobbering time can still get the ultimate past the Strange.
Only time for one more fight. Tanuki tempts the hook. Oh! a connection. It's going to be a quick disengagement, though. Quick reset on the Spirit Rend and back up onto a high ground. Enzo looking for the wing of their team. Oh, Ken taken off the side by Fi. The Eternal Bond going to take a little bit longer to charge now. Enzo under siege from the Emma Frost. That's a take to the skies right now. However, look at that. A good shutdown could be enough to try and get rid of Saipe. What a peel coming through from a clobbering time of Nevix. Enzo's already down. Spark is still surviving, unable to find it. Big grab onto Pokey. Tanuki taken down elsewhere. And at this
nice, immediately.
Getting it done.
That is what map awareness looks like. Immediately goes backwards and knows exactly where he needs to go for the health back.
Trying to turn it on around. Was that a copy there?
That's a copy to Emma.
Oh, that might not be the sustainability that they wanted, but it might be a good way to try and shut down Ken after this. The dance of the butterflies onto the vanguards. The health pool is going to be regenerated, though, by the domain. Laid down by Saipe. 63 healing remains. That's the first point grabbed by BRBRPATAPIM.
The ragdoll is so funny in this game.
Sparker will be able to take down Enzo, but unfortunately he trades himself for it. And without that Winter Soldier in play, BRBRPATAPIM's dive duelist can immediately
that will
start
be
eating up so much more
a lot
Tanuki is off
nicer.
of the Panther, by the way. That Winter Soldier proving a little bit too hard.
I mean, like, I expect them to use the Wesley Snipes skin, considering they are using the
Last Stand's gonna
I love that. Considering that they're also doing like movie skins for all the other characters, right?
And Polly is going to the respawn room.
Yeah, Polly already down. Almost 100 rage here. Fire's going to have a great setup for their last stand, if only they want it. But for now, the overwhelming cleave that Nevix brings to the table might be more than enough. Pokey shuts it down before it can get too much done. Tanuki now looking in towards that back line. Fire exactly the same. BRBRPATAPIM, they're closer to their spawn here, so the trades are in their favor. Fincy might get overwhelmed. Saipe with the rescue. The doppelganger output is not to be underestimated, which is why Pokey has to use the wing shurikens to take it on down. Dredro, an emergency here, giving over that extra space with the fate of both worlds and dragging the team forward. Here comes Enzo, big stun onto Fi, forces out the aftermath. But look at this, Sparker reigns above it all, waiting for the Psylocke to emerge and slaying them thereafter.
That is the second time, by the way, that Sparker has frame perfect dodged the Eye of Agamotto stun, not off of help from his team, but the CC immunity that Kraken
Do you need the stream for your life? Do you need the stream in your life?
He's done it on
Is it
first,
necessary?
He does it on second, and even though Eye of Agamotto could potentially find its mark, Finzi with the Carbon Crush takes down the follow-up mills from before it can come on through.
I have no
stabilize the hold upon this first corner, which means it's so horrible for a space that Tanuki has to intrude onto.
No doubt that Cyclops is going to be in the game at some point. I don't know when, but 100% he's going to be in the game.
He's going all the way around the back carry. He's looking for a flank last stand.
Oh, Fincy worried about the location of that Wolverine. Gonna be a quick grab, Fi, dragging players in. It's a lot of damage off the back of the last stand, but sustainability still there thanks to the fate of both worlds. In towards the back, Dredro's already down. Tanuki delivers when you ask for the clutch. Tanuki's there. He's always been. Saipe still channeling that fate of both worlds. Will be out of the lunar form soon and returning to the Loki. Sparker in the back.
Ooh, Sparker!
Loki's here with the peel. And now Saipe gonna be staggered out. The four Colossus is moving.
Enzi. TP. They're going for TP play, but Sparker is a little bit behind the rest of the team in terms of respawn. Does have Kraken impact, but the Terror Cape and Dance of the Butterflies immediately drops Dredro and Nevix, and they just don't have the bodies to be able to get past.
That they can't even get on because of those gigantic tanks are in the way.
Just dove in there the second that the portal opened and channeled the Dance of the Butterflies, forcing players to stay back to share out the damage to democratize the slices.
Now you have a new main.
Sparker was denied an
you know, it's probably gonna take a
impact
while.
Surely they check the Wolverine. They're currently having to deal with Enzo on the thing, and the melee, the boxing match going on between himself and Nevix as Enzo comes every time he gets stunned out of the ult.
All right, reset available here for Sparker. No HP to play with, though. Polly delivers onto Saipe. BRBRPATAPIM unconcerned, but Nevix going to give him something to think about right here. The Stone Haymakers don't have the range right now to try and chase down Pokey. The escape is good. Fires on that one. Pokey with a disengage. Still Fincy, but fine now. They're going to do their best Sparker impression. Polly says absolutely not. The Sinnoh cosplay zone.
Tanuki's got another
No
last
cosplay zone.
Flight can come on through with a huge dance of the butterflies, but if Tanuki can disroot VIRTUS.PRO's defenses and go for this back line, then they're going to be giving up a lot of space to have to peel for him. They don't even know that he's on the angle. Okay, there we go. Fi scouts out the Wolverine. Tries to take over the
depends on how much time there is. But if I'm just gonna be playing pubs, I'll play Spidey for you. Don't worry.
Second, but it's over. BRBRPATAPIM, it's in their hands now to make it work. The solo last stand. Dredro needs to be rescued. It's Saipe there with the fate of both worlds. Once again, Fincy channeling the Sonic Seduction, desperately wants to try and find Pokey, but unable to grab that one. A clobbering time stuns up Sparker. And now the backline's in desperate danger. But when the danger calls, Sparker responds and he yells, "I am the danger!"
Oh, Tanuki, just a second too late.
Not going to be in time with the Doctor Strange portal.
Yeah, I have to work tomorrow. I do want to be alive when I work, you know. I don't want to get fired.
Something to note here is that we're currently denied the Pokey versus Sparker Psylocke conclusion of who is the strongest in the EMEA region, given the fact that this Winter Soldier from Sparker has been indispensable for the side of VIRTUS.PRO. Fi is the one who's having to flex onto the Psylocke instead.
Oh, VIRTUS.PRO, they've got so far to go. BRBRPATAPIM, they may have been hoping for the full completion, yes, but I think they're already happy with the distance gained. This is such a defensive.
It's why I usually don't stream on any other day besides Wednesdays and Saturday, Sunday.
BRBRPATAPIM, their fate is in their own hands.
This work.
There's no
I'm tired.
but the 12 players in this lobby who can do anything more.
You're worried too if you're the side of VIRTUS.PRO with the amount of just spaces on this map where it's really awkward to try and land a Kraken impact. BRBRPATAPIM now on the defense, they can kite when they know that Sparker's ultimate is approaching and just avoid it off of low overhanging door frames.
Oh, between these two teams, who else could it have been fighting for this last spot? Rad, they proved their supremacy in the bracket. They've done so well. VIRTUS.PRO and BRBRPATAPIM, it's a rivalry as old as time.
Fastball. If VIRTUS.PRO can open up this fight immediately with a good Wolverine grab, but no, Fi is not able to grab anything but oxygen. The now falls to Sparker to push back BRBRPATAPIM around that corner, but they're not going to overcommit. They're just going to hold and wait to time the drop. As you can see, VIRTUS.PRO so vigilant of wherever Pokey could potentially pop up from.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that Pokey angle.
Unfortunately, I have to pay bills. I have to pay rent and food and, you know, make sure my cat has food.
Psylocke well earned, considering that Spark has been dominating on it already. The passive of the Wolverine burn. Tanuki might well be in trouble here. Polly's fallen down. There's so much resources demanded by the low HP Wolverine.
BRBRPATAPIM trying to hold on to so much space, controlling both the high ledge and also the low ground and the rotation off angle that Pokey was playing from. Pokey, though, has been slowly building up down to the butterflies, just farming it when Sparker is looking at other targets. But Sparker, I guess, utilized Trooper's Fest, put himself onto high ground, and he can immediately put pressure onto BRBRPATAPIM's backline. Another pick hasn't come on through, but look at the space that VIRTUS.PRO had to play with.
Oh, they got so much space, but they don't have control of the car.
Where did I get what?
Oh, Pokey finished off by Fi. Sparky starts to crack an impact in the back pocket, but look at this. Nevix is going to be able to tax the Sentry so much for Stone Haymakers. The AoE is overwhelming.
Not Samoa's cool 58.
Into this fight with an eternal bond, and that's going to have to be the play. Out comes the Terror Cape 2, sending VIRTUS.PRO to back away, and Sparky gets the Trooper's Fist connection onto Tanuki regardless.
Oh, and they've warded away that Black Panther. He's going to have to wait a while to come back in now. Quick freeze, I believe. Enzo, stunned up by Nevix. And here comes the Kraken's impact. Landing down yet again over to the Cloak and Dagger. Trying to chase out that Dark Dimension escape from the Cloak. But the final note might well be the cross heel here. And a shutdown onto the Meteor Rim. The regen domains were everything. You can't keep this one contested if you're Psylocke. Pokey tries to cancel it just in time. But VIRTUS.PRO still claim first in good time.
And Tanuki goes down as well. They're going to be able to stagger out Ken, which is brutal.
Oof.
Though BRBRPATAPIM are at least stalling out the progression of the objective by having as many bodies on the point as they have been. VIRTUS.PRO can still surge forward and take control of the next corner, which the defenders normally get to utilize to stall and stabilize out for such a long time. Enzo's actually going to swap onto the Doctor Strange, giving up the full charge of clobbering time just so that BRBRPATAPIM have an extra shield, another form of CEC to potentially keep Sparker in check when it comes to the bionic hook pickups, but he still gets grabbed.
Ooh.
Oh, still getting the grab. Polly taken down, and when you've got two of these shield vanguards, that means all the more cleave for Nevix, who's back to the old tried and true fire on the off angle, just taking away this space. VIRTUS.PRO, they are looking hot on Araco.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna have God of Mischief. Nevix gets to play as aggressively in the face of BRBRPATAPIM. How's the clobbering time? If Ken tries
I've not gotten an answer, so I have no idea.
5 matches to catch Pokey before the dance of the butterflies is full, and it's gonna be a fate of both worlds coming on through instead.
3 players stunned by the clobbering time, and the culling aura given out as well by Sparker. An attempt here at the dance for butterflies from 5, and no targets present themselves. Enzo gets 2 stuns, one onto Sparker, one onto
big
Nevix.
stun, big stun.
He's down for now, and the Terror Keep as well means plenty of
Oh,
damage onto
got
Nevix.
grabbed.
But being grabbed here could be curtained. The damage is real, but guess what? Pokey's returned, and Tanuki's here as well. Pokey's still got themselves their dance of the butterflies to try and turn this one around. A fully charged Emma beam could be so much to try and deal with. Nevix forced to give up their little bit of position.
Very good play.
But this is going to be very aggressive. Enzo couldn't fly away inside the Yancey Street charge. They were earthbound. Pokey noted, and now an attempt to try and grab anyone who presents himself to the Emma. Full charge here for Fincy into the diamond form, sharing out the damage inside of the fate of both worlds. It's impossible to manage. Polly needs to deliver on this. It's inside their own portal. What's going on over there, Berber? Still Tanuki. They need a clutch. That
was hilarious.
They need a hero. It's the last stand to try and do it. It will get Saipe, but not much more than that. They lose their passive off the back, and Fire's going to try and chase it down. It's a single stun onto Polly. Yet another eternal bond from Ken to answer the clobbering time, and Spark is caught out with few friends.
Oh.
Huge Terror Cape as well.
Very big.
How much space Ken was able to make into the backline of VIRTUS.PRO. That just gets followed up off of the back of base primary from the Magneto, and that fight went on so incredibly long. It's now 1 minute and a half. Spark
I'm being ignored by not.
That Kraken impact. Enzo is going to
How dare they ask a question and then don't answer.
Can sync to the beat. Fate of both worlds for the damage amplifier on the Maelstrom of Madness, but it's gonna have to be BRBRPATAPIM trying to take the Kraken impact down before it takes them out of the tournament.
Early isolation onto Tanuki. Alex still has, the ultimate here to try and keep everyone sustained. Enzo grabbed, knocked back, and that's even more space for Foracolos to try and play with. Multiple movement abilities have been shut on down by the Yancey Street charge. It's doing the damage. Here we go in towards the back. It's a good stun onto Fincy coming from the top. Sparker with the iframe dodges. This guy is simply insane. Oh, every single time when you think that there's a chance, Sparker says absolutely not.
Free for free! He is free for free on Kraken.
Did Sparker scam freeze? It probably did.
And BRBRPATAPIM lose the potential of holding VIRTUS.PRO
Right?
on second, and we head into
Right.
third. This is
Enjoy
it,
your
Harry.
bath.
It all comes down to this.
Now you're
One
good.
team will triumph. One team will find
You
themselves
go enjoy
out
your
of the
path.
tournament.
Your bath.
Finzy's got the psionic seduction. Dreeder, the fate of both worlds.
Go become
VIRTUS.PRO's
human again.
fate is in the Vanguard's hands.
No more second chances, no more mulligans. All the weeks, months, years of scrims, it all comes down to this. Pokey already taken down by 5, filling in on the Psylocke and delivering here. A big Terror Cape from Ken could be everything. The blind is good, but the Sonic Seduction is better. That magnetic curtain's gonna drop soon, but it's enough time to escape a little bit. Tanuki still on the other side, has themselves a passive to play with. Pokey forced to disengage, has the dance of the butterflies, and Enzo's just gonna stall out the cart with their life.
Probably gonna
They
switch.
lost the Eternal Bond too. Ken got grabbed outside of it by Sparker on the Winter Soldier. And speaking about Winter Soldier, Sparker's got the ultimate. Nevix is clobbering time to set it up. BRBRPATAPIM have to dodge the ultimates coming through from VIRTUS.PRO, or they're done.
Spy noted on the approach here.
Ooh.
Pokey takes him down. It's an excellent opener coming through from Pokey. Can the rest of the team now deliver on their own promises? VIRTUS.PRO have already called this one. They want to try and take the fight with 5 ultimates later, not undermanned.
They need the Psylocke alive so that Fi can spot out Pokey's position too. And there, now they come on through, but Pokey gets the better of Fi once more. Dance of the Butterfly stalls out. VIRTUS.PRO try to fall back, but they're running out of time to reset.
And this has been all the time that was needed here for BRBRPATAPIM to build up to their own 5 ults, soon to be 6.
Yep,
This is
they're
the one
closer
fight,
to getting
the
6
one
ults.
fight to rule them all, and in
What fight
China
to
to
rule them all?
bind them. Ready to come down from the top. Tanuki lies in wait, a predator above, a double stun, no, only the single one there. Onto Enzo, not so much value gained off the back. A pair of dances of the butterflies, everybody doing more damage. Streetro taken down out of their ultimate here. BRBRPATAPIM might have fired. VIRTUS.PRO.
Oh
no! Saipe isn't there! BRBRPATAPIM! They're going
It's off of the back
Like
of the
that.
Loki. Saipe gets picked before the fight.
My God, BRBRPATAPIM, that was so good.
Player from VIRTUS.PRO before the fight begins, and VIRTUS.PRO not
Pokey
having
really
that
came
confidence,
through on that
wanting to
one.
go for the 6v6 brawl with that much on the line. Call off the fight, reposition, and look to come back anew. And BRBRPATAPIM take the opportunity to stabilize. Tanuki.
BRBRPATAPIM just won the lower bracket final, so they're going to they're the ones that are going to China with Rad.
VIRTUS.PRO needed Saipe the most to utilize the Loki doppelgangers and the regeneration domain to have the lead when it goes to 6 ultimates.
So we have our 2 European representatives.
But they don't have the time left to wait. They've got to full send the push regardless. And Dance of the Butterflies, it's
What
the
is
thing
happening?
that they need.
They desperately needed it, but BRBRPATAPIM, they needed to go to China more than anything else. They were putting it all on the line, facing down the reverse sweep, looking towards the Bears with momentum. They dig in their heels, they stomp down, and they say no.
Pokey won the
Absolutely not.
1v1
This rivalry
versus
has gone on far enough.
fight
It's time for us to get our
twice.
flowers. It's time for us to be that top team. VIRTUS.PRO, we never could have expected we'd be looking at the reality now where they are not attending the first Marvel Rivals LAN. But who better to replace them there than BRBRPATAPIM?
I mean, there has to be discussions now that Pokey might just be the best Psylocke. End of just getting to see the perspective, the accuracy, the awareness and understanding too of looking for those picks, of VIRTUS.PRO not wanting to take the fight because they're a player down, and Psylocke having the ability to get in, get out, take a fight really quickly, get the pick that you need, and then not even require all of the resources from the rest of your team as follow through because Luna Snow made it through the advanced pick and bans. You've got the idol aura. Your Luna is literally idle, just healing the vanguards all the while Pokey is winning the 1v1s up on the high ground. That was the thing that allowed BRBRPATAPIM to come back into this match. For me, Tanuki was the star of the show in so many other maps, but Pokey has to be the MVP of the series.
Yep.
I mean, Pokey just finding every clutch in the end. Well, we had so many moments where we sang the praises of members of BRBRPATAPIM, but sometimes it's just 3 fights
So
in a row
well
where you
done
get
by
the first pick,
BRBRPATAPIM.
you drain that time bank down, and you
Like,
give your
not
team
even
time
close.
to build up towards an ultimate bank. But in the end, is a critical mass too big to fail.
It was. They did very well, though.
Devastating, unfortunately, for VIRTUS.PRO. Like you said, it feels like a different reality, an alternate universe that we're finding ourselves in, where we say the words VIRTUS.PRO are not going to be at the first international contest of Marvel Rivals esports. But like you said, BRBRPATAPIM going to show that there is new leaders in the region. VIRTUS.PRO, we know that they'll answer back. Give them a little bit of time, they'll come back yet stronger. Unfortunately, they are going to have some time, a little bit of a off season now for them, as BRBRPATAPIM will be matching up against Rad. And the last time these two teams matched up, well, that one went the distance too. I remember Tetya asking, pleading that the BO5 transform into the BO7, much like a Loki casting God of Mischief and transforming into a Luna Snow. And I'm so happy to tell you, Harry, that we get that reality. It's gonna be a BO7, and it feels like these two teams, they're gonna take it all the way.
I mean, I was watching that winners final so jealously, man. So, well, let's just say I hope that Rad are coming in warm because BRBRPATAPIM certainly are. They have been pressed to their very limits, but the rewards are great when the risk is the greatest. They will be representing EMEA. They are the last team we can add to our smorgasbord of invitees before we figure out who's coming from China later on. And our EMEA participants, I couldn't be more proud of them. They are going to, it's gonna be easy clap for EMEA. There's no other way to say it. There's no other way to say it.
I mean, very true.
I can't wait to see them go up against the likes of, you know, Gen G and Reject too. As you and I, we were talking behind the scenes, like who we think is the most similar to some of these other regions, what the other regions' metas have started looking like too, because EMEA favors Emma, NA loves to let the Magneto through rather than the Emma Frost. Asia is a region unto its own. We've got to hear about Mantis and Ultron coming out from them as a star-studded strategist lineup, to the point that they actually get banned out over things like the Luna and the Loki.
Again. Oh my god.
It's really going to be interesting to see how BRBRPATAPIM interact with those kinds of plays, given the fact that they're also pretty dive coded.
Ignore that.
Too. Although one
You didn't hear anything.
BRBRPATAPIM, they cracked the code when it comes to the advanced pick and ban system. Like, they went straight for the throat of the duelists rather than the vanguards.
I didn't trust them.
Speak for themselves. Like, getting 5 of that Human Torch just allowed them so much advantage in a lot of those fights.
Yeah, like trying to ban out Fincy and Nevix, I think is a little bit of a fool's errand, right? They're super flexible, but if you can really start to constrain the hero pool of Phi and you make a Protector go the way of Sparker for the Winter Soldier, you just give so much more room for Pokey to decimate. Like, Pokey's situation is
looking around looking for him. You want to get isekai by Trakun?
Interviewee, I believe it's the coach Sala who's coming to join us. I haven't had a chance to talk to Sala yet, so this is going to be an excellent meeting. Hello, bud. You look all grins and smiles.
How can you not smile, man? Oh yeah, it feels amazing, honestly. I think I'm still shaking a little bit. I think the boys, I can't imagine what the boys are like right now, but yeah, it feels amazing.
So what was the energy like? Because obviously it started off really, really strong for you guys. It looked like it was going to be a lights out 0-3. And then VIRTUS.PRO started coming back on for a potential reverse sweep. As a coach, how did you try and keep the team to task in terms of mental?
So, to be honest, yesterday was when we lost. We didn't expect to lose, or we knew it was possible, but it hurt us when we lost, I think. So the first thing was making sure that we're mentally ready for today. We talked a lot about how, look,
you don't get a lot of second chances,
so we have to use ours correctly. And we weren't afraid of the reverse sweep. We weren't like, oh no, they've taken 2 maps.
God, all I'm seeing is like one of those Japanese trucks hiding behind a tree.
And they did
not even like a big tree or anything. This is one of those small regular trees.
Which is normally our home. I think 100% win rate up until that game.
But there's some guys like looking out for truck.
You know, 50% chance of winning, or rather, we're going to win one of them, so we have 100% chance. So we weren't too nervous about that. But honestly, the boys are demons. The boys are mentality monsters. So I was probably more nervous than them. The fact that some of them stepped up, the fact that
I hope I've given all of you a lovely mental image of a truck hiding from just a random guy.
Yeah, I'm really proud of them. I think they're amazing. Sorry, I'm a little bit lost for words. I'm not any better at this, but
no worries.
Yeah, us too. To be honest, that was just one of the best.
I'm also trying not to swear. I don't want to get any fines. I don't want to make good news into bad news.
Yeah, you guys are on the line for some big cash at the moment, heading into our $250,000 prize pool. Let's not lose some of it to fines. Salah, when it comes to your tenure with this team, how long have you been with BRBRPATAPIM? Did you come in after Polly and Pokey, or were you part of like drafting Polly Pokey into like the OG core?
Also, hi, Mizaki Sacred.
So I was actually with them in OG from MRI. I was there during the MRI run. It was like kind of the first week, so I wasn't doing so much, but yeah, I was there. I've been there since the start, basically. Polly and Pokey, I have to say it was probably tenor actually. He wanted to show a little bit of bias towards the Norwegians, but it's a good thing he did, to be honest. They're insane.
Yeah, they were so absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
In terms of the pick and ban system, because we saw a major change, right, from when the two teams last went up against each other. You immediately banned out the Human Torch. How did you come to the conclusion that that was the way to beat VIRTUS.PRO?
So the first ban we did on the first game was basically like we said, okay, if we ban in this line, we know that we're going to force them onto awkward DPSs that they don't want to play. They want to play the Torch, they want to play Psylocke, they want to play Starlord. So we knew that we basically had to ban him out. So we banned out I can't remember what we banned first, but it wasn't the Torch, we banned out second. After that, we won that game, we knew that, okay, there's a chance they save Torch, so just to preemptively, we basically said, okay, he's not playing Torch this game. The thing is, when he plays Torch, he's able to, we're a dive team, I would say, and he's able to kind of help with the dive a lot more. So we knew that if we don't want him to dictate the pace of the game, we don't want him to have any control over anything, we're not letting him have the Torch. So yeah, that was pretty much it.
Very true. Torch is very good against dive comp because we can force them in awkward positions because of his fire domain, right?
Here I would normally talk very cocky, but we've just went through a full best of 5, so I hope we have fun. I know they were rooting for us, so respect to them. They did good yesterday, but hopefully we can get some revenge today, huh?
Oh,
I just want to say though, my players are. This is not so much on me. My players are insane. Every single one of them are some of the best players in the world. They deserve this so much. So yeah, it's crazy.
Certainly, we recognize their talent, so do you, and now so too will the world in China. Thank you so much for joining us, Salah.
See you there.
That was Salah, coach of BRBRPATAPIM, reporting in after they booked their tickets to the mid-season finals. But Mox, the day isn't done yet for BRBRPATAPIM. They may have just gotten out of a absolute slobber knock around, but now they've got to go up against the final boss in Rad.
Yeah, BO7.
Yeah, they still have a match to go.
Harry. Potentially 7 maps if you watch the Asia finals. Maybe 8 if we have a draw. I would not put it past them. We now get to determine who is the strongest team in the EMEA region. It's rematch hours. Rad versus BRBRPATAPIM. And like you said, Rad 100% were watching that game and likely that interview too. So let's see whether or not the draft system is going to be changing around that one as well, because maybe the secret's out. Maybe we don't target ban the Vanguards and go after the duelists instead.
Well, you can put a target on yourself on the fashion runway by wearing some brand new spicy costumes. Thor's majestic raiment and Punisher's Daredevil Born Again costumes have just hit the store in Marvel Rivals to make sure that you can tear it up with the best of them and look your best.
It's not just about the looks either, the sound effects that are attached to all of these amazing legendary cosmetics.
There's a cyclist that goes around saying it would be so surprising to get hit by a truck right now. It would be so unexpected.
The backing tune of all of your enemies getting dropped.
Oh no!
Well, we're going to drop you guys off for a quick, have a quick drink, have a quick snack, because it is going to be a barn burner.
Just making sure that they're on the path of where the trucks usually go.
In a couple of minutes after this break.
He scares you, I can imagine.
Out of sight. Judge, jury, executioner.
I'm actually kind of interested in seeing what they're going to do for Daredevil, because Daredevil's blind, right? He sees through hearing. So I'm actually kind of interested to see how they're going to do that, because are they going to adjust the way that you see the game as Daredevil, or are you just going to see Daredevil and he's going to just be a regular duelist, right? Because there's no way they're going to make him a strategist or a Vanguard. Also, that whole interaction that you just put in chat gives me like one of those Japanese T-crosses, Where there's just a truck in one lane, and then there's just some guy cycling. Oh, it would be so surprising if I got hit by a truck. Looks over a truck. So surprising. Looks harder a truck. With that bombastic side eye. We love a good truckin'.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you
standing in my way.
And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion.
Dun, 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 dun. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you really want for me. I'll be waiting for you. Sorry, I've been listening to this a little bit too much. That's the Marvel Rivals song.
Again because
the official theme song. Let me see what the name actually is. I think it's Rivals Till the End.
$50,000 on the line, and now it's time for the grands, baby.
That means as well that we're moving up. BO5 transforms into BO7.
Yeah, it's Rivals Till the End.
Last time these two teams matched up, it went the distance. Rad were able to win out against the Black Panther composition. BRBRPATAPIM then adapted, starting to ban out the Adam Warlock. So right off of the rip, it feels like these two teams already have a very good read on each other.
Also, hi, Optimal Tech Zone.
Both of these teams know each other super well. They were in opposite groups to begin with as well, so they were likely scrimming plenty as some of our top teams in EMEA during the group stage. Look at Rad's roster.
Dude, you're not even wrong. I was on TikTok the other day, and my TikTok feed's cooked. It's
so
just,
good
but it's fucking hilarious because it's either people getting yelled at by the British Kingsguard, or it's people just being stupid. And I just
level 1 Crook, the Mantis accuracy as well. I would say easily the best Mantis.
Aw,
that we
thank you.
Coming on from the EMEA region.
But
so definitely going
so it's either that or it's people just being stupid. And one of those videos that was stupid was from some dude in the Netherlands who was looking at his phone. DHL truck stops in the street. Actually, is at a dead standstill. Nothing's happening. The truck's just there. The delivery person's probably checking their deliveries, who they need to deliver stuff to, checking the back of the truck, making sure the stuff is there.
Although I do wonder if Team Rad are going to go down a similar
Out of nowhere, this dude looking at his phone comes in. Full speed on the bicycle, by the way. Full speed. Not even trying to slow down while looking at his phone. This crashes full send into the back of it and this falls and all you hear is because they can't breathe because they bashed into it so hard.
Yeah, and I mean, if you go for
it
that,
is so
Melio,
funny.
too, we have to talk about one of the most sought after duelists. Whenever there's a shuffle of rosters, one of the names I always have floating
God,
about
I
that
can't
teams
with those
wanted to
people.
be able to get their hands onto was Melio, and when you see his Punisher gameplay, it will show you exactly why.
Yeah, here's a quick look at how Marvel Rivals Ignites came to be for Team Rad.
Because it's not even an isolated case, right? It happens to so many other people. That's the, I think that's the 4th or 5th video of someone on their bike just crashing into a delivery truck.
Finally got Naga integrated a little bit better. He came in during the Invitational, but hadn't been playing Marvel Rivals for very long. We started to see their power. They still got 4-0'd though by VIRTUS.PRO, but now the boogeyman's gone. And thus far in Marvel Rivals Ignite in the playoffs, they have been able to just tear through Zero Tenacity, All Business, and then going very close against BRBRPATAPIM.
And sometimes it's not even a truck, just a van, but it's at a standstill, so if you just crash into it full send, you know they're just watching their phone.
So they could get a read of their opponent, whether it would be VIRTUS.PRO or whether it would be BRBRPATAPIM.
But the reason why that video was so funny to me is because the door popped. The delivery fan back door, the one that the delivery people opened to grab the packages, popped open when he crashed into it.
From a player, then it opens the avenue of another hero for an entirely different player. Like you said, Ken's Loki.
It's almost like that door was saying, ew, someone crashed into me.
Pokey just proving themselves as well, absolutely popping off on Arako, on the Psylocke, are going to show why so often BRBRPATAPIM get removed. Both the Psylocke
This
and
is
the
why you
Captain
shouldn't be
America
looking at
when
your phone.
Polly and Pokey are on the team
Not
together.
while you're driving, not while you're bicycling.
Great acquisitions.
The only reason you should be looking at your phone is to make sure you're going in the right direction, and only for a second.
Out of like a pseudo merger between the remainder of the original OG roster.
Nah, if that happened, that would be on the delivery person, because why are you not? Lovely Enzo play there. Because why are you not securing your boxes? Right? They're supposed to be secured because you're moving around. So if the boxes also fall on that person, that's on the delivery person.
I'm so accustomed to having those two players get target banned out. It feels like
it would be funny
a lot of the time.
But that will be on the delivery person.
He got freedom, other than maybe the Wolverine getting taken off against him. He got a lot of freedom granted to him off of just the distress that Polly and Pokey, the concept of having to ban out.
But we love ourselves some Schadenfreude.
And a Luna Snow all occupying 3 of the ban slots, then immediately freed up the rest of the team to have a little bit more of a rampage run. But I feel like that might have changed.
Go get yourself some food. Go get
that
yourself some sustenance.
Pro were able to approach it.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of evolution in our advanced pick and bans here for Marvel Rivals Ignite, that there is quite a bit of value. Previously, there wasn't as much value with the universal bans to having like very strong characters that are a little bit, maybe not 100% meta, like having a Spider-Man that needs to be banned out, or like an Iron Fist that needs to be banned out. We're seeing a lot more value from that when ban slots have to be taken up by the opponent for where you're strongest, like the Captain America, for the Psylocke, and that means that some generically strong heroes are still going to be available to you. Like, you're constantly going to have access to that Punisher. You're going to have easier access to things like the Magneto, to the Emma Frost, because they're not being taken away from you when you have to deal with the Polly Pokey duo.
Yeah, and I mean, BRBRPATAPIM might also have adjusted to what VIRTUS.PRO did against them and start really prioritizing saving that Psylocke instead of the Captain America.
So universal ban, you really gotta go with those non-meta heroes that are super strong, because otherwise you would have to deal with that, and you're not entirely sure if they're gonna be able to play that or if they have players who are good like that, so you're just gonna get rid of that. Right now, that's a lot of Storm that gets banned. If you're smart, you're also going to like either go for Loki or Luna.
Whether or not that's going to become a reality.
Look at the map win rates for Rad. Convergence is by far their strongest, and I think a lot of those are probably gained on Symbiotic Surface. They are very good at defending that first point, and also really good at like initial muggings. They're like rolling out.
But when
like,
you have
damage
like a
boosted
ban
mana
system
after
like they
that
have
portal and
here,
just
where
instantly
your bans
evaporating
only
enemy
affect the enemy
strategists, which
team,
can often
you
convert
can
into a
really get
first lane case.
strategic with it, especially
Yeah,
because you
Rajara's
know who you're up
Doctor Strange
against.
Teleports are definitely something to be pretty terrified of. Domination, though, proves to be a little bit of a 50-50 coin flip coming on through, and we always do start off the tournament game systems with a domination map coming on through. So if BRBRPATAPIM can immediately grab up that first map type, then they're definitely going to be feeling comfortable. However, this being a BO7 series, Harry, does mean that at some point between these two teams, there is going to be that reset cycle coming on out, and the team that loses map number 3 will have that pick of the litter when it comes to all of the map types for 4.
Yeah, it can really open up a series when you get that map reset come on through, and you got to run through the gauntlet of map types once again. Coming into this, my biggest question is how warm are Rad going to be? Because BRBRPATAPIM, they are coming in not just warm, they are absolutely blazing hot right now. They are essentially 6 human torches. And I've often seen in other esports, in other brackets, when you have this final day where it's lower bracket finals into grand finals, often the lower bracket team just kind of decimates because they come in so hot that they tend to really come out swinging on the first map and knocking the reigning upper bracket team off balance.
Yeah, especially because if they were able to triumph in the lower bracket, it's likely that their original plan going into that series was rerouted and diverted into having to adapt into something else. So they've already got that problem solving, the critical thinking element of the gameplay down. And they have all of these different options that they can go through and rotate. If Rad are able to deal with one thing, oh, well, we're just going to pivot over to this other thing. So that pick and ban system is really going to be very important, not just to shut down the original composition, but to make it that if your opponent is suddenly having to think, okay, something's not working, we're going to have to swap to something, their options are significantly limited.
Yeah, forcing those adaptations and then training the potential adaptations.
But yeah, considering that Tanuki can just go with Black Panther,
I think one of the most innovative minds.
How are you gonna ban, right?
At the moment, really looks at like less meta characters and sees how to squeeze value out of them. And I think that's a big place where Rad have been able to get value previously, including with their novel ban strategy against VIRTUS.PRO the first time, just getting rid of so many strategies. Like we can really constrain their options here. But really, Fate has been able to level up this roster by procuring, as you said, for double Danish DPS. Like, if you're in Europe and you need to upgrade your DPS roster,
Lokis are hell to deal with. Oh yeah,
Danish hit scans, generally the top tier. You got your Melios, you got your Craggies, and of course Naga coming in from the other side as well. A long tenured player who has been decimating European competition for a long time, and so variable as well. Both good hit scan and great projectile sense.
Yeah, and not just that too, but Fate like has admitted in interviews that he watches other regions. So he gets a good read of what's meta over there and could potentially be brought over here that maybe is not seen as much, but if he can immediately see it from other teams in play, he gets the immediate understanding of, okay, this is how it's working. I'm going to be able to take that and implement it with my team so that you can have so many different strategies in the back pocket.
And that's
like
important.
When they were originally able to defeat VIRTUS.PRO, it started on a domination. It started with Jeff strats coming on through. Well, we got to see Jeff act as a fire extinguisher to fire on the human torch. And speaking about stats, we can have a look at BRBRPATAPIM's a much higher domination win rate and convoy win rate, but a much lower convergence win rate. So I feel like that immediate pivot is evident. If you are red and you lose domination, convergence would probably be the map type that you would take them to.
Most likely.
Yeah, there's also, you could also make the argument that like when you're that much better at convergence, maybe you pick a convoy where you're more comfortable and force BRBRPATAPIM, who aren't great at convergence, to like pick their poison when it comes to one of those maps, rather than allowing for Burbo to really design the convoy matchup to be in their favor.
I'm actually kind of surprised that they only have a
did say,
33%
Sal
win
was
rate.
saying that they thought it would be a 50-50 between themselves and VIRTUS.PRO when it came to Araka, which I found interesting given how evident VP are in their love of that map, the confidence that they have of playing it. So it feels like BRBRPATAPIM definitely have comfort maps, Hell's Heaven being one of them, 100% win rate before, and then also being able to fall back onto Araka. And right off of the rip, that's 2 maps that if you're Rad, you know to just avoid altogether.
Yeah, like you can just take those out of your mind, and that's another reason to possibly choose convoy, so that you can get rid of that Araco pick until later on in the series when inevitably Berber are going to get a chance to go to it. I don't anticipate there being a 4-0 here in either direction because BRBRPATAPIM, I think they might be their strongest in map number 1, right? Coming off that series full of energy, might be a little bit shaky in the hands after putting it all on the line to get to China.
We all have those moments where if you have like
a will have been very important. I'm sure
a game where you won, where everything was on the line.
Stalled for long enough, Mark. Casters.
Think rank up game. And you win that, you're a little bit shaky.
Which round of domination is it going
Take
to
like
be?
a 5-minute break to get the shakes out of you.
Imagine if the RNG takes us to Hell's Heaven, you would not be happy if you're Rad.
Ooh, Krakoa.
Okay, Krakoa, this is fairly even between the two of them. I imagine we get into our first ban phase here. And yeah, looks like Rad are gonna follow in the footsteps of VIRTUS.PRO and say,
I love that Polly and Tanuki are the only two people that don't have a 3-letter name.
BRBRPATAPIM prize Naga's Human Torch as much as they wanted to deny Fires. No! Human Torch manages to make it through. See, if you're Rad now, I feel like you might actually prioritize saving the torch early on.
Might be the call here. Letting Naga play that. It's going to be Polly and Pokey. Do you have to ban the Psylocke already, though, is the question. Like,
yeah, I think you go Luna, though.
Oh, okay. Makes sense, yeah.
Because the Psylocke will still come through, and then you can save the Emma so that you can have Carbon Crush to deal with either the Cap or the Psylocke. But BRBRPATAPIM do not get to go into the free ban phase, which means that Human Torch might be off the menu.
Yep. Loki. Likely we see Luna taken off the map. To be fair, BRBRPATAPIM don't seem to be overly concerned with going against Luna. I think because they know that they can try and shut down Luna fairly easily, utilizing their own Black Panther in the back pocket. So they often let it go through the ban phase.
Alright, so
yeah, this is something that we've seen from Rad multiple times over. Fate really prioritizing having that one-sided cloak and dagger, which they utilized against VIRTUS.PRO, and then VIRTUS.PRO started utilizing against every other team that they ran into as well. As Rad now get the opportunity to block a hero banned from BRBRPATAPIM. What is the call to be? Captain America for them, so Rajara is going to be able to run out on that one, though they don't have the Psylocke to back them up.
Oh, question is, do you need to... Yeah, we anticipate the Human Torch ban here, but maybe you have to pivot over to banning a strategist from the enemy. To be fair, I don't know if BRBRPATAPIM are too concerned. They've been getting so much value out of Ken playing Rocket when they're in these weird scenarios.
It's the Adam, though. Rad have been liking to play res composition. BRBRPATAPIM likely going to be trying to force Rad as well into either banning Adam or potentially an Ultron if they've been leaning into watching some of the Asia regions. This is BRBRPATAPIM trying to lead Rad away from banning Pokey's Psylocke, but Rad decide that they'll let the res comp go through one-sided as well on BRBRPATAPIM's side in priority of taking the Psylocke as follow-up from Polly down, and I think that is the correct choice to go for.
Certainly would make some sense. Yeah, getting rid of... You cannot allow the Captain America Psylocke to go through from Polly and Pokey. Still, Pokey's been getting a lot of value thus far out of the Punisher, so this is far from broken here for BRBRPATAPIM. Rad opening up with a fairly confident draft.
Yeah, Rad could potentially pivot too. We saw that the Mantis came out for the side of Berber with that protection. They might play it. They could
so this is
the
best of 7, right?
Boost to have the better break point and the faster burn through if a Punisher Final Judgment mirror comes.
So that's going to be a
lot
of games.
Storm is also on the table for both of these teams. We didn't get to see it at all in the previous season, but a lot of these teams in EMEA have been liking to pair the Punisher up with the Storm for the 12% boost off of the Goddess boost cooldown. Rads, however, have been liking to put Melio on the Ultron to be able to pocket the Human Torch with the Imperative Firewall.
That overhealth can be so useful. To roll out, it's going to be Carousel, which is our first map here.
Yeah, you can see a little bit there, but the drone has an AoE heal in the bubble, right? So it has an 8-meter radius bubble around it.
To dodge around, which can put you a little bit too
and anything that's in that bubble will also get healed.
BRBRPATAPIM actually going to be playing Ken on the Rocket Raccoon, which we've seen come through from time to time, just having the BRB to out-sustain Rad's numbers.
All right, Culling Turret already set up in a very dangerous position. Actually forces out the diamond form. in order to escape the LOS of that culling turret, was that Aegis took most of the damage. Seems like there's going to be an exchange of fire on the point as BRBRPATAPIM are making a full-bodied rotation over
Naga
there.
in danger.
Constantly suppressed. Does have that snowflake
Oh.
though, coming through. Oh, Enzo, great accuracy there. Hits the iron volley and the right click as well. The mag cannon delivering. Melio's getting super aggressive over here, trying to back up Naga. And it's going to be fully punished by Polly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Rajara is not able to find the inn either currently. They were really trying to box BRBRPATAPIM into a small room with just the fires coming on through from the Human Torch, but it's not to be. And the fight goes now on to point with Brawl. But BRBRPATAPIM have the better numbers, and they've already got the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier built up too. So this is going to be a fast
It's a harsh
retreat from Rad.
stagger.
An early point cap for BRBRPATAPIM.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is going to mean that Crux ult may end up being a little bit aesthetic in terms of the amount of healing it does.
Not if they pair it with Melios, which is a lineup that we traditionally see when the Mantis and the Ultron ult at the same time, so that you can then utilize all of the damage boosts onto both your Human Torch and the Ultron themselves.
Croc already taken down. Tanuki grabs that one early right there. Maybe a feral leap just took them well out of the area of effects of the rest of
I
their
love
roster.
that.
Oh,
I
to
love the
try and chase down
casual,
the Human Torch with Captain America. It's a little bit ambitious, but it still keeps Naga
The
on notice.
casual
Tanuki
spray
gets to just take full
on
advantage of the
whenever
lack of
Polly
Magneto,
just dives
also
away.
Ares
It's like
women on
run,
the side
spray,
of Rad.
run, spray,
Doesn't
run,
matter.
spray.
Now you're not grabbing
Haha,
the Vanguard, you're
spray.
separating the Mantis and the Ultron, so Rad couldn't utilize either role in the past.
All right, Supernova from the back half. 4 now. Pokey going to take a lot of damage off the back of this one, but now you've got to hide away. You can't risk taking the fire. However, 2 ultimates already been... Tanuki traced himself out there. Classic from Hell's Heaven. A nice clapback here from Rad. Great
Tanuki
understanding
went
of the
down.
tempo. Unable to connect onto Melio with the Meteor M there. And Enzo just can't get it done. Alex gets resurrected in the back by the Battle Recall Beacon. And now it's Melio's turn to rain fire. The Rage of Ultron certainly is raining plenty of it. Trying to put that mostly onto the Vanguards. But inside of its invisible boundary, BRBRPATAPIM are feeling nice and pretty. The princesses now have their castle broken into by the fate of both worlds, giving Rad a huge amount of space to work with. Still Pokey, able to lay down a lot of suppressing fire. That's Naga who's able to deal with it rather quickly.
Yep.
And Rad yet to turn around the control.
And Pokey almost has his ult again.
Taps in on the edge.
Tanuki's gonna have last stand. Pokey, another final judgment. It's up to the Human Torch to try and clear them off of it, but Tanuki's
Ooh, Tanuki.
and that means no sleep, CC. You can go for the back line, and the entire team just falls under the focus that is the Wolverine. Rad were able to at least
Ultron.
a cheeky point cap behind them, but it feels like it's just temporary measures.
Uh-oh.
I forced out the Ice Arts from Fate. Remember, there was no CC available in the form of the Absolute Zero to try and stop Tanuki and Polly from running them down. And that was one last chance for Rad to try and contest. I don't know if they're going to be swapping over here onto a Doctor Strange. I don't think they've got the time to try and do
No,
so.
they
It's gonna
don't.
be
They don't
down
have the time.
one.
Oh,
Alex is on
so
top of
close.
Yeah, Alex gets the force physics to connect onto the Captain America, and Rad get no opportunity to go for the overtime wick. BRBRPATAPIM 100, managing to grab Carousel in such a dominant fashion. Rad got about 10%, and that was off of a back cap coming on through when BRBRPATAPIM's heads were turned.
Turn your head around and you will get punished for it. BRBRPATAPIM, as anticipated, starting off strong here on domination.
There's just no high damage output coming on through from Rad if they don't have the space. If they lose first fight, Melio and Naga on the Ultron and the Human Torch can do nothing into the pressure that Pokey can output on a set up and established Punisher. And it means that for BRBRPATAPIM, when Final Judgment came out, they never actually had to utilize a strategist ultimate.
You can't really let a Punisher set up, because that would mean suppressing fire is just a constant thing.
Hold on to the ultimates and match.
Mad if they're able to match those, to be honest. Tanuki getting a bunch of value here, even against very evasive Vanguards. Oh, contemplate it. Naga's safe for now, though.
Yeah, Wolverine, not the greatest opponent into the Human Torch, but he's gonna go for the pool to get higher, and he gets the barrel grab onto the Human Torch. Naga is snuffed out like a light.
Oh, holy cinema. Oh my goodness. The Marvel Studios writers, they're going to be stealing that one away. Tanuki, just a choreographer for future X-Men movies.
You know, sometimes we see some really smart plays around the portals on Cradle. The Adam reses for the portal so that
God,
everyone
it's
is
so
safe
good.
even more than 30 meters away from him. But that one, like you said,
There was such a hard chance that he would miss it, but the man just grabs onto him and it's like,
on the prospect
yep.
of Supernova stopping
Get yoinked.
BRBRPATAPIM from grouping up and helping the Punisher.
Flying, I don't recall asking. Enzo, just able to watch over here. Notice that that teleporter is not active yet. However, hello, a little bit of a tail coming through from Naga. Poki's already received the information that they are going to be under siege. Can, of course, become CC immune by using their final judgment, meaning they're unbothered about the Sonic Seduction. And now it's a big investment coming through from Rad already. They've used both the Sonic Seduction and the Soul Resurgence, but they can't move forward because they're too scared of the damage coming through from the Punisher. A big overwhelming of the Meteor Remedies has to be thrown out quickly before Enzo can really contemplate the target.
That
This
Mantis is
needs some
getting
help, though,
bullied,
in
oh
the back,
no!
and Enzo's happy to put them to bed. A quick sleepy time is given over by the Iron Volley. Naga grabbed yet again. It's got to be so damaging to Memento to constantly have this anti-Vanguard presence knock you down as a flyer. But when it comes to the overall healing in the fight for sustainability, Rad tends to win.
Okay, finally, Rad are in control.
Imagine
of the
thinking
point,
you're
and
fine,
this
just
with
flying
their
around the
composition
air,
should
and then all of a
easily
sudden,
be a
angry
50%
Canadian.
surpassment. They do have to concern themselves, though, with the damage amplification of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, as well as the prospect of that last stand, scooping someone out of reach from a defensive ultimate, either from Fate or Rajaro. You're going to be keeping the Punisher at bay, the Pyro Prison zoning Poki's angles out, but he's still trying to build up to the next final judgment as BRBRPATAPIM.
No warning whatsoever, just angry Canadian.
Argues disengagement angles may be a little bit limited here if they're not careful. Still has the option to dive on in and do extra damage if need be. That's a big grab coming through from Tanuki. And there we go.
Oh, big one.
Broken Melio overwhelmed the fire, the follow-up. The fire and the flames of Tanuki drags Rad through. And Fate desperately needs to get back on the point here with Fate of both worlds. Healing up the remainder of the team. It's going to be a sustainability gap here in favor of Rad. But Naga once again has been grabbed out from this one. Rajara manages to chase down Alex Poki Falls as well. And Rad, they hold strong despite the early picks.
Yeah, once Tanuki and Poki go down, the damage potential for BRBRPATAPIM plummets exponentially. There's going to be a couple of late picks as well coming on through so that Rad can get as much point percentage as possible from that last fight. Trust me, is going to have Psionic Seduction, so too is Supernova going to be in play. All of that is going to be utilized in reaction to Final Judgment, either before the Punisher gets the opportunity to press the ultimate or when he's midway using it.
Trust me, the Sonic Seduction to try and play with. If Polly goes elsewhere, that means there's only one shield to deal with. Still, the invisible boundary is going to be everything you need to try and survive this one. All eyes onto the battle recall beacon. Naga's going to be prioritizing that one. Melio's in so much danger right now. You are not going to match the damage of the Punisher. Franklin Castle punishes you for the audacity to rage in front of him. That's my Wolverine's job and nobody else's. But when it comes to rage being a raid upon a player, it's Naga who's able to put out the most damage here. Rajaro just domineering over the point. Still has to worry about the freedom charge coming through from Polly. Enzo floats above it all. Might decide to go after the back line, but it's a good dodge away there. Fate's just absolutely flummoxed Enzo here. Naga doing their best to dodge away. Has to deal with the Seer. A lot of extra damage, but it's not going to stay around for long. Fate's finally chased on down. Naga needs to be taken off this angle. A quick poke back from Poki with the teleport. And well, trust me, he's managed to make it onto the point. Should be able to get a carbon crush kick to keep Poki at arm's length. Tanuki needs to be rescued from the auspices of the Captain America. It seems like the target focus right now is starting to fail BRBRPATAPIM. Rad are just working the margins and it's given them time enough here to get the freedom charge.
Rad are coming back. They're trying to hold on to this as long as they possibly can. The freedom charge is stalling. Alex goes down before Invis Boundary can come on through. Fate's about to have potentially another Fate of both worlds too, which is going to land even more stall and build up. Trust me, space to build up.
Nope.
But Tanuki invests the last stand.
Smart. Very smart.
Comes out.
Okay, Tanuki hits a little bit of hero mode, I have to admit it. Good ultra
very smart.
Fate, but it does mean
if you don't know why that was smart, when you ult as Wolverine, you CC whoever it is you're ulting on, right? So they can't ult or anything. And that lasts for as long as it takes you to actually jump down, unless they land on top of your head, then it's kind of like meh.
Taking that teleport once all of the players are regrouped to potentially find a surprise
But like if you are able to actually grab, ooh,
Oh, once again, grabbed by Tanuki. The jump scares are real, and they can hurt you. Tanuki grabbed up by the carbon crush. Extra damage coming through from the Cosmic Yarn amplifier. Level 1 Crook won't be long for this world, even with the extra healing coming through from Fate. A choice made, and a choice is good. Melio struck by a surface to air missile.
good.
An Amram from Enzo as he drops the hammer, and BRBRPATAPIM claim map 1.
So good.
Tanuki's Wolverine might just be a little bit good, you know, just a little. I mean, his ult tracking was perfect in that fight. Just being able to catch Fate before Fate of Bofors can come through, and then hearing the sound cue of the teleporter going off, being able to find a grab onto the Human Torch before Supernova.
Yeah, that's also important, right?
Would have been used to clear off
Knowing where the sounds are coming from, so you're able to track where they're gonna go, so you don't get caught off guard. So important.
Would be called up to have to contest in a Strange into an Emma in a frontline fight. The Strange is going to be losing that every day of the week. When
And again, air control Wolverine, very scary.
It wasn't Melio who got zoned out of his fight. It's pretty hard, unfortunately. Couldn't really find the uptime on the Ultron damage that you're really hoping for to take advantage of a team that's relying on, you know, Invis and Rocket. I almost said Team Rocket heals. I mean, I'm Team Rocket after watching Ken play it, but isn't the greatest throughput for triage. Let's quick look at our highlight reel, and I imagine a lot of it is going to be Tanuki.
I mean, Tanuki is blasting off again. It's essentially how Cradle opened up, being able to just go like, okay, wait a minute. I can't get uppies off of a fastball to get the height to try and go toe-to-toe with the Human Torch. I'll give myself uppies off of the teleporter. And poor Naga learns the hard way what happens when Wolverines can fly.
Literally off the top rope.
Welcome back, John Guy.
Still getting so
What
much
food did you
value
get?
out of a Punisher. And now you got to pick your poison if you're Team Rad. You need to start dealing with the Punisher ban as well. Are you going to allow Pokey access to that Psylocke? I feel like this was fairly close. Team Rad definitely have a workable strategy here, and their sustainability was not to be underestimated. But in the end, Tanuki just gets so much value out of this Wolverine.
Yeah, I feel like the pivot might be the Wolverine. I feel like the pivot needs to be the Wolverine, because Tanuki, even if he's like going in and not finding picks,
Subway?
he's still a presence that you're having to worry about. The entire composition from Rad is built around
and chips.
We give our
Also
players
nice.
damage boost. We manage to out
What
damage
sub
our
did you get?
opponents, and once we're in control of the space, we can then use things like the Ultron and the Human Torch being up in the sky, getting that amazing angle to try and scout out whether the Wolverine is rotating or not, to then put the pressure onto him and force him out off of just spam damage alone. But that never happened because the Flyers were just permanently forced off of the angles, either by Punisher culling turret, Punisher alone, or Tanuki, his mere existence.
Yeah,
Tanuki just
jump
flying in
scares,
your
they
face.
come thick and fast, but there's gonna be a moment for a breather and some time.
Like
for
I
reflection
said,
for Rad, as we have
you're
ourselves a
flying,
quick
you think
break.
you're
We'll see
safe
you
from
on
the
other
angry
side.
Canadian, and all of a sudden, run! Angry Canadian in your face. There is no safe place. Toast beef? Gotcha. There is no safe haven when there's an angry Canadian that knows what they're doing.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
With salt and vinegar chips? Ew. Down, down, down. Brisket and baked chicken. Ooh. That sounds amazing. I know, it's probably gonna be too hot for me to actually Get anything warm. Welcome back, Fast and Furious. Do we have American barbecue? I don't know if it's American barbecue, but we have barbecue. We probably have less big meats though, compared to what you guys have. Only Polish barbecue? Yeah, we have Korean barbecue here somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I know it exists. We have a Texas steakhouse somewhere. A lot of Middle Eastern restaurants.
That you can pick up BRBRPATAPIM.
Welcome back, Rare Fog.
Make it to LAN after all.
True. BRBRPATAPIM being able to make it to LAN and being one of the few unsigned teams. We don't know if they're the only unsigned team because China
we were hoping you'd be back.
To figure out which teams they're going to be sending, as I believe they're 1 week staggered in schedule in comparison to the rest of the regions.
Can't pronounce any of it, but it's good.
Made it thus far, and all of the other regions have been signed. And we also know where RAD are going to be taking us in their attempt to try and equalize the score.
I mean, in my opinion,
where we're headed next, a convergence map
no,
that we expected to see, given the fact that BRBRPATAPIM's
in my opinion, Korean fried chicken is the best.
In the past, 33% win rate on convergence. Oof.
Yeah, and I believe 0-4 on this map in particular. So this is a big oof for BRBRPATAPIM. But that also means that maybe you don't get as much mental strain when you lose this map. You know, you're like, we're just not a Hall of Jalia team.
See, I wonder if BRBR now make adaptations to protecting Tanuki's Wolverine. As it is going to be a Loki ban coming on for both of the teams. Emma Frost has already been blocked for red, so BRBR won't be able to freeze her out any further. There is debate. We're not seeing an insta-lock on the save. BRBR are really weighing up the options, thinking probably about the Wolverine, the Psylocke, and settling on the Captain America instead.
Yeah. Depends on how sweet it is, though.
So opening up those off angles. The Protector for Captain America does kind of force the hand of Rad. Like, we probably have to get rid of a Psylocke here. As usual, though, Rad seem very comfortable to continue going down the strategist banning route. Venom ban. Okay, so this is just going to stop Trust Me from pulling that gamer maneuver at the start. I don't know if I really value. I mean, admittedly, Trust Me does play plenty of the Venom on this map. Maybe it's more of a target ban. Hold up. A Protect for the Rocket, maybe, for the first time?
It's the Manta save, because now yet again I'm thinking, are they going to run a res comp, or is this a pocket comp coming on for... Again, it's trying to just...
Not gonna lie, I've been having a lot of tteokbokki lately.
Amazing.
Add some melty cheese in there. Oh, so good.
No, Rad will stick to their guns. And still, Pokey Psylocke will be removed. However, they could only ban the Psylocke. The Punisher has been able to make it through once more.
Unicorn tears.
Punisher is still a good option here for Pokey. Maybe not going to have as many options to try and sustain themselves, however, through the final judgment without many of those strategist ultimates being available.
One-sided Magneto as well for BRBRPATAPIM. If it does go down to a Punisher mirror, Pokey's going to have Bulwark and Immune when final judgment comes through from the other side. But it looks like Grad are
it's so good
to try to work with this composition. I mean, granted, Hall of Djalia does give you a lot of natural terrain for your Human Torch to hide around, but it's going to be rough given the amount of protection that's available on the other side. Plus, breaking that Punisher turret without a Venom to play distraction, that's going to be brutal.
Oh yeah, that is that's going to be nasty to try and deal with. Still, maybe I think that this is definitely where Rad are at their most comfortable, or at least where they've put.
You're fine with just one bite of that? Just one bite of tteokbokki?
It's never been an amazing map for the side of BRBRPATAPIM. It's a brand new approach.
There's also a new approach to this map because it feels in the past like the Strange TP was the
not your style
pivot that the attackers would try.
It's not necessarily like
much more that we see the
a meal, right? It's more of a snack.
Challenge upon the opposite high ground, the defenders, so it becomes a duel, a race to essentially build up a win condition, either a full offensive ultimate like Final Judgment or the defensive Eternal Bond that can come through when all of your players are stacked. And speaking about a duel, Tanuki is going toe-to-toe with Naga, one of which has an Invis and the other has an Ultron, so it is a battle of the pockets right now.
Battle of the pocket.
Just trying to play a little bit slower here, doesn't want to get too involved, of course, because they are on the defense. Wow, that's a lot of space already gained here by Naga and Melio. They're making an aggressive flight forward, so Tanuki has to give away a bunch of space, but that has also opened them up to Pokey being able to just take down Melio with the assault rifle. This is the price you pay when you make those aggressive pushes to try and take Tanuki off the angle.
I mean, Pokey has quietly been building up as well to that first Final Judgment. Polly not so quietly invading Rad's entire back line.
Not so quietly invading. That's an understatement.
Which frees up the space both for Tanuki and Pokey to get the job done. And Rad are losing player after player.
Oh, Tanuki. Feeling hot to trot right here. Does not want to go in on that diamond form ammo. Instead, just going to try and poke them down from elsewhere. And wow, the iron volley from Enzo finds the final hit.
Yeah,
eating toast at night.
Dagger, it's a race to pull the Eternal Bond, but neither of these teams are currently running that strategist. So once more, we get to see Hall of Djalia, one of the.
There's nothing wrong with toast at night.
Is walking up that long open line of sight when Tanuki gets to play around this building defensively. Rad are gonna try and body check him with the 2 versus 1, the torch and the Ultron, trying to make sure that they can get past that. As we can see, Pokey just got a very long wraparound coming through from a Human Torch behind them.
Yeah, saw that one coming. Tried to nip it in the bud. Pokey taking so much damage here. There's the Captain America coming through from the other side. Extra damage. Oh, run, Melio, run. The Rage of Ultron, it needs to leave right now. Oh, he's not leaving that fast, though. Naga going to be body blocking for that, we'll call it. And, well, it's a big disengage from Rad after using 2 ultimates. Have a chase from BRBRPATAPIM.
Cheese, tomato, chutney sauce, spice, and salt. Dude, that sounds absolute fire.
From Tanuki getting around the corner. The Guardian Shield.
That sounds so good, Fog.
And Rad, they're running low on time.
Yeah, huge Guardian Shield comes through from Alex to stop Tanuki from being seduced into walking closer to the Ammo Frost. So now you've still got Supernova in full play and no Meteor Ram on Rad's side to absorb it. On the opposite end of the stick, Enzo's been holding onto his ultimate, waiting for Naga to use his.
All right, here comes the Supernova. Coming on through, trying to eat up all of those tornadoes from Naga. It does go astray, though. No final hit going to be found off the back of it. Polly frozen up by the Absolute Zero. Slim now for Chain CC, but it's Alex sending out Psionic Blast to tear through the backline. Was that a mid-air F from Polly? He's so nasty.
That is nasty. For anyone that doesn't know, Captain America was punching, then dashing into Naga, then threw a shield, the actual shield throw, threw a shield at the wall so that it would bounce back towards Naga, the Human Torch. Such a good combo.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to build up the resurrection for a while. At least in this last fight, 3 members will be able to come back in short order. Lots of damage coming through. They were forced forth by the Rage of Ultron. Alex taken down. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier needs to be managed, but you also need to manage the damage from Pokey. They didn't finish their meal when it came to shutting down the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, so Pokey just puts out so much damage here, and it's a good
He sure does.
From BRBRPATAPIM, still down 1. As they do not have that resurrection available. Pokey already down. Polly disengaging here. Finally, the rocket has come on back and attempt to disengage is scuppered by the forward momentum, the extra movement speed of the Mantis. Probably just going to play the peripheries, trying his best to hunt down Fate here. Remember, they've still got that cocoon revival if it's needed. And here's Pokey on the opposite side. Yeah, the culling turret ain't going to last for long. That much is a guarantee. Tanuki cannot get the TP off.
Huge play from Naga. Such heads-up decision. Goes so deep that Pokey's final judgment takes out the Star-Lord, but it's so far away from the rest of Rad's players that even though they
I mean, if you don't try new stuff, you're never gonna know if you're gonna like it or not, right?
The Soul Resurgence, so Rad can stabilize, and they're finally able to break first and head into
Ooh,
second.
Polly.
Big Sedation 2 comes now onto Polly, who a sliver of health bar is forced to back off, and that means even more payload distance picked up. As BRBRPATAPIM have to contest, just being boxed into these spaces by the Sonic Seduction, as Rad make up for all of the room they'd lost out before.
Nothing wrong with that.
The shields just do not last against this much damage. A constant damage boost onto Naga, make him an absolute demon of raw output.
Right, P2 is what Rad are going to have in this next fight. They've still got the Mantis damage boost. They're going to have the Soul Resurgence too. Fate can afford to let all of his teammates go down because he'll have another Revive Cocoon to keep the Revive aura around him, even if he goes down parachute.
You have plenty of time to actually travel, don't worry.
Comes on out from Rajara, continuing the aggressive push into BRBRPATAPIM, but Fate has fallen.
Yeah, Fate fallen. Can't get up. Won't be able to use the Cocoon Revival either, as it was used at the Nadir at the first point as well. Melio likely to go down here at the auspices of Enzo, and it's Crook in the back. It's a little bit tragic for Rad. They won't be able to really utilize their Karmic Revival here from Fate as we head into, once again, the last minute of the offense.
Can they keep all of their players up, or will BRBRPATAPIM be able to pick one off and force the Karmic Revival out early before Rad even get to see the objective? No, the disengage is good, but BRBRPATAPIM's ultimate economy is insanely strong in comparison to what Rad have to work with.
Sentient seized, damage delivered. Trust me, the brand new front line does still have that diamond form.
Military or not, still lucky.
Shut down. Enzo slams them into a flame tornado, but it wasn't.
Oh no! Oh no!
Just feeding into the tornadoes now. Welcome to the oven.
Oh Jesus, Tanuki!
Themselves awakened into a hot space, a supernova, and they don't become neutron stars under the pressure. They turn into brown dwarves, and the pants are brown for a moment now when faced with the final judgment of a Xia boosted Punisher. The damage from Pokey can't be managed. Yes, there's going to be one last attempt coming through. Oh, in comes the portal. Waiting with the shotgun, using the cart for cover. They avoid the Sonic Seduction coming on through. Still, there's going to be a chase down from Naga.
That was big from Tanuki being able to find the revive.
Party, but Pokey tears through them.
Oof, out of the fire and well into the absolute barbecue grill that is Tanuki Supernova. That Karmic Revival, so often Adam Warlock's reses have been scuppered and melted out of any momentum by a Supernova. Just seeing where they're playing from, and Tanuki still has parts of that ultimate to throw. The lack of Magneto on Rad's side really felt there, not just for the engagements for Naga to be able to spin on through and build up the Galactic Legend outpacing Enzo, but just not being able to keep a check of that Human Torch when Rad needed the numbers back the most.
It's always nice when genetics are amazing,
Great
right?
heads-up play as well from Tanuki, tracking the potential of.
They're not that good though, because almost everyone in my family has glasses.
When they could be doing damage, playing it a bit more greedily to look for Fate instead, realizing what the win condition of Rad is.
BRBRPATAPIM now gonna be going for their own approach, and they were able to keep the Venom through, as were they able to secure Polly's Captain America. So there's going to be a lot of pressure going out onto Rad's players in the backline, and if they turn and pivot to deal with either of those threats, Pokey gets a free culling turret setup on the high ground on that left side. CC immune too, so not even level 1 Kirka, trust me, can yank them off of it.
All right, Rad. They went to this map with confidence, knowing BRBRPATAPIM were 0-4 on it. BRBRPATAPIM keen to make it 1-4.
Rad at least now with that res composition, gonna be making it costly in terms of time for BRBRPATAPIM.
You were spared the pain of having to wear something on your face the rest of your life.
Avoiding all of the poke angles that Rad could utilize to build up some of these ultimates. The dive's already onto the backline, and that's the Soulborn Force already.
On the chase coming through as well. Had a force physics follow-up to try and pull people off when they were going after that Venom. Tanuki doing their best to avoid most of the fire, but Melio manages to catch an angle after they were softened up by Naga. And now the temptation is not to go too far. Tanuki gets resurrected up, but they don't want to try and engage to stop that resurrection because you'll be going straight into the zone that BRBRPATAPIM can control the best and control your disengage with that force physics. Melio under pressure. Pokey punished for it though. And now Naga needs to break down this Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. The damage has already been done though. Trust me, Rajara have fallen on down. Fate is 10% away from being able to convert onto a resurrection, but I don't know if they're going to be able to poke on out that early. Here they go. The resurrection's ready to go. They've been carried on forward by the ultimate of the Mantis. Soul Resurgence has given Fate all the space they need to work with. Most of Rand have already respawned, though. They're waiting for the portal to come through from Rajaro, and he does arrive, but it's inside of an invincibility. An invisibility barrier indeed. Melio gets 2 off the back of the Rage of Ultron. Ken and Alex both down. Enzo knows it's time to call it, but one ultimate to turn that around. What value from Melio?
Melio imagined coming through with a huge Rage of Ultron, bailing out Rad after Feast of the Abyss. Takes advantage of the utilization of Soulborn prematurely in that fight. Rajara was forced onto the Strange, had to come back
but they got to
reconnect with the team. We've still got Karmic Revival in play, but Rad don't have the point percentage to set up for it to afford to sacrifice. If BRBRPATAPIM can find the team wipe and afford themselves onto that point, Rad, even with the numbers, can still lose the first.
Early play should see Tanuki get resurrected here, but I'm not sure if they really want Tanuki to be rezzed. Caught in a back room right here, and the back rooms ain't kind to BRBRPATAPIM. Rad get it done with only a single ultimate, so efficient.
Huge.
Holly's still there.
Trust me, and Naga. Trust me, going in aggressively with the Ammo Carbon Crush, so that Naga with the Blaster Barrage can find the pick through without having to worry about trading his own life forward. Now we're getting to see the synergy come through, even down that Magneto. But BRBRPATAPIM, Harry, they've been building towards this next fight. They have so much for it. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. The BRB is going to be back on cooldown too to potentially match which of the sustain that Rad can use with just numbers that BRBRPATAPIM have to deplete.
Oh, Ken brings out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to save themselves from a stun that was given over by Rajaro there with the Eye of Agamotto, trying to chase down Polly. The damage might be unbearable. The healing's not quite there. Fate's already been taken on down. Does have a Karmic Revival still ready to go after a Cocoon Revival in their own right here. A disengagement is going to be difficult to manage, but that's okay because you can just fall on down and allow for Fate to play it from the other side. A quick revival.
Where did they revive?
40 seconds remain. But BRBRPATAPIM, they still have their invisible boundary to move on forward. Rad are out of tricks, they're out of second chances, they're out of mulligans. Maybe an overwhelming here, but Rajaro takes out Pokey. That's a lot of damage that's already gone. Naga noted over here. Tanuki gets in close, but up against the element guns, it might be the Star-Lord who has the advantage. A pickup now.
Ooh.
It needs to be a massive one, and indeed it is. Enzo delivers. Melio, Naga, Crook, all falling at the hands of BRBRPATAPIM. Rad, maybe they can find something off the back of Naga here. 97% towards their ultimate, but it would be foolhardy to go in 1 versus 5. They need the setup to be delivered. Enzo's already picked up 2, and Naga's going to have to call it.
Yeah, Galactic Legends are still going to be up, but maybe the Star-Lord's not there. Ooh, they're trying to keep him up, and they will be able to disengage with the Duelist safely intact, but BRBRPATAPIM have been able to see through the threat of the full hold, and Pokey now
Everybody is on point for a lot of speed.
Rad going
I have to get
make
off.
sure as well that Enzo doesn't get to build up the Meteor M before the Star-Lord gets the space to ult. It's going to have to be an aggressive play, but Tanuki is chasing, anticipating the Star-Lord, putting a stop to the momentum. BRBRPATAPIM pick up.
He plays around the back. Pokey definitely public enemy number 1. Indeed, the bounce is going to be claimed here by Naga. A dark maelstrom racks the veins of BRBRPATAPIM as Rajaro claims the space, and that's going to be some stability.
Oh wait,
Ken got...
they don't know what Pokey is. They don't know what Pokey is. Pokey got brought back by the rest station. And he's got ult.
That's amazing.
So if you're Rad, you have to scout out where that Punisher's going to be popping up from right now.
All right, Tanuki just going to do their best to avoid poke as they commute their way over to poke this front line.
Tanuki also building up to that supernova incredibly quickly. Psionic Seduction comes on through from Trust Me. Pokey answers back. The CC immunity from the Punisher means that he ignores the Amerfrost's call to arms. And BRBRPATAPIM shut down Radstall.
I'm not a huge fan of the area that invisible boundary was in. Still, Fate being caught out here. Does have a
Very
Kingdra
clean,
line
yeah.
ready to go. If they need it in just a moment,
Rojaro,
try and get those resurrections going. Rojaro falling down. Yeah, that's Fate
There
pulling the
goes.
trigger right
Yep.
now. Level 1 Crook is instantly going to be. What is this resurrection? It's
I don't
in
know.
main, and it could be easily.
Oh, Enzo and Melio. Oh, that is so nasty.
Rancid, diabolical.
Just taking full advantage of Karmic Revival being invested.
Just straight up in his
Tanuki and Enzo
face.
Both just able to turn the field into an absolute battleground that Rat can't sustain from. Rojaro has to go for a strange teleport play, but Ken's gonna have the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier and they activate it. The second the strange steps through, and Fate left behind goes down to the Human Torch.
Oh, the same here for Crook. Tanuki just having an absolute bit of freedom for Age of Ultron's the last chance saloon, but they're not on the objective.
Nope.
BRBRPATAPIM pick up their first win on Hall of Jalia in Marvel Rivals Ignite in our EMEA Grand Finals.
Okay, if we're going for res comp, I feel like we need to get a couple of things out of the way, and Human Torch is one of them. Because every single time Tanuki just finds where those red spots are. Even
Tanuki was like,
unit,
I smell a
should be
res.
getting so much pressure coming on through from Fate on the Adam Warlock, who is a hit scan in his own right. Tanuki just gets to play perfectly around the map, perfectly around all of the resources that Enzo provides.
There's really
And
just
if you're trying to
sniffed out
spend
where
time
Adam was
dealing with the
while he was
tornado up into
ulting
the
and
sky,
went for him.
Pokey gets a free run through. This is quite literally a crossfire that BRBRPATAPIM were able to set up on Hall of Dajalia, and it was one that Rad were never able to break.
The thing is, when you're running this Mantis, Adam, and Ultron, it feels like the triage capacity is a little bit low. We're seeing that Rojaro and Trust Me are having to play a very sheepish game as vanguards, and it's often meaning that punishing Holly when they go too deep or trying to overwhelm Enzo, who's essentially a solitary frontline, can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, and trust me too, on the Emma has utilized Diamond Form for setups to go with the
Nice.
Star-Lord rather than a Magneto who literally just bubbles the Star-Lord and calls it a day, so you don't lose physical presence on the front line normally we see when we see the res comp come on through, which meant that Polly on the Captain America every single time just had to wait out, trust me, to use Diamond Form, and then we've got a green light go sign for Captain America that doesn't have to worry about getting grabbed out, which means more harassment into the back line and more resources that Rad have to use to triage any of the potential attention sent their strategist's way.
I mean, I gotta shout out Ken again. Like,
Sharing gun
we're
unlocked.
seeing this very pointed ban phase to try and get rid of a bunch of the best strategists, and Ken is delivering so much value on the Rocket Raccoon. What's the deal with that, my guy? Like, managing to get so much out of the Cosmic Yawn
God, that was
Amplifier as
such a
well. It's
nasty one, just
really
straight up
good
in his
with Pokey.
face.
It feels like if you're gonna ban out the Pokey Psylocke, and you're also going to try and force that Rocket Raccoon, having it alongside the Punisher might not be the greatest setup for you to force.
True, and also we don't tend to see Cosmic Yawn Amplifier survive all that long because a lot of the time it has a health bar, right? So what the other team does in reaction to Finesse is that you use something like Fate of Both Worlds from your Luna, and everyone just looks at the Rocket Ultimate and it's immediately disintegrated. But when you're running Adam,
Always.
Mantis, Ultron, you don't really have, when you utilize one of those strategist ultimates, the potential of giving everyone the space to take down the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier before one of your players gets traded. So Ken's Rocket is finding so much value.
A rocket ship to the greater part of our
Locked and
$250,000
loaded.
prize pool, potentially. We'll see
Yeah.
if our best of 7 is going to go back in Rad's direction after this break.
And what question would that be, Trevor or me? If BRBRPATAPIM wins 2 more times, they win. And they will be the uncontested winners of EMEA. Yes, that is the skin that I have. Indeed, yes. I think that's one of only 2 skins that I have for Iron Fist. Depends. Is it a regular beats or is it a nude beats? No, you may not. But yeah, I would like to keep my my channel, please. So
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping those.
2-0 here to Rad. It seems like the lower bracket hot hands are proving true right now as they pick up their first Ignite win on Hall of Jalia in the grand finals against Rad.
Hot hands indeed, as Tanuki's torch has proved to be.
Can you be in the story, please? I mean,
disguise, being able to dispatch and deal.
It's
quite
your
handedly
story.
out against the res composition. Since lacking that Magneto, you lack a lot of tools to be able to run that comp properly, Harry. We don't get to see the great engagements come through off of the bubble into Black Bar spin coming out from the Starlord. Nor do we get to see the Meteor M being utilized to buy yourself space to stabilize off of a comic revival position that the
I love
enemy
that you're
team
asking
gets to
me
see,
if you can
just
be in the
glaring
story
out
when
into
you're the one
dark night
asking if
sky like a light heist to the ships outside the sea.
you can tell the
Once
story.
again, Rad have a choice of
I don't know what
where
your
we're
thought
going to be
process
going for our
is
next
here,
map. The
Trevor.
question is for
Are you
BRBRPATAPIM,
okay?
when does the energy run out? But honestly, I feel like you just get innovated by earning that land ticket, you know, and they're just like, okay, we just beat VIRTUS.PRO, like we're gonna dispense with Rad. We walk away with a fat check. We walk away with our biggest advertisement saying, "Org, you gotta pick us up, otherwise you are gonna look super duper dumb." For BRBRPATAPIM, like every little bit of momentum is in their favor right now.
Yeah, BRBRPATAPIM, like that was Rad's big chance, really, to try and stop that momentum push coming out after the win.
I only know
right?
about
They
the
took
idea
us
of
to
Superman and
BRBRPATAPIM's
like
historically worst map type. Historically, the
what
worst
happens.
map. And
What
BRBRPATAPIM did not look like the
We didn't
worst
have a lot of
team
Superman
in
here.
that
We have
matchup.
more
They looked
Batman.
like they had
And even
the
though they're both from
full
DC.
read of whole of Dajalia coming on through, both in terms of rotation.
I know
tempo,
Superman
and
exists. I know what he
understanding
does. I
too
know what
on
his
when to
powers
take
are, but that's
offensive
about the
fights when
extent
they
of
were
my
on the
knowledge of
attacking
Superman.
side as well, like with the dive, both the Venom and the Captain America providing so
Also,
much
it is
freedom of space.
hot
It was
right
rough
now.
for Rad to have to deal with.
Yeah, having the versatility in your Vanguard line.
You
as
only
well,
have enough
to be able
appraisals to
play
make
both
food
the
for
Venom
yourself.
And the Captain America at a top tier competitive level is such an asset for BRBR. Rad, the choice is yours. I believe it has to be a convoy map now. So it is indeed Idrisil Path where we will be hanging our hats next.
Well, Captain America is the first ban coming on through from Raj. There's the pivot.
Yeah.
And BRBRPATAPIM immediately removing the Magneto as we saw the problems that Rad ran into not having that Vanguard in play.
Question is, now with Ken freed, will they counter Loki Protect here? Allowing Ken to
will
really
Kitty say it's
stretch
lines
their
again?
legs on what was most commonly known as their best hero for a long time. This has at least friend them through a loop of touch, seeing that Cap first banned.
Rad did go for a Loki save as well, so that BRBRPATAPIM don't get one-sided Loki if Ken does decide to save for it. But now they have a little bit of an issue. Do you save the Loki and forgo a Vanguard? Or do you potentially save a hero that Tanuki likes to build towards? Looks like they're putting the prospects and resources into the Loki coming on through. So both of these teams are going to be able to have the Asgardian strategist on their side. What BRBRPATAPIM aren't going to have, though, and I think this is smart as well, is the Punisher. If you're running that Loki, that Psylocke threat that you had previously, especially since there's no Captain America, becomes much more easy to mitigate.
Yeah, I vibe with this, getting rid of that Punisher.
Are they gonna get rid of Punisher though?
Potentially run the unassisted Psylocke if you don't want
or
to
the Psylocke, I mean.
In this. Getting rid of the Team Rad Psylocke. I don't know if Team Rad really get as much value out of Psylocke as Pokey does. But the Magneto ban, I think, definitely makes a lot of sense here. Maybe you can save your own Emma Frost for BRBRPATAPIM.
Yeah, I think they're gonna potentially save maybe the Wolverine so that they can utilize the fastball special, try and break first corner when they're on the attack of Yggdrasil path. However, Rad banning that Magneto earlier now means that BRBRPATAPIM are going to have to deal with likely a Punisher to save for Melio in this next block. And if it isn't a Punisher save, then it absolutely has to be a Punisher ban when BRBRPATAPIM get the ball in their court.
From Namibia.
Right, really targeting down Pokey and Polly here. Trying to make sure that they are lacking in options and, wow, their own Punisher here. I think that this is a great draft here for Rad. They are leaving every strategist open for the side of BRBRPATAPIM, but that isn't that much of an issue, honestly. I feel like Rad know their way around like a Luna Loki.
True, but taking out the Doctor Strange could be an interesting adaptation so that you wouldn't have Strange Portal recontest plays. You also wouldn't have the Strange Portal at the beginning for the Punisher culling turret, nor would you have the opportunity to utilize a Luna Fate of Both Worlds from either a Luna or the Loki that copied her to amp up the Maelstrom of Madness, but they actually decide to pivot over in the end away from the Strange and ban the Thing instead. So if Tanuki wants to flex over to the Wolverine, you're still going to be able to put the Sorcerer Supreme under pressure.
All right. It's going to be Yggdrasil path. We saw Pokey hovering the hell indeed. And this is going to allow for Ken to get resurrected if they do get picked off early. Due to that Ragnarok Rebirth team up. And I believe that the Hell was actually the first hero I saw Pokey playing when they were on Royal Beamers, doing remarkably well in MRC.
It's a very good Helen map too. Lots of good off
European short hair.
Rotations, and with Psylocke being out of the rotation for both sides,
Also known as
you don't
your
have to
average house
worry
cat.
about winning out that duel. Plus, as we've seen from other teams, Hela against Wolverine with the Soldier in a cooldown can be particularly problematic, but it does look like BRBRPATAPIM have decided to go for the Gamma. It's going to be Namor that Pokey picks up. Enzo going to be playing the Hulk. As we can have a look and see, Rad Melio on the Wolverine. Look out, Vanguards. Your lives are in danger for Wolverine flying directly for your face.
Essentially, aside from the Vanguards, a bit of a mirror match here between our teams. Trust me, just opens up that portal. I believe it's just going to get Rajaro behind and then closing it instantly to swap over
I'm sorry.
onto a Hulk.
Hold on.
Get maximum value out of this. Oh, they actually put Naga
My
over
cat
there.
pressed the
Naga
button.
instantly gets exiled by Enzo. Oh, Naga's in danger.
Oh, Blessing of the Deep is not so much a blessing because it just prolongs the inevitable.
Staggering of the Deep.
I mean, it did buy the attention.
Not really.
The heads to deal with the
Just your just average.
Got to move around the corner.
In my
With the
opinion.
regen domain, they've already been able to break through. However, Tanuki sees where the actual Loki is. Divas Exchange comes into play, allowing level 1 Crook to escape. But Pokey is just keeping such a good track of all of the off-angle rotations that Rad could make.
All right, Unbreakable Barrier put on up for the Vanguards here. An attempt at a Gamma Spear, but Rajara is able to dodge away from that one. And now the backline pressure is starting to mount on up. Oh, Alex, now the pressure's going the other way. Una reverse card for real right now. Rajara and Melio can't stand up to the ice arts for finger painting. Too difficult to get past.
Regen domain having to be invested as well from the side of Rad so that they don't lose another player to a stagger. Poki's already been able to build up the first horn of Proteus.
On the end of Africa, left side.
Break open this corner, swaps now over towards that Punisher's Blessing of the Deep and Regeneration domain.
Cat, what are you doing? You don't need Magic the Gathering cards.
All right, Horn of Proteus, good to go. And you can see in the back there's
Melio!
Damage boost. Goodbye to Crook and Melio, and say farewell to your own strategist ultimate as well. Fate still got one in the back pocket. Of course, won't be using it here as he's just trying to avoid getting staggered out. Rad.
Oh no.
Oh, yep. Trust me, doesn't even get to reset inside.
BRBRPATAPIM can absorb as well this final judgment, or they can just leave the area and not bother.
I don't need
with
the
it
util,
in the
Cat.
slightest. Fate is going to have the horn, the fate of both worlds available to either bolster Naga or Melio's own ultimates, as Tanuki is going all the way into the back line, and he's found himself a Rajaro.
Oh,
hold on. Apparently she wants the door to open.
Not so good, terrible time right now. Unbreakable guard onto Melio, walks past the Aegis shield, but it seems
They
like
just run.
mostly, yeah, BRBRPATAPIM, they simply disengage. Enzo, whoa, what a timing there on the ultimate. Still, damage going to be done cut even outside of the LOS of the strategist. Cannot last for long. Enzo taken down, but Tanuki follows up their own last stand very well. Rolling forth now, and that Unbreakable Hulk is feeling quite broken. Trust me, just gets decimated. It's going to be a stagger as well.
Oh, the body blocks so that he can't run back to his team, and then the Wolf just utilizes it to keep up the rage. 1 minute left. Melio doesn't have final judgment. Naga could come through with a huge horn of Proteus.
This is a very good hold, by the way.
Potentially provide the one-shot potential, but this has to be a magical play from Rad.
All right, Gamma Squids thrown on out here. Berserk state achieved. They want Rajaro to get control. Damage boost undelivered for now. BRBRPATAPIM survive the biggest whale, the biggest biomass that was levied against them. And now it's their own turn to try and strike back. Also lacking in the value, but that's because Melio was taken out in advance by the Emma Frost. Pokey needs to make a decision. Are they going to invest that Blessing of the Deep inside of the regeneration domain? There is no need. Trust me, has to roll on forward, but is executed by Pokey. Tanuki finds Naga elsewhere. 10 seconds remain, and yet again Rad, who are waiting in the grand finals, getting all of their information, find it so difficult to break through a defense of BRBRPATAPIM.
Rajaro was able to contest. They'll have level 1 Crook and Melio's ultimates in this next fight that goes longer than name or two, but BRBRPATAPIM have the cover of corner and space to disengage.
Yep.
Melio needs to turn it around for their team. Oh, they can't afford to go on down, but Tanuki's desperate to try and make it work. 15% away from the last stand. Melio's finally got themselves a good angle. Polly gets into cover, but disengages once again so strong, and Enzo's the only casualty to fall off the back of this one. Pokey pokes out again and again. You've still got Tanuki in the back, 98% towards the last stand. It could be a ruinous finish as the culling turret down the lane is going to make a recontest incredibly difficult. The lack of damage drop-off could be everything, and now down the world break. Hulk, trust me, in the back is going to continually be a thorn in the side, a thorn in the backside of BRBRPATAPIM. Tanuki going down, the damage boost is fine. It's just sustained on through on the other side. Everybody's got the Loki crystals to try and survive. Polly taken down, but Naga traded elsewhere. Overwhelming force is alleviated from Enzo by the healing of the fate of both worlds. Melio's turret has to go down once again. Pokey's so accurate when it comes to these. Tanuki's finally arrived, and he's made his presence known well. A freedom charge, a freedom from point A is demanded. Melio, a second ultimate, yes, but nothing to be gained off of it. The Sorcerer Supreme is saying, let me show you a trick as I make your Punisher disappear. And it's an exile onto Tanuki, slowing him down for but a moment, coming straight out of spawn. They're not on the point. Rad are getting pantsed by BRBRPATAPIM.
Oh, BRBRPATAPIM, they just understand. Rad's hand is forced in overtime. They have to make the aggressive play and use final judgment just to break the corner. And BRBRPATAPIM, again, they just disengage it. They know that when the fight continues afterwards, they're going to have all all of the ultimates to come back in with, and then they keep up the pressure, taking down Fate, taking down level 1 Crook. Even though Melio gets the final judgment, there's no strategist. Rujaro's got the freedom charge, but it has to be on the objective so you don't lose out to overtime, which means no pocket for the Punisher. Emilio finds no value with final judgment, and Rad finds no point. Not a singular part of Yggdrasil is picked up.
Oh no. Yet another map chosen by Rad. And yet another lackluster attack. BRBRPATAPIM just came out of that lower bracket finals so bloody hot. It feels like they're undefeatable right now.
Pokey too, showcasing how strong the Namor can be when you have the Luna.
Half African, half German.
Your ultimate cooldowns. That and Blessing of the Deep just providing enough time for BRBRPATAPIM to turn their attention to the Namor, who is coming under trouble, allowing him to play so much more for shutdown to the off angles that Rad were looking to create. But now it's their turn on the defense, and just an easier defensible position. That first corner, trust me, he's gonna go for a little bit of a cheeky portal play at the beginning, just to give a better angle to Melio, potentially hope for BRBRPATAPIM to walk directly through, but they don't fall for it.
I'm not sure what that one was, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe a touch of a tilt play. I'm sure in the replays it might be made a little bit more
Yeah, I don't know what that
concrete
was
as to what
either.
the objective was there for the side of Trust Me. For Pokey though, the objective right now is just to continue fragging from the front line. So
I know it was an interesting portal, but
the deep is making Caligan proud right now, as yet again just having to disengage into those regeneration domains. Poly's fully charged on up.
Oh, the
Trust Me,
exile.
isolated.
Oh, no.
The excellent timing on the release from the exile as well. Already halfway towards that last stance. Tanuki is
you have a slight problem, boy.
Level 1 Kirk has been able, though, to translate the damage that BRBRPATAPIM have been outputting into a strategist ultimate. Fate of both worlds comes on through, but the Wolverine still falls. BRBRPATAPIM can light up as well. Horn of Proteus just before Ken's ultimate ends.
You have a British accent that does not want to leave you, and you hate it.
Still can't regroup.
Enzo, a triple what? I think that Tanuki may have just interrupted the Eye of Agamotto. It might have been a solo 1 versus 1. Trust me, he's not going to be able to teleport anybody back. BRBRPATAPIM, what is going on right now? They are looking invincible. Enzo with a 3K with the Hulk on the rollers, bro. What is going on?
I mean, it's Pokey.
Yeah, it was rough for Rad there. BRBRPATAPIM showcasing how you break that first corner. Anna, it's Ken's Loki. Regeneration domain was placed. Every single one
You talk
of
an African accent, switch back to British
like
mid-sentence.
stepping stones for the vanguards from BRBRPATAPIM to just walk leisurely through and into the space of that corner, which in reaction, everyone from Rad had to take a big old step backwards, and that then bled into the angles that were afforded to Pokey and Tanuki, and the safe spaces as well that Ken and Alex could play from. Alex, by the way, survived the entire 2 rounds. Did not go down on the Luna at all.
Unreal. I mean, those of you who didn't know the secret lore, now you know why Ken was getting target banned by VP the entirety of that series. You cannot let this guy on the Loki. He's just different. Might be a true Asgardian.
Yeah, definitely potentially adopted by Odin himself right now from all of the Loki gameplay that we've seen coming on through. And BRBRPATAPIM, they just used so much momentum against Rad too. Like, they made sure...
You understand Jamaican, but sound like a cowboy.
They sent out the Hulk. Enzo on the Hulk was going in and uprooting Rad's retreat so that they weren't cleanly able to just shuffle themselves into the side rooms, wait out
That
the
is
threat of
amazing.
value coming out from that regeneration domain, and then push back into the fight when the Loki major cooldown was just waiting to come back into play once more. They did such a good job of controlling the objective, the space around it, the angle too on the far left, which can sometimes be problematic for the defensive duelists to get a peek into you as you cross around the payload. They had it all down pat.
It's match point. In a best of 7 here for our grand finals. BRBR have the hottest hands I have ever seen. Can Rad turn it around?
No, Jamaican can talk behind your back or shit. Talk shit about you. Spanish is terrible. Nothing wrong with that. would be interesting if he did. Ba, 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 da, na, na, na. Imagine if BRBRPATAPIM goes 4-0. I think they might have meant Indonesian.
For Team Rad, it's reverse sweep or perish, simply as BRBRPATAPIM coming from a lower bracket, already having done a 5-map slobber knocker.
Hi, Arrow. How you doing?
3-0 up.
Yeah, it's been a rough time of it for Rad. We really can't sugarcoat it, Harry. So they need to spend the time just like during this and in between the next map resetting, right? We saw VP versus BP go the absolute distance. It is entirely possible that you can start making a comeback and grabbing some of those maps. And we need to see a pivot. It feels like Rad tried to come into this thinking that they got the better of BP the last time the two teams matched up off of the res comp. And they put so much stock in the res comp, but I feel BP put just as much stock in countering the res comp when these two teams went their separate ways afterwards.
Yeah, right now it really seems like Tanuki Poki go brr is kind of how they're managing to deal with the res comp. And it feels like right now there's some frontline dominance going on between like Enzo and Polly are just unbreakable right now. We've seen Enzo find exactly the right moments to try and break out of the scrum on the Hulk as well, to really find the attention on that backline, being able to pick up the strategists of Rand towards the end of that Idrisel path, when it looked like it might have have been a good enough hold. And we saw Trust Me getting isolated in some random position with Tanuki on the Wolverine, maybe got Feral leapt up there, tries to go for the solo Eye of Agamotto, gets stunned out of it by the last stand. And we didn't have the portal to recontest either, because there was that weird portal at the beginning. For Rand, there are a lot of things right now that I think can only be described by Till.
Yeah, if I'm Rad's coach right now, I'm just like telling all of the guys, hey, calm down. We beat them once before. We can beat them again. We just need to make sure that we're playing our game and we're not playing to their game, because BRBRPATAPIM are a very good team at taking a little bit of momentum and translating it into a lot of momentum. Like you said, having things like Enzo and the Hulk being able to... Trust Me did not have a fun time. That he just...
I don't speak Indonesian. I speak Dutch, English, and Japanese. So,
breaks only
you
the
know.
Hulk can choose when the XL breaks, so they perfectly coordinated it in sync with Tanuki's feral grab, which was just not a fun vacation for the Doctor Strange to take.
Yeah, Doctor Strange really does struggle quite a bit against the Wolverine, and that struggle is even harder when you're getting feral ups twice as often, because he's just getting thrown at you with the old fastball that Hulk has available. For Rads, now they have a big choice to make. Their last stand, potentially. And they're going to be able to pick the map. But because we've gone through all 3 map types, now the map pool has opened up, Mox. They have so many options.
Well, one of them's not going to be Hell's Heaven, for sure. Domination can come back into the mix, but
No.
you're not taking BRBRPATAPIM to Hell's Heaven, or if you do, wow, that is a big decision. Maybe they have a whole game plan around that, but I feel like BRBRPATAPIM, their best map
Sounds
is Hell's
Japanese.
Heaven. Their best dive map is
However,
Hell's Heaven too.
in order to understand it, I do actually kind of need to learn it.
With
I
dealing
have
with
not.
the dive, personally,
So.
I would love to see a prioritization of the Magneto come through from their side, just so that if Tanuki's
Hi,
Wolverine
Shiv, you
does
love.
make it through,
How you
or
doing?
even if the Hulk manages to get through as well from Enzo, you always have the bulwarks to be able to give a little bit of counterplay. Heck, even going for the Invis woman, I know it sacrifices the ultimate versus ultimate in terms of the strategist showdown, but force physics is an invaluable cooldown, and it feels like Tanuki's Wolverine isn't really getting all that much respect when it comes to trying to deal with it right now.
I wonder how much of this can really be solved in the ban phase. Because they almost saw like a pseudo mirror on Idris Path as well, that was so different from any of the other compositions we've seen go up against each other, and it was still absolute domination in favor of BRBRPATAPIM. They won out in every single aspect. It felt like when it was coordination, when it came to hitting the exiles. Enzo has been hitting that Gamma Spit exile so often. Like, it's such a valuable cooldown when we've seen, as you pointed out before, the release from the exile often being communicated alongside a feral leap from Tanuki. For Rad, like, do you go for the first ban on Ken? Do you go for the first ban on the Captain America? Either way, it feels like right now...
They're talking about the match earlier.
Bans.
Yeah,
BRBRPATAPIM was kind of dominating Rad, and these are the EMU finals.
Looking at like, oh, we've got Final Judgment, therefore we win the fight, right? We get so much space, we should immediately win off of the back of this. But BRBRPATAPIM, they're alt tracking and then they're anticipating. So instead of Final Judgment forcing a cooldown or an ultimate to match it, and we see, as we did previous weeks, Final Judgment into Invis Boundary and then being able to bypass the heals per second that Invis Boundary provides, BRBRPATAPIM just disengage. They use regeneration domain to make sure that the disengage is as safe as it possibly can be. It is somewhat blanketed by that cooldown, but they're still saving all of their ultimates to just surge out the second that Final Judgment is done. And it feels like Rad aren't really taking advantage of things that the Final Judgment buys them, not in picks or frags, but in the space that they can then utilize to try and pressure when BRBRPATAPIM try and play into the retake.
Okay, Rad. What's the story here? What map will be our turnaround for this series? A reverse sweep is demanded. We cannot let Asia go to 8 maps and we have a 4-0. I refuse for that to be the case. And it might well be a first ban once again onto Ken. Yep, we are not allowing that man on Loki again.
Yeah, we're right back into the swing of things, and we're still going for the priority of the Amethyst over that Magneto. Carbon Crush needs to find value coming on from Rad. I know it means that you don't have to worry as much about the Captain America, but this Wolverine and the fact that BRBRPATAPIM just immediately removed the Magneto, we need to see a pivot from
We know
Rad
Loki?
here to
Okay,
being
then
able
you
to
know
fight
Loki.
against Tanuki.
All right, early protect here. Making sure that Polly can continue being a backline menace. And I gotta make sure there's gonna be no uneven gradient of Loki here.
Well, there's going to be no lunar snow forecast either for the side of BRBRPATAPIM, as Rad is once again going to go back to one-sided cloak and dagger. BRBRPATAPIM going to be removing Psylocke from playing. Oh, something to point out.
I don't know.
For the first time in the series,
just
okay.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. A little bit of a new look here.
That's Hela, potentially. Sastroid is a huge Hela player. Maybe they go the route that we saw from Crisis of low 9, where you utilize Soul Drainer against the Wolverine.
Maybe a Rocket Band this time. It seems like every time this one comes up, Ken just solves it with Rocket. Oh, the respect for the Ken Rocket. It's real.
In 2025, June, we have a Rocket Raccoon back.
Summon Inconsiderate Raccoon and no damage Rocket right now.
That is amazing.
Got your respect.
I have never seen a Rocket
That's
Raccoon
one
get banned.
Rocket. I believe they had to remake their account, unfortunately. As Rada are going to be able to give themselves the Mantis, which means that
Hi.
Patapim are
Welcome,
forcing
welcome.
banning out the Atom in case it is a Spider Island res composition to stall this out even further. I wonder, do we get the Invis woman coming on through now so that you can give a Guardian Shield over to Sastroid if he goes for that hella play, or do you just once again try and play this Ultron matchup but have Sastroid on the Ultron so that if it goes wrong you can pivot?
I mean, you've got great options here just to play a double strategist as well. I feel like Fate and level 1 Croak, between them playing the Luna and the Cloak and Dagger, they should really allow for Sestroid and Melio to try and take it.
Assalamualaikum.
Because the double duelists at the moment, Pokey and Tanuki, they tend to be able to find a bully 2v1.
True. Spider Islands are not really known for the duelist angles, very much known for the spawn hold strats, which rotate around having a sheer amount of
First Spider
in
Islands
your
for
life.
Berber.
This is gonna be
Interesting.
the first time we're getting to see BRBRPATAPIM on Spider Island, so an unknown quantity coming on for, at least for broadcast. It's definitely going to be a certainty that Rad know, or at least have some form of idea of what BRBRPATAPIM are going to run off of scrims. But scrims are scrims. This is officials, and this is also match point for BRBRPATAPIM.
I feel like those are
Rad
things
need to
people,
take this
everyone
as the series that's done.
knows at this point,
Right, EMEA
even if they don't
Grand
necessarily know what it
Finals,
means.
$250,000 on the line. Do or die for Rad.
Brad once again coming out with the Mantis, the Ultron, and the Lunar Snow pocket composition. Tanuki once again on the Wolverine. Pokey's already been forced off of the angle though, which is giving Red a little bit more space to play around with. No Vanguard heavy compositions, so we're going to be fighting around second corner rather than first.
We're running a double strategist with only Mantis and the Invisible Woman, BRBRPATAPIM. Might have been a solve right here. Melio dives on in. Rajaro's there as well. Finally, some action. A little bit of vibration in the back here from Rad. They have been roused from the grave.
Is this the strange TP play coming through from BRBRPATAPIM? Or are we going to see a pivot over to something else? No, that's still holding the strange portal. We're going to walk directly to the second fight and potentially hold off on that portal for third contest. Level 1 Crook's already going to have the soul resurgence.
Alright, that's the fun thing, right? If you put it on Invis, your run also becomes invisible.
BRBRPATAPIM looking a little bit more fragile with the composition that they've been forced onto, as Tanuki is off of the Wolverine onto the Ultron to match the sustain that the other side can output.
All right, Melio reigning above it all. Usually it's Naga who's playing on that Human Torch, but this time with Sestroid in. It's going to be Melio taking over those duties. Oh, Crook's already down, which is a little bit shy of managing to grab that one. Melio up too high. Pokey finds a crossbow bolt from across the map.
Rajaro in the back,
shutting
this is
down
getting
the
slapped.
follow-up onto your own psionic seduction to shut down Rajara in the back.
Trust me, he's gonna fall. They should be able to get everyone else safely back into respawn. But opening that fight up with Psionic Seduction is a rough one because now BRBRPATAPIM
I wonder if his
can
punch
just
is
put up
disconnected
token
to,
resistance presence on second corner, wait for the ultimates to be burned
spray.
and disengage before coming back in you, just like we saw on the map before. Polly up on that rooftop too is gonna be able to scout check out Melio, who almost goes down immediately.
Okay, Rage of Ultron opens up already here from Sestroid, looking and speculating towards the back, but not really getting much in the way of contact here. Sestroid unable to really convert upon that ultimate. Still did force out the invisible boundary, which is a major cooldown. BRBRPATAPIM are going to be lacking now. A full investment from BRBRPATAPIM. They're certainly feeling a little bit spooked here and goes wide on trying to shut down Melio. How do you survive the firestorm now, Melio? He's finally cooking, and Rad have entered the kitchen for the first time in this series.
Big sedation came out from level 1 Crook as well onto Pokey so that the Psylocke couldn't pressure the torch through the ultimate. And finally, Rad will be able to, for the first time in this series, pick up a point on Convoy, and they've got momentum to keep that movement going. Rajara is going to have Freedom Charge, Fate of both worlds too, as BRBRPATAPIM, ooh, we're seeing a different side to them again. Pokey is over to the Adam Warlock. They've seen that Rad have so many flyers. BRBRPATAPIM decide we're putting Pokey onto the Adam Warlock to have hit scan to challenge them, and then Tanuki is going to take the aerial dogfight up in the sky with Melio and Sestroid.
Mum said it's my turn on the res comp. Trying to track down Melio already. However, just going to go for a little bit of a disengage. Oh, that's a nasty little clip right there. And the Cosmic Clusters take down Melio from downtown. Crook rolling on forward here. Not going to be able to meet the Soul Resurgence that Ken previously used, but destroyed. Getting aggressive here. Impressive that they were brave enough to use that quick Ultron dash. Oh, the shutdown on Trust Me. Instantly lost their ultimate. Where is the burst healing? Nowhere to be seen. A dink from downtown onto Pokey. But Destroyed finds Enzo, lets them fall through the cracks. Tanuki needs to be shut down on this angle. Someone else needs to come in and hit the shot. He's so difficult to hit during the blaster barrage.
Yes, he is.
Pokey is going to have Karmic Revival. And Polly is trying to match Witch for Rajara, who's pushing for more space. They know that Karmic Revival is going to be up in the next fight, and they don't want BRBRPATAPIM to have the time to set it up cleanly. Polly now goes on to the objective, is still stalling it out, and that allows Tanuki to get into a position, challenging Melio, utilizing the iframes on the Stellar Shift to get himself out of dodge before coming on through the Blaster Barrage to force a Resurgence. Coming out from level 1 Crook before he just dives, dodges right back into the safety of his boundary.
Yep.
Yeah, playing safe inside the invisible boundary. And Pokey still has that resurrection in the back. Melio going to make it a little bit dangerous here. Enzo starts eating up all of those flame tornadoes. Only the charged Aegis there to really catch for damage. So Enzo doesn't get too much off the back of this one. Unable to try and bubble themselves. They use it selflessly on the other side. Pokey going to come on through now with the res. Trust Me, converting on the beam damage inside the building. The flames will rain. Polly gets resurrected yet again after putting their life on the line to keep that cart contested. A freedom charge forward now. Overwhelming force destroyed. Damage boosted, yes, but the Rage of Ultron unable to break through the freedom charge. Needs to heal up the remainder of the team. Rad, they get scuppered when it seemed like they had an opportunity.
They're all back off of the back of the Comic
Yeah, that's why you don't want to be in areas like that with Captain America, because he just has the bounce on the shield.
To keep pressure on the resurrection position.
And there's nowhere really for you to go, right?
BRBRPATAPIM can play the rest comp with the full heroes that it requires. Tanuki's gonna have a Galactic Legend. They've spotted Rajara out in the backline. Pokey takes down Melio too. Serrata missing a huge chunk of burst damage. A follow-up potential from Trust Me, Psionic Seduction. Everyone
managed to get them off.
Safe inside of this boundary.
One player seduced. Follow-up's not going to be there. Alex can't be shut down before the invisible boundary's already run its course. A soul bond here shares out the damage, but it's now over. Trust Me has everything they need to try and convert upon this fight. Tanuki wants to shut it down. It's for Legendary. Around the back, so many targets to choose, but which one will you go for in this case? A quick self-resurrection. Cocooned revival from Ken, the same from Pokey on the other side. Rad have lost control of the cart yet again. It's going to start rolling away from them. It's just the Rage of Ultron that will once more be the decider in this fight. Tanuki super low. The Soul Resurgence on both sides. Yet another Meteor M. Where do you want to put it here? Directly
right on top of Luna.
Now it's a lot of healing that's going to be missing. Tanuki's tracking is sublime. Second to none. Trust Me in the back. Finds Ken. Cocoon Revival already on cooldown. Overtime needs to be triggered yet
they
again.
They forced Red on defense on attack.
Oh, finally, it's going to be the Captain America that gets that one going. Big Pokey resurrection now. Ready to go though. Brings Ken.
Nice.
Rad are going to have to hold it on first or hold it quicker on second.
Oh yeah, very deadly in close spaces.
On that fight on second. Worse, all of the
except that shield that can bounce on multiple servicers. Then you have the fact that you can't go up or down even though you're flying, so he can just punch you in the face constantly. And even if you do manage to get far away, if he gets 3 punches in, you just have the shield to deal with because it gets thrown, right?
If they try to run the res composition, they're gonna get outmatched by the fact that BRBRPATAPIM get the Magneto.
Just again and again, that Magneto slips through the bands. They can't keep getting away with it, Moggs.
Hi, Nicholas Galarza.
In my personal opinion, Magneto is just as crucial to res comp as the Adam Warlock is. And you can absolutely see why the second BRBRPATAPIM pivoted to that composition. The Bulwarks were getting maximum amounts of value.
No escape, nope.
Even Meteor M being used just to shut
Freedom
down
will force itself on you, whether you like it or not.
Galactic Legend, Rages of Ultron coming on through from Sastroid, which probably converted into a lot of rage from Rad's VC. As now they have to pull off the hold. Spider Island's just defensively favored delivered though. And if you have a flyer composition, you
Yes, that is an
prioritize
echo
just
arc.
boosting your spam damage output. You do have immediate access to their spawn doors to hold them for a significant chunk of time. Wait. Oh my goodness, it's real. Harry, BRBRPATAPIM are on match point and they're trying to win with Jeff Nader.
I mean, points for showmanship. We'll see if it gets points for results. Alex already taken down in the back. Rajaro managing to strike pay dirt with that backline dive.
Tanuki slowly building up to the first hits. Jeff Pokey a little bit slower to build up the Omega Hurricane. As Rad with control of those spawn doors know exactly where BRBRPATAPIM are going to be rolling on out. And okay, there we go. We've passed the BM check onto an actual composition. BRBRPATAPIM go. We're on res comp once more.
Yeah, thanks for that sub, Nicholas.
Thanks for resurrections. Tanuki needs to be shut down.
All right. Spanish.
He's just been having
Nicolas.
an absolutely wonderful time up in the air. Even in a 2v1 against Destroyed and Melio, just constantly getting that damage boost, has the healing over time from the Mantis. There we go, finally, a delivery of damage. It's going to be Melio. Maybe a little bit prematurely popping a supernova, but of course wants to start building up towards their next one real quick. Enzo forced back into spawn. A minute gone now.
Yeah, that supernova comes through very quickly before Enzo can build the Meteor M as well. BRBRPATAPIM are going to be relying now on Polly, creating a disruption in the back line to force Rad's head to turn away from the spawn doors. But Asteroid more than happy to match up the sustainability of the option, but he goes a little bit too low. It's not too close to the sun. It's the exact opposite. He finds himself 6 feet under. Face to Pokey coming on through.
And there goes the Luna.
So far from the sun, he's just voyaging past Pluto at the moment. Going out into the Kuiper belt. BRBRPATAPIM finally break out of their spawn. They just love Melio here. Maybe there's going to be a quick teleport back from Rad, but looks like they're just going to opt for a regular second fight instead.
Yeah, no one's on the strength. They're all too close to their ultimates to sacrifice to a 50% gut of the ultimate charge reset coming on through. And that does mean that we're going to be seeing 2 fights potentially of Spider Islands first, which is more than happy for BRBRPATAPIM given the fact that Pokey has got Comic Revival up.
Got that free reset ready to go, opening up here with the Freedom Charge already forces out the Soul Resurgence from Rad, and Polly just says, okay, that's it, I'm just going to leave for a second then. We're going to win out over time inside the invisible boundary. Going to be difficult for Melio. Slowed on down. Supernova lays down a bunch of
probably not. It's getting a little bit too late, actually.
Everything's going to come your way. Multiple players get taken down. They dive into a flame tornado inside this space with the Soul Bond. So much damage needs to be dealt with.
Thank you for joining the legend, Nicholas Galarza.
Unable to be followed up.
Thanks for letting me know.
A little bit of time out on that uptime as Pokey still playing around the backside. Melio being hunted on down. Pokey so accurate when it comes to the start of that, and Warlock just hitting
there goes Luna.
shots that they need to. Trust me, gonna possibly do this one alone. Rajaro's gonna be able to portal back just in time, and there's gonna be plenty of healing coming through from Sestroid with that drone rolling on through, running low on time now. Our BRBRPATAPIM, only 45 seconds remain as Enzo takes to the sky, lays it down. Lebronzo strikes again. Sestroid
there goes Ultron.
and you better believe it's Polly of all people who gets that one done. Ground to air violence from the Captain America shows you air supremacy.
Fade's trying to stall it longer though. Fate of both worlds comes on through, just trying to bleed BRBRPATAPIM, having to commit more resources which they don't have access to on the second. Freedom Charge has been forced from the side of
there goes the torch.
was able to pick out Ken, but this should still be BRBRPATAPIM claiming that first place position. Although on Kirk with the Soul Resurgence. Wait a minute, they're turning it around. Trust me, finally gets to front line, has the Psionic Seduction, and BRBRPATAPIM are losing players.
It's clutch from Crux to bring them back with a Soul Resurgence. Touching, not really on the cards right now. Tanuki going up against Melio.
They're gonna make it? Oh, no, they lose it.
Between these two damage dealers, and you can't get there in time. Rad extend the series, and welcome to the Grand Finals, Rad. It's so nice to see you.
Spider Islands, another full hold after we visit this map comes on.
I mean, if you're sleepy, just go sleep.
We get to see them utilizing that strange TP, not for the free fights minimum, but to make sure that they can throw themselves onto that objective and just get themselves into a position where the Emma can go aggressively forward with the frontline pressure. It looked rough, it looked really dicey, especially when that Comic Revival comes on out and Melio is already out of supernova charges to be able to uproot the resurrection position on the inside of the building. especially given the fact that they've been holding on to Soul 1 to stabilize and then lead into the Galactic Legend recontest. But Team Rad are able to stagger their players massively onto the payload, even down the strange TP timing. And with just sheer amount of stubbornness and strategic ultimates, they hold themselves in the tournament.
Look,
You're
I'm just
supporting me
saying,
plenty.
Having a Luna and actually being
But
able
if
to
you're
put
tired,
some
go sleep.
triage healing onto your Vanguard,
Till the
then
end.
trust me, could do so much in that game. Like, if you keep your Emma Frost alive, your Emma Frost will deliver, I promise. And that seems to have been a real issue for Team Rad thus far. No surprise, but trust me, walks away with the MVP for this matchup in the first map that we've seen Rad win.
Yeah, I mean, Emma needs to be aggressive to find value, right? She can be such a valuable Vanguard. She can be one of the best heroes in the entire game, not just looking at that role that she finds herself in, but you need to actually damage to be able to upkeep your charge. If you don't have a Luna, if you're relying off of heals coming on through from an Adam, an Ultron, and a Mantis, and so much of those heals are resource based, especially for the Adam and the Mantis, then the Emma has to be very cowed in terms of how she gets to play, and that then impacts the amount of charge that she has available, the value that she's going to be able to get off of Carbon Crushes, because she's not going to be in positions to utilize them. And we really got to see, trust me, getting to play the game essentially, instead of just having to play,
if you're tired, go sleep.
And wait and play.
I'm not holding you
You've
hostage.
got to play aggressive, the way that you want your Emma Frosts to be in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, let trust me play the game, maybe, and things start to
Take care of
turn
yourself.
around. I mean, honestly, what a glorious day to be a res comp hater. The success rate at the moment is feeling real low. Res comp merchants is feeling real low.
Yeah, I mean, Rad are probably very beside themselves too, because they were able to get through that map, but they might be finding themselves taking a little bit of a low turn too, because now BRBRPATAPIM get to decide which map we go to, Harry, and that was a convoy map. You know what that means, right?
Oh yeah, Hell's Heaven.
Domination's still around the corner, and it's likely gonna be a pivot over to Hell's Heaven almost immediately.
Yeah, if it's not Hell's Heaven, I will be flabbergasted. Maybe the Rocket Band has some legs, by the way. Respect the Ken Rocket. We'll see if it continues after this break.
The new skin for Punisher. Welcome back, John. Well, we shall see if it's gonna be a 4-1. We shall see, because BRBRPATAPIM only needs to win one more game. Just uno más, and they will go to China. Well, they will have won the EMEA. They're already going to China. Goes Rad. Gonna be a high octane match. Oh, for sure. Rad does not want to get eliminated because there is a $250,000 final, right? $250 again, $250,000 prize pool, I should say, for the final. Well, we'll see, because they have been They've been rolling Rad the first 3 matches. This is the first loss that they've had in the finals. They had a little bit, they had more struggle fighting VIRTUS.PRO than they did Rad. So we shall see. Maybe Rad woke up. It's anyone's game right now. So.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly.
Is it reverse sweep season here in EMEA, or is it what the most degenerate chatter you know would call a fake comeback? Rad managed to claw their way back into this series and activate for the first time in our grand finals.
True, but as we talked about, Harry, on the other side of the map win from Spider Islands, you flip the coin and it lands in BRBRPATAPIM's palm, and that means they picked the map. Domination was not picked, it was a convoy map of Spider Islands that Rad took us to. So Hell's Heaven is going to be up next on the schedule, and that is BRBRPATAPIM's self-confessed favorite and best map to play on.
Yeah, and this kind of makes banning Cap / Psylocke mandatory. You can't go to Hell's Heaven and let BRBRPATAPIM play Cap Psylocke. They are, after we talked to Fate, after their last series, Fate said that BRBRPATAPIM, they're the best Cap Psylocke team in the world, and Cap Psylocke is at its best on Hell's Heaven. However, Rad, they have a little bit of initiative now. We'll see if Naga's back in or if they're sticking with Sestroid. Sestroid is a nasty Hella player, as we pointed out before. This is a Sestroid
They are
be
sticking to it.
put.
Hi, Mike.
Well,
Mike
Sochu
Schmitz.
is taking the insta-ban against Ken's Loki, and BRBRPATAPIM once more keeping Magneto out of the midst.
Ooh, saving
of
Luna.
Rad. This time around, though, well, that's a huge pivot, and that now puts even more pressure onto Rad to ban both the Psylocke and the Captain America. That's a Luna Snow insta-save from Berber.
And they are getting
Okay.
rid of Punisher. Oh.
Interesting. Really prioritizing Alex here. Well, Alex is doing the ban, so maybe he's yeah. It's time to look out for number one. You know, Time to keep it
Absolutely
100
nothing.
here. First protect coming through from Rad, gonna be the Emma Frost, and hopefully gonna get some good support behind it.
Oh,
this time.
thank you.
Yeah, Rad taking advantage of the fact that BRBRPATAPIM don't get a save now until they're lost, which means that they can't try and block the Psylocke or the Captain America later.
Gonna ban Loki?
Is
Banning
BRBRPATAPIM
Loki.
not going to be allowing Rad to get one-sided Loki? And we now go into the 2 bans coming through at the same time. Tanuki is gonna get targeted. The Wolverine has been removed.
Ban Thor.
All right, Wolverine.
Yeah,
off
I
the
don't think they're
table.
going to be playing Thor.
Notorious Tanuki map for the Wolverine, but has enjoyed quite a bit of time on the Black Panther here. And this does kind of necessitate that Rad should use their last ban on either Cap or Psylocke.
Yeah, but one of them's making it through regardless.
Yeah.
I feel like they're gonna let
And a Wolverine
Cap go
save
through,
for them.
given now that they've saved the Wolverine, and you can utilize the feral grabs onto the Vanguard. As BRBRPATAPIM are gonna target out the Captain America coming on through from Rad's side, so their ability to bounce the point as well as pressure BRBRPATAPIM's backline has been significantly reduced. As BRBRPATAPIM see the Wolverine, think, okay, Cap might be a good play here. But do they go for the save of the Vanguard over the Psylocke?
Yep, they are.
Yeah, looks like they're
Or
gonna
they
go for
didn't
that,
gonna
knowing
ban-
that, they're gonna have access to the Magneto as well, providing it's not banned out here. And there we go. Yeah, you cannot allow for both Cap and Psylocke to exist. For BRBRPATAPIM, it's simply too difficult to deal with.
Are they going to ban
Although,
Psylocke?
I imagine there was a world where
They
maybe
are.
they wanted to ban out the Thing as well. But the option's too thin on the ground. Looks like Luna's going to make it through on both sides as well.
Tanuki's Panther makes it through too, as Rad could well now pivot over to the thing that you talked about, utilizing the Anti-Street Charge and the Earthbound debuff status that it applies to the enemies caught out in that circular AoE so that they can't utilize Earthbound and movement abilities. Pokey, though, is going to be going over to the Namor because I think they've read the thing coming out from the other side, and they're just going to use them as pincushion for the Namor to just build up Horn of Proteuses.
Yeah. Just that easy. And then you get your one taps off the back of a damage boost. Fun and fair for all involved, Moss.
Probably not the Vanguard player, though. So it does look like they were going to be rolling out the Groot as well. So maybe you're trying to utilize the damage reduction from the thing's jumps to give your other Vanguard a little bit more tankiness when it comes to surviving on that point and anchoring the position. You've got a lot of wombo combo potential too off of what Strangling Prison can set up.
Mox chat, I don't know about you, but I am wishing for a game 7 between these teams. Rad are finally awake. Let's see if they can deliver on Hell's Heaven.
This is BRBRPATAPIM's
July 11th. Okay, so we have like what, 2 more weeks to go?
Map, and no surprises, they're doubling down upon it.
That's not
the Hulk, Polly the Captain America. Rad's backline are not going to have a fun time, and that's why we see the triple strategists come on through.
Don't go to August.
Really, you Flavor
Yeah,
is
2 more
about to
weeks.
hit.
Ish.
And Flavor Town is going to be populated mostly by Rads here. First coming on through, Spirit Rend. Reset on the other side. Tanuki just with a little tap here and there. A love tap. A quick kiss on the forehead to let them know that he cares before diving in fully. Has to worry about that Yensa Street charge.
We're not there yet.
See that it's Rajaro who's actually putting out on this nice shutdown on the momentum. And this is why I said they wanted to ban out the thing. Rajaro really gets the value there off of Yancy.
Yeah, and Rad playing so stacked together. Fate's going to be able to build up the Eternal Bond in record timing as Melio drops Polly off of the map.
Okay, Rad are back, baby. And for those of you who haven't watched EU before, just disregard those first like 2 or 3 maps. You know? they're a real team. They're a real team, and they are really good.
Yeah, they're having that warm-up. Now we get to see the true grand finals coming on through. Pokey is also going to have the Horn of Proteus, but Alex has not been able to keep pace with the damage that Nemo's been outputting. No Fate of both worlds to give it that one-shot potential. Tanuki on the off angle, just waiting for his team to regroup before they try and hit in with a dive composition. But Enz has already had to utilize the Unbreakable Resolve, and that means that Rad's backline have a little bit more safety to wait out the cooldowns to come back through.
Okay, Rajaro on deck to always use that Yensa Tree charge. The second that you hear that your backline is under pressure, you don't want to use to try and shut down Enzo. Instead, just relying on Melio to shut that one down. Yet another excellent exile coming through. Our players are grabbed out of the Eternal Bond. A great response from Trust Me. Alex falls down, but there's still plenty of healing remaining for the remainder of BRBRPATAPIM as they move on forward. Bash Descent ready to go. Melio finds Pokey. Ken falls off the map after the reset. And BRBRPATAPIM are back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and all of the potential damage from Ken's Terror Cape is just mitigated by the fact that Rad are on triple strategist. Even if one of your Vanguards gets applied vulnerability, you can still keep them fully healed on up as the last stand comes on through from Melio. Package delivering Enzo into the waiting arms of his team's front line. Tanuki sees that its last fight, tries to pull Rad's attention back to the point to let the rest of his team walk.
As Descent could be brutal. Forcing out a Soul Bond early would also be super valuable, and there it is. The Soul Bond used by Destroyed still has that Karmic Revival in the back pocket. It was going to be needed. However, with Crook channeling the Fate of Both Worlds, it's going to be unlikely. Rajaro gets 3 stuns, 2 Vanguards, and Pokey both confused instantly.
Ooh, nasty.
All on the line, 36 HP remains. It should be a self-revival here from Destroyed in the midst of all of this. Yeah, that's going to be the Cocoon Revival. It's yet another Strangling Prison as well that claims Pokey. And here's the Revival as well. Destroyed doesn't want to give up any chances here, and while it might not be the optimal ult economy here for the remainder of Rad, having used that resurrection, BRBRPATAPIM dropped the first map of Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, Rad just could not risk BRBRPATAPIM coming back on through. Fate was so close to the Eternal Bond that they sacrificed the entirety of Karmic Revival to bring him back, since he can't cocoon and revive himself. But like you said, that means that Karmic Revival has now been removed from play, at least for this fight, as BRBRPATAPIM was swapping off. Instead of going for the Black Panther, Tanuki is going to go into a different form of dive, Human Torch being a hybrid between both dive and spam, and Pokey is thinking about the Hela to try and deal with Melio on the Wolverine, but Eldritch Monument, not a Hela's best map when it comes to keeping yourself safe on those off angles.
Nope.
No,
it is not.
Can also be a real pain for a thing to deal with as well. Just eats so much poke off the back of that and has no real means of interacting with the Goddess of Death ultimate.
True, but you do have to watch out. If Rad are in control of the area first, then they have a lot of spam potential to just keep the pressure onto all of the angles that the Hela could potentially raise her head from. As Rajaro is going to be holding Melio aloft, who is going to get grabbed out first? It's actually one of these flyers, as Pokey's actually out on the Iron Man.
Double flyer. I don't think we've seen too much of Pokey on the Iron Man. To the skies, not that much of a vertical angle.
Oh God, Tanuki!
I lied, by the way. Tanuki grabbed out there by Melio, feeling what Naga felt previously. A quick dunk, it just gets rid of the group walls there. Enzo didn't want to throw it in towards the midst of Team Rad for some reason. Fate on the off angle. Nasty play with the Terror Cape, delivering with the back of the Eternal Bond. It's his favorite time, but it's Alex's least favorite at the moment. Dragged in by the Sonic Seduction. Immortal Pulse Cannon grabs Rajaro, and it brings Trust Me incredibly low. The healing just isn't there. The strategists have been previously decimated, and BRBRPATAPIM get control.
Yeah, there's got to be a pivot now from the Vanguard lineup. You can't run group thing into double flyers. I think Trust Me's going to stick with the group for now, just so we can utilize Strangling Prison in this next fight. But off of the back of that one, it's going to be time to swap potentially to the Doctor Strange, as Rajara's on to the Emma Frost. Having that shield, mitigating some of the spam pressure coming on through, as well as giving yourself an umbrella to hide underneath when that maximum pulse comes on out from Pokey's side once more.
Strangling Prison off the top rope, potentially. Trust Me is already cooking, but it's feeling his wood start to get a touch cooked by the Human Torch in turn. Off from downtown. Oh! Unbelievable play there from Polly. Read them like a book, baby. Saw that one coming from a mile off. The bait and the switch works on out. And now BRBRPATAPIM, they're just going to have to try and rescue Pokey. Big Sonic Seduction coming on through. Multiple players need to be sustained here by Crook, but it's easy enough to do with a Lunar Snow Ultimate. Now it's time for the Supernova to rain from on high. Melio, I believe, was just instantly impacted by the pulse cannon, perhaps in midair. Now the big threats coming through, and that's going to be the Punisher, the final judgment, laying down the damage. Polly can't escape too easily. Combined damage of both the Meteor M and Alex's usage. Oh wow, the midair Spore Bomb. Okay, Trust Me, he's making up for a little bit of a fumble as Rad get control back.
He's already almost got another Strangling Prison from the damage that Trust Me was able to output onto this Groot. Ken's going to have an Eternal Bond, but we already saw on the map before how Rad dispatch with it. Strangling Prison and grabbing everyone outside of it. The CD is going to be CC immune, but the rest of the team, the same cannot be said. Melio's also going to have the Dance of the Butterflies ready to go the second at the right side of the AoE, and that's going to force the Eternal Bond immediately.
Yep, Eternal Bond used a little bit prematurely. Isn't even going to reach the point, by the way. That's going to be the Vanguards dragged on in. The healing cut off by the Ironwood Wall. Enzo falls. Polly's able to get out with their life for now. But Rad still have all of the space they want to work with right here. A new Invincible Pulse Cannon. Pokey says just in case they come up. I've got a little surprise.
Smart.
Nah, Rad, they're not falling for it. They don't need to. Melio's going to be able to scout out where everyone's setting on up, displays the information to the rest of the team. Rajara takes a little bit of spam pressure coming on first. That Fate and level 1 Crook can equalize ultimate charge to what BRBRPATAPIM could potentially build in this next fight, as we do have to worry about the one shot. The Pulse Cannon is on the field for Pokey, but he's currently just not getting the confidence to use it. Good dodge of the Terror Cape with the terrain directly in front of him, but this Iron Man is still being focused.
You're gonna use it on that?
Catching a bunch of poke here. A fully charged up Trust Me is going to be able to lay down loads of damage. Oh, it's a speculative Invincible Pulse Cannon.
How's arm flanked? Yep. Well, they work for a bit.
It should be easy follow up here for Melio.
On the last map.
Gets temporarily controlled.
Oh, Enzo.
Once again strikes home. It's the shutdown you've been waiting for, but a shutdown in their own right, as Enzo is absolutely atomized against the central pavilion. Polly stands by themselves against the tides of Rad, and no matter how hard the diamond is, the pressure's too much.
Yeah, they've got Strangling Prison. The second that BRBRPATAPIM all drop out of this strange portal, it has to be a shield block on the Groot ultimate, or this round is done. Supernova comes out from Tanuki. They look to try and shut it down immediately with Melio's Dance of the Butterflies, and BRBRPATAPIM just don't have the place to soak it. Out comes Ken with the Eternal Bond, keeping the place, keeping the team in this fight, and Sestrod gets taken down.
Yeah, level 1 Groot's got a good angle from above, but BRBRPATAPIM just being able to break out of there was so important.
Yep.
Like you said, Tanuki got instantly shut down there by the Butterflies and by the Strangling Prison as well, but 2 ults for 1, not the ideal trade.
He's back on the Panther. Rajaro is back on the thing immediately to counterplay it. Trust me, he's trying to build up the next Strangling Prison. Knows that BRBRPATAPIM are down defensive ultimates. Rad wants to make an inroad into this fight and quickly.
Enzo
almost has ults. Polly has ults.
Yet again,
there they go.
Good to go. Is out farmed, destroyed here. Melio around the back, looking to see if anyone gets grabbed out by the Sonic Seduction. The strategist about to look around, destroyed once again, dunked upon. Oh my goodness, I think Trustme just got frozen out of their ultimate. What a play from Alex, but Ken can't survive. Yet another freeze. Every ult is being caught, but it's BRBRPATAPIM on 99% with everything they need to turn this one around. Yeah, you see the ults get cancelled. They've played these games before.
Oh, that's a second too late.
Time for the portal.
Alex is the savior, the hero of the hour, not just being able to freeze, trust me, out of the Strangling Prison cast after Meteor M had been burned too, taking Sestro down so that the group doesn't have to worry about the ultimate as a projectile being absorbed. It's off of the Luna, swapping fate of both worlds to the 40% amp
What is
boost
that?
That the Maelstrom of Madness and Eye of Agamotto.
We already have no time for me to actually play, John.
Players down. What a huge play coming on through from the back line. Ken and Alex really just trying to make sure that BRBRPATAPIM do not lose the win rate of Hell's Heaven.
It's their best map for a reason. Uniquely suited to the geography.
Frozen Airfield is the next and last round of Hell's Heaven's rotation. This is an easier map for dive too. Lots of verticality, many off-angle routes.
I'll be back. Don't worry.
Anticipating that Black Panther to be sticking around for a little bit longer, but Tanuki is off of it. He's onto the Star-Lord. Pokey has also swapped over to the Winter Soldier to try to bionic hook either Sestro or Melio when they try and show up too.
Eyes on Rajaro early, confirm that they indeed made the right choice here. Rajaro does not want to send the Wolverine after the Star-Lord. Would not be the smartest matchup for the little mutant. Here we go towards the back.
Little mutant.
For now, wants to try and grab Tanuki, who's being so evasive up here, but at the moment it's all distractionary gameplay. Tanuki's just an amusing sideshow. Was that yet another freeze? No, it does manage to at least hit pay dirt here onto Alex, but the solo focus is not enough. Ken got the value there out of the Eternal Bond. This is plenty of sustainability for BRBRPATAPIM into the Dark Force dimension. The clobbering time.
Enzo!
Enzo low, and that's a great delivery of a Terror Cape as well to make sure the follow-up is good.
Yeah,
Alright then, Pengy.
Perfectly timing the spacing of that dark teleportation ending to catch everyone from BP as they drop out of it into the Thing's ultimate. Sustroid now is going to be holding on to the last stand too, but you do have to worry about BRBRPATAPIM. The ultimates that they have coming up into this next fight is going to be delay strategies from Rad so they can build up level 1 Crix Fate of both worlds to match wits with the Kraken Impact.
Oh, Melio spotted it. What a grab coming through. That's both
Oh!
used. But in the 2v1, Tanuki still grabs Melio. What's the deal with that? Looking in onto Fate now. This may well force out the fate of both worlds. And indeed, it does. Aggressive plays down on Melio. They need to be made. BRBRPATAPIM are lying in wait, though, with plenty of ultimates in their own right. LeBronzo, can he deliver again? Not in this case, it would seem. But Tanuki finds the low Fate and brings them up. The low tape of Fate in this case gets destroyed as Polly racks the nerves of the back line, and this should be BRBRPATAPIM getting their first flip.
And not a single duelist ultimate invested either, which means in this next fight, Pokey, just the way we saw Kraken Impact CC immunity frames being used to dodge Eye of Agamotto earlier, can use it. Oh, never mind.
I think that
Cannot
might have
use
been a
it
reset
to dodge Strangling Prison.
Finger.
That is an unfortunate time.
That is a fat finger.
Oh boy, Pokey's going to be kicking himself for that one, but it's okay. Still super winnable here for BRBRPATAPIM off the back of just the Galactic Legend. Trust me, once again, going to be very careful of this.
This must give you anxiety?
Enzo.
That's fine.
Up above. Knows that a solo over there is a little bit too risky. In towards the back. That's both of the strategists grabbed on in, and it's absolutely clinical from Trust Me. Destroyed, swapped over, onto the Adam Warlock. So the Soul Bond was instantly available to deal with Tanuki's ultimate. Beautiful play from Rad.
Yeah, especially because they heard Pokey use Kraken Impact on the point itself. Fate's going to have Eternal Bond for free too, so we can make an aggressive play with
Tanuki
from Rajaro and mirror the sustain that Ken can bring to the table. Tanuki is going to go over to the Black Panther off of the Star-Lord. Is still going to
There's
be
a lack
able
of
to
Jeff.
receive the 35% trigger heal coming on through, but Rad aren't allowing BRBRPATAPIM any passage through the chokes. They come in early. Dance of the Butterflies, carpeted up by the Eternal Bond on the point, and BRBRPATAPIM, all of the ultimates that they had just got forced.
Eternal Bond equally forced out here. Tanuki around the back does not want to deal with a full charge. Emma Beam at least just going to catch a little bit of poke coming through from the Eternal Bond. On the chase right now. Pokey finally has built up yet another cracking impact, but do they have the damage to try and convert here onto Trust Me? No. The healing's going to be good. The Fate of Both Worlds has been deployed. Rad might get it done on BRBRPATAPIM's preferred map. Destroyed can't afford to fall. They need that resurrection. Enzo gets multiple plays here off the back of the Sonic Seduction, but gets isolated by the walls where Trust Me's erected behind them.
Oh,
and
Fate's
that's
gone.
going to be an attempted bash descent. Tanuki's going
Ooh,
to get
Tanuki.
Rend after rend. The Karmic Revival's good to go. Destroyed knows that their location has been found, though. They've lost him in the midst of all of this. It's going to be a last-second contest from Rajaro. Destroyed has resurrected themselves, coming back off the back of the TP. Destroyed has decided to call it.
Yeah, Sastride was in the cocoon form, just baiting BRBRPATAPIM to have to follow him in case it was a revive into the Karmic Revival. And now Tanuki on that Black Panther is going to be looking to try and figure out where exactly that Adam Warlock is setting on up. Rajaro back onto the thing because the Black Panther's in play. It's chess into checkers, and only one of these teams can come out on top.
Tanuki wraps the back. Has himself a spinning kick to play with multiple players. Are managing to avoid that incoming damage. Soul Bond already used as we roll on forward. Melio has grabbed one. Ken's down as well. There's no healing on the board for BRBRPATAPIM. They're going to have to get it down.
Oh!
He's got it in spades. This Hela is pumping out the damage, but it might be overwhelming because still the healing can be delivered by Rad. It's a flip over in their favor. A last chance saloon for a recontest is not going to be on the cards from a Doctor Strange. It has to be Pokey coming in from one side and Tanuki from the other. Up to the sky.
Oh, and they went off.
On the point. Rad steal away BRBRPATAPIM.
Unfortunate.
Tanuki just overshoots, and unfortunately Pokey on the Hela, Goddess of Death, lifts you above the points that you don't count as contesting. And Rad, 2 maps in a row now, steal it away. The hopes for the reverse sweep, Harry, very much intact. We have a grand final series on our hands.
Oh, picking up the MVP. That's the one and only low taper Fate right there. 48k healing, 6 final hits, and Rajaro just
Why
on
is
this
Jeff not
constant
using
merry-go-round
calm?
of trying to shut down what Tanuki was bringing to the table. I believe for a
Because
moment when
Jeff
Pokey
is
picked
not
up
that
those
good.
3 frags, man, I was like, okay, is it going to be another one of those? Is it going to be
Jeff
another
is
one at the end of
actually
the
kind
VP
of sort of
series
very
once
useless.
again for Pokey, but the damage was already done. It was a great setup from Trust Me. Yet another fantastic strangling.
There's a
prison.
reason why
Yeah,
we
great read as
say
well
that
from Rad
people
coming
who
over.
have
They know that Galactic Legend is in play on Frozen Airfield, swapping Sestro
Why,
onto the Adam Warlock just so they don't have to build
white people
an
that say that
ultimate
Jeff
to
is still
deal with
useless,
the
that he
Star-Lord.
has,
They can
that he
literally
got a
just
buff,
hit the shift button,
are sucking
have
on copium.
everyone tank the damage all together, nice and cozy on the point, which
and
allows
it
them
very
all
much
to
is
follow
because
through onto
Jeff is just
Trust Me as
useless.
well, and they can still
There's a
have
reason
Fate
why
with
he's
the
not getting
Terror
used in
Cave
calm.
connecting onto everyone who
The
got
usefulness
stuck
of
by the
Jeff
group.
has tanked.
Unbelievable scenes here. Rad far from dead. They
It's not that he's not viable, depending on the comp, but he definitely should not be your first choice. If Jeff is your first choice, and you are not doing it because there is a team up with Storm, you are literally just in denial.
They've never been the big winner. They got 4th in MRC Season 0, 4th at the Marvel Rivals Invitational, 2nd at MRC Season 1. They've always had the talent. They've always had the perseverance, but they've never had the results, and it felt like once again they were doomed to that 2nd place. But when the chips are down,
Yeah, there's a
Rad
reason
said
why
they
that
will
guy,
refuse to
I
lose
think it
again.
was either today or
Really
yesterday, I
as well, the
can't remember,
results of
I don't care.
Hell's Heaven
Mister,
coming
I'm
now
trying to be a
in
big
new
boy.
strain on the pick and ban system, because like you said, they thought about going for that thing ban so that
Was just
Tanuki's Black Panther
rage
could run a
baiting.
little bit more free. And we
Because
even saw in the
the
past
Thor
when these two
buff,
teams went
the buff that
head-to-head,
Thor got actually
Adam
was a buff.
Warlock as a ban started becoming a
And
thing
the
for
nerfs
side
that
of
they gave to Jeff
BRBRPATAPIM
really just
after they lost
threw him into the
domination
ground and
to the
covered him up.
Rescom strategies coming on out. So I feel
Doesn't
like
mean
we're
that
gonna be
Jeff
seeing a
isn't
new
useful
application
depending
on
on the
other
comp,
side of this break.
the comp that you're working
Going
with,
to
but
win.
he literally is just not that useful.
can't shoot.
Yeah, no. Well, hey there, Slender Man. You're a throwback. What was it? 2012 or something when you got introduced? Hello, Mrs. Ken Flo. Sorry, names. How you doing? Exhausted? Aw. Well, then I hope you're finally able to get some rest.
Some good, honest, soul-to-the-earth, blue-collar Marvel rivals. A 3-2 scoreline mocks. It always had to go this way. None of that 4-0 stuff happening here in EMEA. The reverse sweep dream is alive, and it's real.
Yeah, it has been revived, you could say, much like Rad utilizing the Karmic Revival.
Yeah, that sounds hectic.
We're seeing a very different advanced pick and ban system come on through as we head to this next map, which will be Convergence, and it's going to be Central Park. I don't know who's going to be able to take it though, Harry, because both of these two teams, it feels like they're starting to really understand the strategies of the other.
Yeah, we really are starting to see these teams come online and get the download done. But for BRBRPATAPIM, every single map we go deeper into this series is longer that they've been playing at the top of their ability. Fatigue may become an issue as we get into map 6 of our series. And this is also Convergence, which historically...
Well, I mean, look at it this way. That's another hour and a half of pay, right? Unless you don't get overtime pay.
The first time they'd won on that map. But for BRBRPATAPIM, that might weigh on them a little bit there. Historically, their results here have not been great.
Yeah, I would agree. When you're looking at the statistics, you do definitely raise an eyebrow. But I think for BRBRPATAPIM, like, if you thought that they were weak on Convergence, they'll have been working on Convergence. Right, it's just the way that we saw VIRTUS.PRO every single time they found an issue, they worked away at it for like a week, just full target focusing on that in scrims and coaching sessions. And I feel like BRBR have been doing the same thing, because when we saw them earlier in Hall of Dajali, they did not look like the weaker team on this map type.
Yeah, they did not look like they were hopeless on Convergence by any means at all. I feel like the real shift thus far, though, has been in Trust Me being able to actually play the game.
No Loki.
Once Trust Me gets online, things get a lot more complicated.
Well, that's gonna be getting complicated. Both teams instant banning out the Loki, which means that BRBRPATAPIM will also be able to get the instant save onto the Lunar Snow, and Rad can now start targeting out the Vanguard's likely going to be a Captain America, or maybe they go for that Psylocke yet again. No!
Punisher!
Off of the rip this time around.
Maybe attempting to even bait in the cap Psy. It would be wishful thinking.
That's nice. Always good when you get good tips.
Trust Me's Emma wouldn't go awry. Of course, you're rarely going to see Trust Me's Groot catch a target ban in this day and age. Maybe there's one where you could ban out Tanuki's Wolverine, though, so that constantly remains a threat.
I think as well, if you secure the Emma Frost, like, it is going to be tough if both teams go res comp route. But you're anticipating Enzo on something like over the Hulk or the Venom to be able to just dive into the back line and create a little bit of a diversion for BRBRPATAPIM's rest of the team to get what they want done. So I think Carbon Crush Online is going to be doing a lot of distance to taking the dive out. As BRBRPATAPIM remove the Psylocke from Rad's side, Rad notably not going for either the Psylocke or the Captain America or the Luna as of yet.
Likely going to be a mirror Punisher ban here. Choice to try and take out. Oh, Polly. Yep, there they go. And now the question is, if you are BRBRPATAPIM, do you want to protect the Wolverine in your own right and have an unequal Wolverine gradient?
Yeah, taking Melio's Wolf off of the board does make it a little bit harder for the Flyers to get looked at too. If BRBRPATAPIM want to put Tanuki onto the torch in case this Wolverine does get banned out, as Rad are going to be able to secure Lunar Snow for themselves too before we go into the next ban phase for BRBRPATAPIM. This is going to give us a really good insight.
Give the Penguin what they want.
And what they put stock onto removing. Do they want to get the Thing, or do they want to target out the Adam Warlock?
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, I don't think you necessarily want to ban the Human Torch when Naga's not in. And there we go. It is going to be the Wolverine gradient, I imagine, if they commit to this. I'm surprised that if they were going for this, they didn't go for a preemptive ban on the Thing. But the Resurrections have been troublesome.
True, and having to actually maneuver the Thing into a position where he doesn't just eat a ton of poke and then have to remove himself from the fight entirely, it's a little bit harder to do
the good three-man thing.
Attacking round.
Yeah.
As we're going to see Rad think about the Psylocke, remove the Emma yet again, so no more projection team up coming on through, although Pokey will still be able to play the Psylocke, and with a Lunar in play, that's definitely going to be a point of pressure for Rad to have to pivot to deal with.
Yeah, if only.
I love the protector onto the Lunar Snow, though, from both teams, but especially from Rad. As I've been constantly pointing out, just have someone who can keep Trust Me up. And Trust Me is kind of delivering right now. Really seems to be the difference maker on the two maps that we've seen won by Rad.
Difference maker as well on this map.
Magneto, I actually made a Baby Shark Jeff short in Season 0. That's the first thing that came to mind.
On your mid-eternal bond dash. And we have also counterplay against things like the Tanuki Wolverine.
Cloak and Dagger, how original.
Used in case of
I know, right? So original.
Also going to be a difference in those psionic projections being available with only one team having a Emma alongside their Magneto. Looks like for now, Pokey just going to be hopping around on that Psylocke as we've come to expect.
Rad gonna be on the defense first. Sastroid already on that Ultron imperative patch. We can see pocketing right now. Melio on the Human Torch as he looks to just get as much poke and spam
baby dip baby dip baby dip baby
which means that Trust Me is going to have their hands full in terms of targets for Carbon Crush.
Oh yeah, and Melio is going to have their hands full when it comes to extra occupants of this airspace as well. And here he comes. Going to be an attempt to dodge away. Nicely played. Crook already falls down, though, to Pokey. A great opening here for the Psylocke. And this is going to be next up. Yeah.
Ooh.
All the way into a back line. Things are getting real complicated. Might be able to use their silent projection.
There goes Rajaro.
Going to be on the cards right here. This could be cooked already.
Cute huge bait and switch from BRBRPATAPIM. Rad thought it was going to be a target dive onto Melio, but in actual fact, it was Pokey setting up the hit onto level 1 Crook. And BRBRPATAPIM overwhelmed Rad's triple strategist composition.
Yeah, they're not gonna make it.
Moments. So that's right off of the Ultron isn't in time with the strange teleport, and Fate getting picked late as well means that Rad lose even more space to hold on to second.
I guess wait, they melted that fast.
That's going to be absolutely disastrous here for Rad. Far from over at the moment. The Mantis hater in me is saying that maybe you don't get as much value out of it here if you're Rad. I'd love to see Force Physics to try and shut down Tanuki and to give Melio that team up.
Yeah, I feel like Invis Women would definitely make things a little bit easier in terms of the neutral, but you do sacrifice sustainability for the ultimate. Melio goes for the dive. They've been able to pressure out.
Probably really showing the difference between your average tank and a good tank. Average tank just goes in, goes bonk.
Yeah, we got aggressive. Caught also going over there. Did not see that one coming. A quick freeze, yes, but the remainder of the team remains unfrozen. This is an absolute masterclass in momentum.
Sestroid died.
It feels like Rad are just getting separated, split at the moment. They try and pivot to look at the Hulk, and BRBRPATAPIM just communicate that everyone's looking
both
at
Rad
Enzo.
and BRBRPATAPIM are going to China.
And it will permanently stick. Out comes the diamond form from Trust Me, Soul Resurgence invested from level 1. Crook forces Ken's Eternal Bond out, and BRBRPATAPIM are more than happy to make that trade.
Going to China.
Soul Resurgence used, destroyed, falls through the cracks, the healing not quite.
The going to China thing was last match, so it was either VIRTUS.PRO or BRBRPATAPIM. Now we already know that BRBRPATAPIM is.
They need to take out Ken, and indeed the Fire Tornado delivers in this case. Tanuki takes out Crook, but not much more than that. Fate next up on the docket to try and get sliced on through, but damage too much to bear. Destroyed needs to use their ultimate here to try and sustain the remainder of the team. It's going to take so long for Crook to come on back though, and Melio falls to Enzo in the midst of all of this. Must have been grabbed out of the air. What a great play coming through from Enzo. Oh, there's the attempt at the teleport coming through as well from Ken. Enzo just
take a nap.
Down for a nap for now. Rad still keep it contested.
Oh!
And Enzo says no one puts down Hulk for a nap. Hulk sleeps when Hulk wants.
Well, Rad are able to find 2.
Go back.
The Unbreakable Resolve comes out from Enzo, and he's got the mobility with the non-cooldown chumps. He's got the pick onto Sestroid as well, and Rad managing to overlap both the Freedom Charge and Rage of Ultron from Rogero and Sestroid. Now it means that they're down ults in this next engagement. It's going to have to be a stack up and try and absorb the damage that Pokey can output, but that means that their position is forced. They're not going to be that to prevent the distance picked up for Convoy.
Yeah, and stacking together can be ruinous when LeBronzo's on the other side, or well, Polly in this case on the other side. With a meteor.
I was about to say, Enzo isn't playing.
Enzo just yet, but hello, level 1 Crook to be catching a bunch of this damage. Forces the Soul Resurgence. Polly looking for a victim. Fate manages to dodge away. Great usage of escapes right there to make sure they manage to stay well out of the AoE. Melio wants to cook from behind. Enzo's going to be in a little bit of trouble after being slept up, but you don't want to try and commit too hard onto Polly after all this. Pokey gets their sentient seized, and that means there's no way to try and avoid the Rage of Ultron that's being ran on down by Sestroid here. And finally, with the buildings being reformed, good choke points here for Rad to try and play off.
Yeah, but BRBR can push on through an Eternal Bond. Supernova comes on through from Melio, but the exile from Enzo.
The exile.
Almost gets cooked. Fate
so good.
The fate of both worlds, but BRBRPATAPIM have been
The
able
consistency on being able to just Melio got grabbed.
Enzo gets it done again, grabs him out the air, the intercept, Fate still, the ice arts, the cleaver so difficult to deal with, unbreakable guard is going to be part of this. Fate's just getting stuck in over here, and it's built space, yes, for Trust Me, but Fate has had to sacrifice themselves to try and make it work. But no way, no, you stop right there, Cap. Freedom, you're gonna reign today. Enzo is on one right now.
Exile into Slam, into Exile once more. Enzo's Hulk is terrifying right now. It feels like they have an army just off of this one Vanguard alone. And
but the consistency of being able to hit those exiles every single time on flying characters? Absolute
Out
peak.
time though on the side of BRBRPATAPIM. Still 2.5 minutes. Already going to be the silent subduction coming on out from Trust Me. Needs to find some victims over towards the back. Maybe it could be Polly who's overwhelmed, but Alex still has plenty of healing for all and sundry inside of that Fate of Both Worlds. Tanuki may be looking for a knock off the edge. It certainly would be a lot of value. Big Terror Cape coming through onto BRBRPATAPIM. Polly needs to be overwhelmed. Uses the Meteor M instantly. Oh, crook. Unreal. And now how can you sustain through the dance of butterflies? Pokey gets their one and then cancels it early. Melio just up against the world all by themselves. Will punish Pokey, but can they get much more than this is the question. Everyone else simply hides away and forces everyone forward.
Can they get there though?
Portal from Crook over just a couple of feet, but can you even get on through here? The body block is too strong. BRBRPATAPIM say, yeah, we're still Convergence demons.
144 full push.
That was amazing.
They had so much momentum. It was such a fast take of the
If that portal was even a little bit higher, they probably would have been able to get out. But they might have not been able to make it on.
But it was at the very end of B, and even then there were still stumbles through C. So BRBRPATAPIM had so much time to play with. Plus, Rad felt like they had to go aggressive, overextend into BRBRPATAPIM's own front line, and that just meant that Enzo and the Hulk had an absolute field day.
I'm legitimately begging you to play Luna Cloak and Dagger or Luna Invis.
Surely we have to see an Invis.
I mean, Crook has actually put out a bunch of healing, it's true. It feels like Destroyed is having a lot of trouble getting value, even out of a damage-boosted Ultron.
I mean, it feels like they're going for the approach.
Level 1 Crook going for that typical, Invis.
But there's the Invis coming on out. Coming on through from level 1 Crook at the sacrifice of the Mantis.
I like Asia, so I stay longer.
Is off of the Ultron onto the Punisher. This should be where Enzo just gets absolutely blitzed in a blender the second he shows his face to the side of Rad.
Yeah, big control onto the Hulk. I'm actually a big fan of this pivot here. Maybe not going to be quite as much healing going the way of Trust Me without the Luna. But it is going to allow for a lot more shutdown on the Hulk.
Yeah, not just that, but on Tanuki on the Wolverine too. He's already forced out, and that was Bork as well, forced to make sure that he gets out safely. The Carbon Crush is there. He doesn't have the cooldowns, but Enzo still grabs Melio first.
Oh, that's a big Terror Cape. Onto almost all of Rad. BRBRPATAPIM
there they go.
To try and follow up on the other side of it. Pokey rolls on forward. Those wing shurikens really are doing some work right here. Another throw? I doubt it at this point. Tanuki just gets off of that one. Unbreakable barrier will get everyone out.
Yeah, they just utilized the fastball team up to get Tanuki into the Hulk's hands without him having to burn the Pharaoh Lunge and potentially get taken down, crossing back to his players. He's still going to be up and about. Melio has been able to finally break around the first corner. Gets a little bit of balding to hide behind as well as utilizing Pyro Prison to put pressure on the point itself. And Sastroid has the room, the space to come in with the final judgment. And he gets the shield. Through from Rajaro to keep him safe from Meteor M.
The invisible boundary wasn't brought up in time. Destroyed is lost in the midst of all of this. Alex tries to get a handle on things here with the Fate of Both Worlds as Pokey disengages, comes in from a new angle.
There's a tick before it actually starts healing.
Right here. Look at this in the back line though. Trust Me is getting a little bit frisky. An attempt to try and cut Rad in half. Crook can't afford to take yet another slice. Meteor M in the tiny corridor. Can it be dropped down upon someone? Yeah, onto Ken. Straight onto their face, but Polly strikes back on the other side. Enzo's getting it done again. Polly's super low. Yeah, the metallic bulwarks onto themselves, but if you're in a corridor with a Hulk, I think I saw this scene in Avengers, and it didn't end well for the non-Hulk parties.
Melio Supernova gets extinguished. Ken with the strange portal directly onto Rad's Punisher so that Sastroid doesn't hold the angle and punish BRBRPATAPIM as they come back onto that point itself. And he hasn't been able to
kind of got decimated there.
Well, through the pressure that they've been able to place the Punisher through. Dark Teleportation has to be used from Fate just to close the distance a little bit sooner so they can take the brawl fight. Tanuki!
Oh, the invisible boundary came up, but it was simply a little bit too late. Tanuki grabbed with the Carbon Crush. Plenty of healing coming through from Alex. Fate of Both Worlds keeps them sustained. Trust Me tries to drag them to the edge, but it's just a reset bait in the midst of all of this. 1 minute 20 remain for Rad.
Fate needs to
it's the it's the squirrel again.
Has to be
Hello, squirrel.
gigantic for Rad to be able to have any chance of continuing in this tournament. But the
there
longer
we
they
go.
wait, the sooner BRBRPATAPIM build their own defensives. Pokey hears noise, thinks that Melee could potentially be flanking around that left side and almost captures the torch.
Enzo loses their Hulk form though. Down to
Every single time they go to this map, they show the squirrel at least once.
The tides of Rad, trust me, he's getting a little bit frisky here. Polly needs a rescue, but it's not quite in time. Ken gonna be faced with the huge damage coming out of the Punisher right now, but it seems like everyone's managed to find themselves some good cover, good knock through there onto Tanuki, just to force out that passive, but you won't get much more than that. It's Melee who has to clean it up on the backside. Pokey starts to work the margins, has themselves an ultimate, but you don't want to use it now. You've already lost first.
It's gonna go reset
between Rad and Oblivion.
Yeah, I thought about maybe
To
utilizing
squirrel
the
is law.
ultimate, but the anchor falls with Enzo, and you don't count as contesting in your Dance of Butterfly form. So BRBRPATAPIM decide to pack it in and keep it in the back pocket to have for this next fight, taking advantage of the fact that Rad do not have a defensive ultimate. Level 1 Crook close to the invisible boundary. But if you can bait it with the Psylocke, Tanuki gets a go-ahead.
You destroy that wall?
Or they just use it now and force Rad to have to stack.
Melee almost got environmentally fragged. Incredibly lucky to have survived this one. Pokey has to be careful around these flame tornadoes. It's getting a little bit hot under the collar over there. Regarding Alex, hoping that there's going to be some healing available. Enzo just has to move their way after Ratatoska. Ovi can start knocking him back here. Oh, this could be in perfect little bit of stagger onto Enzo. It's going to be an undermanned recontest.
Tanuki is so close to that last stand. Level 1 Crook has the invisible boundary. Rad surely thinking about the Wolverine. He's in. He gets carbon crushed.
Oh, the Carbon Crush to shut it down. There's still a last stand to try and play with. On top of Destroyed and Crook's down as well. What seemed like the greatest opportunity for Rad has been stolen away from them by Tanuki, Polly, and Pokey in concert.
Alex as well, quite literally in concert with the fate of both worlds. They get the Carbon Crush onto Tanuki. They don't get the pickup of the back of it. The Luna keeps them fully healed on up, and the last stand comes on through. We're not quite at last fight for Rad in terms of hopes for the tournament. As Sastroid is going to be coming on out with that final judgment. Rizara going to
Rizara
have
got
to
exiled
to try to cover for him. It's going to be
again. The consistency on the exiles from Enzo is amazing.
It's got to be shut down. Enzo has themselves their World Breaker Hulk, and he's been doing absolute bits with it so far. Destroyed with the final judgment. Could be everything. Rajaro wants to try and shut this one down. Can't quite find the cloak and dagger. Can't even find the Wolverine in the midst of all of this. Needs to hide behind the Aegis. A shell of shields, a survivability onion to keep Franklin Castle gunning them down. And
does anyone play Squirrel in this game? Yes.
From the Dance of the Butterflies.
No, there's no one playing Squirrel right now, but there have been.
Bring Enzo the value up against the world. Destroyed. He's just slapped away by a backhand. There, the dueling glove hits the back, and that's going to be a full completion of second as we head to third.
The fortification of Frank Castle from Rad is too good. BRBRPATAPIM can't break through the siege. And we head to third. Supernova in the hands of Melio. Sastroid going to be trying to build up that last final judgment once more. And Tanuki, with only a minute and a half on the clock, all BRBRPATAPIM need is one fight to go their way. And all of the momentum that Rad come through with get drained entirely.
One good fight, bro. Just one good fight.
They just need one fight.
Free rage gathered off the back of that flame. Melio grabbed by Pokey. Oh man, Pokey's had such a day already. An attempt to try and shut down Fate was grabbed off the map. Manages to disengage from a Carbon Crush as well. Everything has gone wrong for Rad. They had the momentum, but they did nothing with it.
That wasn't even an ultimate that comes on for.
I love the I hear your footsteps. Where are you?
And the Dance of the Butterflies. 1 minute remaining. Rad's still not able to swap over to the Doctor Strange. And Enzo throws himself off of the map so that he can get a faster reset.
Yep.
Smart.
Necessary. Won't take long to get back with those incredible leaps. Tanuki just hiding in the corners for now has been discovered. Oh, the Supernova. Great play off the back of the Force Physics there to rescue Melia when needed it the most. Flame Cyclones in towards the back. They desperately want Ken and they're going to find him, but now Melia has to worry about Enzo on the other side. Pokey coming in through as well. Tanuki can't get themselves the Feral Leap. A double carbon kick from Trust Me to shut down the Rad defense.
Brad still holding on to the final judgment as well as that invisible boundary. It's going to be up to the duelists from the side of BP. They get one more good fight to try and stall this objective all the way from the finish line. Out comes the final judgment. The CC immunity, the bulwark is there. Where's Tanuki?
Approaching too difficult right
Oh!
now. The invisible boundary.
Oh!
Gets two. Destroyed and Crook and Pokey's there. A dance macabre, and it's a dancing celebration for BRBRPATAPIM.
Nice. I don't think they're going to be able to make it back.
Their 11th map of the day, but they refuse to lose.
No, they're not.
And they take home $70,000.
That was amazing.
Are the strongest team in EMEA. The fact cannot be disputed. They come out on top of every single team.
Dude, that fight was amazing.
And Polly is the well-deserved MVP. The double pick with the Meteor M to shut down the invisible boundary brought BRBRPATAPIM back into that fight immediately.
Oh, what value there. Just grabbing everybody in with the last stand and making it an easily served up dish for Polly to pound with the meat tenderizer of the Meteor M. And we rarely see Polly being the one to pick up the Wolverine. It's usually Enzo's remit, but showing just how strong they could be on that pick, or Enzo was getting bits done on the Hulk.
I mean, 5. He went down 5 times despite being arguably a walking hitbox. We can have a look now at some of the replay highlights brought to you. Tanuki is going to be the star of the show for a lot of these because that Wolverine was getting work done, to the point that Team Rad actually pivoted to the invisible woman, an ultimate that's easier to shut down with that invis boundary just dropping so early if you can find a one-shot onto the strategist herself. And from there, BRBRPATAPIM had a clear win condition. Every single time the invis boundary comes up, Tanuki just naps them all out of it.
And if it seems like every fight you can rely on Pokey for one, it's always going to be at least a 5v5, if not the 6v5, because sometimes Pokey gets punished for it, but the mechanics are just so strong from Pokey, always able to deliver on the Psylocke.
Yep.
The dance of the butterflies too, just the timing even here coming on through where we saw Rad just have to invest. And it's Pokey too, who's able to find that first pick as we head into third on Rad's own attack, which just immediately stalls out the momentum that they had coming on through, allowing BRBRPATAPIM to stabilize their rotation, their defensive positions, so that it's always an overextension that Rad have to make if they want to be.
And remember, they also had to fight VIRTUS.PRO right before this, right? So they went from one best of 5 to a best of 7 immediately after.
But they're walking away as your champion with $70,000 US in their pocket.
So the mental exhaustion is going to have to, like,
pick us up.
I was gonna say unsigned as of now, Harry, because
you're hyped for finals. I think everyone's hyped for finals.
That fact is going to be changing very, very quickly. This team is so strong. I cannot wait to see them interact with all of the other teams that have been able to qualify and contend, because you know that EMEA is going to be bringing its absolute best when we go international.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how EMEA stacks up on the world stage. We've been grandstanding a bit over the last couple months and be like, yeah, I think VP maybe takes the LAN. Okay, maybe not. BRBRPATAPIM and Rad are looking very strong right now, and well, North America's going to find out their champion real soon. Let's hop over for an interview with our champion. I believe it's going to be Tanuki. Indeed it is. Hello, bud. How are you feeling?
I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. From that close set, from VP to going to this full.
Hello, Dutchie.
Like it
love the accent.
Just winning like this. Like yesterday after the loss against.
What were you expecting then?
It was like, oof, this is gonna be tough. But yeah, I mean, today was just a roller.
I know that I love that I can immediately know when someone's Dutch based on their accent.
So before we even start looking at the match, you guys are an unsigned team. Take the time to just reach out to an org, say what you want to say. So that BRBRPATAPIM
you were expecting them to be older, you mean?
You guys aren't currently signed is an absolute tragedy.
Yeah.
Or a teen. You were expecting a younger kid?
In the world right now, I think with confidence. When we play like this, we're genuinely the best team in the world. if any orgs want this, you know, like
I
this
don't
is the
think you're
moment.
allowed
We're
to
champions. We're going
participate.
to stage 1 in China. It's gonna be amazing.
If you're not like
If you look like a
16
big
or
ol'
something,
hit
16
Tanuki
or 18,
DMs
one of the two.
right now, like I need the outline, Tanuki. What makes you decide when it's Wolverine, when it's Black Panther?
I mean, it's just like I just feel it. Like I just feel it in my bones, you know. If I go Panther, it's like I'm gonna obliterate this backline for the entire game. And if I go Wolf, I'm just grabbing the tanks on cooldown. These guys cannot play the game. I get big ults every single time. It's just they're just both made for me, you know. And I just feel it when I need to go them. It's unexplainable, really.
I don't know.
And the last time that you matched up against Rad came out on top. Were there any changes that you made consciously coming into this series?
I mean, I think yesterday and the day against VP as well, we were really focused on what most teams were playing and not focused on what the team specifically were playing. So we were messing up a lot in the ban phases. And we fixed that against VP today. And I mean, we did the same into Rad. And I mean, going into Rad after qualifying for China, it's just you have so much adrenaline. You're so happy, like you're stomping them. You just feel it, and yeah, then you just win. You know, like yesterday was nerve-wracking, but today it was just we just go for it and we win.
Yeah, speaking of a double series right here, let's talk about how your team managed to go from that best of 5 against VP into this grand finals. How did you guys keep the energy up between the two games? Because I imagine qualifying for China took basically everything you guys had.
I mean, yeah, we were pretty great, but then again, we were like still full of adrenaline from winning, you know? Like we just screamed our lungs out. And then all that was on our mind was just like, we qualified. Let's just have fun. Let's just play, you know? It's just a scrim. It's just training against Rad. Why not? And yeah, it helped us. We had zero stress. We made insane plays. We played so well. I mean, I can only thank it to Pokey against VP, clutching it up, getting 3 kills in the last minute. It was so big, and yeah, it just snowballed into winning as Rad like this. There's no team that can beat us when we have this much energy.
Have you been keeping up to date with any of the regions? Is there a specific team?
Yeah, I
that
mean,
you guys are
you
looking
just
forward
won
to being
against one
able
of the
to take
best,
on
or
at the
actually,
international?
arguably the best team in Europe.
Probably some team from America. I mean, we've played against American teams. We know where they're at, and we're pretty confident we could beat them. But if I would have to single out 2, maybe 100 Thieves.
He's so jittery.
As the 2 that we really want to go against.
He's so hyper right now.
The most interesting teams in other regions right now. I'm not really afraid of Asia or Oceania. I think EU is just on top, to be honest. The 3 teams in the EU are just so good. It sucks that VP didn't get a spot because we would dominate the LAN for sure.
I mean, I'm inclined to agree. Snooki, you are the reigning champion of Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA. Do you have any words for the community, for your opponents, for your team? Shoutouts for yourself? Floor's yours.
I mean, it's just, I don't know what to say. It feels so unreal being here at 70 years of age. Same with Polly,
17.
actually, being so young and just having this moment, it's unreal. To everyone that didn't qualify and that's like not going to China and Europe, I wish you the best. I really hope you qualify for next, because I think so many teams here actually deserve it. We're really good as a region, and I'm really proud that we're allowed to show it on the LAN together with my team. Yeah,
you guys as well.
That's about it.
Yeah, EMEA is going to be well represented by yourselves on BRBRPATAPIM. Thank you so much for joining us, Tanuki, our champion. Let's wrap this one up, Mox, as we close the interview. It's just been wonderful talking to all of BRBRPATAPIM. That was a fantastic series.
Exhilarating series, an absolute crazy grand finals, Harry, and I'm so happy that we got a crazy grand finals, right? It felt at the beginning of it like maybe it would be a 4-0 and done, but then we hit the halfway mark and it really was off to the races. Adaptation coming in through, the evolvement that we wanted to see as well. And we can have a look and see, there it is in print official. Rad and BRBRPATAPIM will be headed over to China to compete internationally, with BRBRPATAPIM representing EMEA as Ignite champions.
I mean, Tanuki said they're the best team in the world, and who am I to disagree? They're certainly looking like it today. This is your docket for Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. Only 2 slots remain. China are going to be earning theirs later on in the month. Americas, they've already sorted out. They've got 3 slots, but might take all 3 of them to beat BRBRPATAPIM.
Best commentator.
They also haven't sorted out their grand finals champion. That will be decided today in a little bit of time, as EMEA sadly draws to a close, and we have to say goodbye to so many talented players that unfortunately were not able to make the cut this time around. Still, EMEA, the representation and the pride of the region, is still going to be insanely strong from everyone involved.
Yeah, and if you want to be part of Marvel Rivals Ignite Season 2, what you got to do is get your friends together and get into the tournament infrastructure we've got here for Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals Championship is going to be coming up next week. I believe we've already made quite a few indents into the ignition bracket already. Just going to cover the end of it for the broadcast so we can see what the next rising stars of EMEA and all of our other regions are. But for now, that closes out the best of the best we have in EMEA. Thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you for North America as well, and we'll hope to see you for mid-season finals. Keep cheering for EMEA. We'll see you there.
And that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm gonna be back on Wednesday. I might try and stream tomorrow, but again, I don't usually stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. So Wednesday is a guarantee. I will let you guys know. For now, I'm gonna say thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you are not already following or subscribed, depending on where you're watching, go do that right now, and I will see all you lovely people in the next live stream. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, maybe give the stream a like so I know that you liked it. Bye bye. Boop.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that? I think she's feeling me. Turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease. Bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Got some egos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby, came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Got some egos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like